All right, so normally in a course like this, I would put together a couple of introduction lectures and tell you about what the React library is and what its purpose is. But to be perfectly honest, that type of lecture at the beginning of a course just ends up being a little bit boring for me and for you. Whenever I take courses, I just fall asleep during the lectures anyway. I want to get to it. So we're going to talk about what the purpose of React is and what the library is quite a bit, but over the range of time. Because I think at the start of the course, it'd be a lot more exciting if we put together a tiny React application instead. Isn't this why you're doing the course anyway? Of course it is. And that's what we're going to do in this video. So we're going to put together a tiny React application. Now, we might not understand everything or even a lot of the code that we're going to write into this lecture, but that's totally fine. If you stick with me, you're in good hands. All right? So I just want to write out a little bit of code and show you how quickly and how easily we can just put together something with React. So to put together this React application, we're going to use a little online tool. And I've got an address to the tool that we're going to use right here on the screen. And then we're going to open up a new browser tab and navigate to that address. All right, so this is a tool called CodePen. And we can use it to very easily put together little React applications. So we're going to use it now, but in general, we're going to be working on our local code editor. So first, we have to open up a new pen, then add a library. Now, in order to do this, I'm just going to go click on the settings button on the top right hand. Good. Then I can find the JavaScript button. It's here in the middle. All right, and then you'll notice that we have the ability to add in some external scripts, right? React is an external script. So we have to add it in as a discrete step right now. First, I'm going to select Babel right here. And then I'm going to search for React. So when I search for React, you're going to notice that two very similarly named libraries appear. So I'm going to add both React and React DOM as libraries. Now, in order to do that, we'll first just click on React, and then I can search for React DOM, and I'm going to click on that one as well. So now I should see two separate libraries inside of here. So look, that's all we have to do. So just click on Save and Close, and now we can freely write the React code inside of this project. Now you'll notice that at the very top of the screen here, we've got these three separate panels, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All right, so now we're going to write a little bit of React code into these three different panels. And then we'll be able to see our app appear here. All right, I'm ready. Are you ready? What are you waiting for? Let's get started. All right, so I'm going to find the JS panel, and I'm going to add a little bit of code down here. So I'm going to say class app extends react.component. And then I'll place a set of curly braces like so. Now, inside of this class body, I'm going to say state equals a JavaScript object. And this object is going to have one property inside of it named btn color. And it has a value of button red. And then I'm going to put a semicolon at the end of the line. And after that, I'm going to add in a method to the class. Now, the method is going to be called the render method. So inside of here, I'm going to write out the return keyword, and then I'm going to place what looks like HTML. Now, remember, we haven't spoken about syntax just yet, so we're going to go over all of the syntax in really great detail in the next couple of videos. But right now, let's just focus on writing out this code. So I'm going to say return div, and then I'll close the div off. That definitely looks like HTML. Then inside of the div, I'm going to write button with the same class name, this state btn color, which is referencing the button red. And I'm going to add it inside the CSS styles in just a few seconds. And then inside of the button, I'm just going to write click me, and I will close it like so. All right, so now I'm going to add another method right above render. So this one is going to be called onClick. And I'm going to assign this method by saying equals, and then I'll put in an arrow function like this. All right, so this arrow function is going to be called with a single argument that we'll refer to as event. And inside the body of this function, I'm going to say this dot set state, and I'll place my parentheses to call that function. And then I'm going to put a curly brace pair inside there like so. All right, so now I can then expand that. And inside of here, we're going to say btn color, semicolon, and button gray. And one last thing for the JavaScript side of the project. I'm going to go down to the button right here, and I'm going to add in a little additional HTML. So I'm going to say on click. So make sure that you have the same capital letters that I do, and I'll say that equals curly braces. And then inside there, I'm going to put this dot on click. Okay, so hey, we've now finished this class. Now, the very last thing I'm going to do is go down to the very bottom of this JS panel, just outside the class, and I'm going to write out React DOM.render. And I'm going to call that function, and as the first argument, I'm going to say app, and make it look like some HTML tag, like so. Then after that, I'll say document.query selector, and I'll put a string in here, and I'll say pound root. All right, so that's it for the JavaScript side of things. What do you think? See, we're just moving right along, and you're not even sleeping, are you? So now I know some of this syntax is probably looking pretty crazy about now for you, but of course, I just want to keep carrying on just a little bit more because you're going to see the method to my madness. All right, we're going to learn everything, believe me, in the next few lectures. But right now, it's just kind of fun, isn't it, to explore? So now, the next thing I'm going to do is to go to the HTML panel up in here, and I'm going to put in a div with an ID of root, like so, and now close it off. And now the very last thing that we'll do is add CSS right here. So inside the CSS panel, I'll say button red, and I'll give the background color of red and then color white. So the text will be white. Now the same thing goes for the button gray, background color of gray, and then the text will be white again. Now notice we get a red button over here. And when I'm going to click on it, you're going to notice that it turns gray. Okay, well, that's it. That's the React app. Now, maybe you can probably tell why I didn't want to, tell you what we're building right away, because it probably wouldn't make a whole lot of sense if I gave you the verbal description about React. I mean, that's why it's called React, right? So what's the goal of this app, would you say? I'm just kidding. I'm not listening. I'll tell you what the goal is. I just wanted to show you a bit of the React code so that you can visualize the thing that I'm going to show you all of its components of in the next couple of lectures. All right? So obviously it doesn't really tell us a whole lot about what React is or, what we use it for even, or I don't know. It doesn't really tell us about all the crazy syntax either. So why don't we take a quick break? You can either take a nap, grab some tea, or whatever you need to do, because we're going to come back in the next section and we're going to go to town. All right, so I'm going to start talking about what we just did, and then we'll dive into React a little deeper. So quick pause. I'll see you back here in the next lecture. So in the last section, we put together a little application in CodePen. And when you click on the button, you get this gray button. So now the app looks pretty simple, but at the same time, we had some pretty complicated syntax. So I'm sure at this point, you might have a couple of questions about, well, what we put together. So in this video, I want to start to address a couple of these questions that I think you might have. What is React and what's its purpose? What was that class thing? What was that HTML looking stuff? Now, why did we add React and React DOM libraries? How did the color change when we clicked on the button? So let's start by answering these questions now, and we will be answering more in the next coming lectures. So, first off, what the heck is React and what's its purpose? What do we use this library for? Okay, so React by itself is a single JavaScript library. So the goal of React is to produce some useful content that is going to show up on the screen of your user's browser. Now, when we say content, what we're really talking about here is the HTML. So the same type of HTML that you've probably learned, right, by this point. So divs, spans, buttons, forms, headers, and all those classic HTML elements are going to be produced by the React library. And then they're going to show up on the screen of your user's browser. So once those elements show up on the screen, a user's going to somehow interact with them, right? They might click on a button. They might type some input into a text input, or they might drag and drop some div or something else around on the screen. Okay, cool. So the second goal of React is to handle those user interactions. So anytime that a user manipulates our app in some fashion, we're going to want to respond to that in some way. All right, so now we'll talk a lot more about what React is and what its purpose is over time. It'll like gradually dawn on you or sink in or whatever. But now, right now, this definition will suffice. All right? So let's move on to our next question. Yes, you in the back. Just playing. So the next question is, what was that class thing that we put together? Now, if you notice, back over here in the JavaScript editor, line 1, we had this class app extends react.component. All right, you with me? So that syntax we saw there is a JavaScript class. JavaScript classes are just part of what is referred to as ES 2015. Now, if you're not familiar with JavaScript classes, arrow functions, or class properties, that's totally fine. We're going to talk about all of these pieces of ES 2015 syntax throughout the course, so you're going to be an expert. Now, the class itself was creating something called a React component. So a component is one of the most basic pieces of React, and in this course, we're going to build a tremendous amount of different components. The ultimate goal of a single component, though, is essentially the goal of the React library itself. What do I mean by that? Well, a single component is going to be used to create some amount of HTML that shows up on the screen. We can write and create React components using either JavaScript classes, which is what we just used, or JavaScript functions, pretty much the same functions that you're probably used to putting together. And we'll talk about the difference between JavaScript functions and classes being used for components all the time. So I don't really need to go into much detail now. You'll get it. So for now, let's just move on to the next question. What do you think? Next question was, what was that HTML looking stuff? So back inside of the editor over here, you'll notice that inside of that render method, we had what, sure enough, looks like a little bit of HTML right here. So in fact, it's not quite HTML, even though it looks very much like HTML. Instead, what we wrote there was something called JSX. So JSX is a special dialect of JavaScript. Remember, it is a language that essentially allows us to tell a React component how it and what it should look like when it's rendered and shows up on the screen of the browser. So it's that JSX used to determine the content of our React application, just like, well, normal HTML does. So in general, if you're familiar with HTML, you're going to do just fine with JSX. All of the syntax is almost identical. Okay, I say almost, but we're going to come across some of the details, and I'll point them out when we get there. JSX is, you're going to learn a bit more, and you're going to find out exactly what JSX is. But for now, again, that's enough. Okay, so what's the next question? Oh, yeah, so why did we have to add two separate libraries? Now, remember when we went through that initial setup, we clicked on the settings button up here. We then clicked on JavaScript, and we added two separate libraries. So one was called React, and the other one was called React DOM. Okay, so I caught you up. The React library by itself contains a ton of JavaScript code that defines what a component is and how different components work together. In typical React applications, we're going to end up making multiple different components and somehow getting them to join up together to form an actual usable application. The React library itself is in charge of making that entire process work. Now, on the other hand, the React DOM library contains a certain amount of JavaScript code that will take that collection of components and eventually get them to show up inside of the DOM or get them to show up as some type of HTML. Okay, so that's why we added two separate libraries. All right, now what's the last question? Do you remember? Oh, right. So how did the color change when we clicked on the button? Well, now remember, the kind of running theme here is that we want to make use of React to handle user interaction. So as we just spoke about with components just a second ago, we spoke about components over here. Now, we said that a component is used to present some content on the screen, right? We can also use a component to create something called an event handler. Event handlers are used to somehow detect when a user is interacting with our app by clicking or dragging or typing or whatever it might be. We can then use that event handler to somehow update our application or update our component, right? And then show some slightly different content on the screen. So we're going to write a tremendous amount of event handlers throughout this course. So I don't want to bore you with any more explanations because this is really one of the main goals of the React library is responding to user interaction. All right, so that's a couple of questions answered. Well, there's a whole lot of meat in there. You might want to digest that for a little while. And for my vegetarian friends, yeah, there's a lot to digest there. So why don't you go over it, pause it right here, and review some of that material. When you come back, we're going to go to the next section and start learning more about React. Oh, yeah, hey, you came back. Wonderful. All right, so let's look at the main differences between var, let, and const. So, okay, first of all, let's create an outside block, which is going to be a function. And I'm just going to call that Oak Academy for now. Now, inside this block, I'm going to create another block, which is going to be a simple if statement. And inside of here, let's declare a new variable in the old way, and we're going to call it var pi, and it's going to be a number 3.14, okay? And we'll call that function as well Oak Academy down. And then outside of the if block, let's print this out. So we can see that we've got 3.14. The variable is being declared inside this block, but it's still being read and printed out from outside of that block here. So if we change this to be let instead of var, and if we try and do the same thing, then we're going to get a reference error because the variables pi isn't actually accessible from the outside of the block. So by the time we're running this line here, the variable doesn't even exist anymore. So what does that mean? Well, it means that if we had another variable up in here, also called pi, and then this one to be 2, well, also, let's print this one out. So if we run this now, we're getting pi declared up here. Then we're declaring a new version of pi, which is 2 then. So that's being printed out, as you can see here, and then it's outside of this block. So we're again printing out what we can see here to be 2. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say if you use let or const, then they are block scopes. So they only exist within the closest block that surrounds them. And that's the same with const as well. So let me just demonstrate this here. Okay, works the same way. And the main difference between let and const is const variables are immutable. What does that mean? It means you can't change them no matter what. So if you're using let, you can change and redefine the value within that let variable, but if it's const, then you can't do that. So for example, let's go back to this, and let's say that down here we're going to declare the value of pi to be 1. Then if we run this, then as you can see, that's fine. That's being redeployed here. If we change this to be a const and try to rerun that, you'll see that we get an error because you can't change the value of the const. All right. So hopefully that helped to clear things up a bit. Okay, then I'm going to see you in the next lecture. I count on it. All right, so in the last section, we spoke about, well, a couple of different questions that we might have after we went over that little CodePen project. Now we're going to really start to move forward. So the first big topic that we're going to talk about is JSX. So I want to make sure that you have a good understanding about the rules behind it and, well, so that you can determine its behavior and predict its behavior. So now in order to learn more about JSX, we're going to need to be able to write JSX in the first place. So earlier and so far, we have written a little bit of JSX over on CodePen, and CodePen is a terrific tool. However, my goal in this course overall is to make sure that you understand how to work on professional React projects. So rather than continuing to use CodePen, we're going to move over to our local code editor, and we're going to generate professional work on React projects rather than using CodePen. And then, when you're a professional, you can go back and use CodePen, but I want you to know how it works. So we need to generate new React projects on the local computer in order to do so. So we're going to go through a couple of different steps, and each of the steps are pretty straightforward, but understanding what's going on is, well, it might be a little challenging. So pay attention. So the first thing that we have to do is make sure that you have Node.js installed on your local machine. After you check that, we're going to install a tool called Create React App, which we're going to use to generate a new React project. And then after that, we can start to play around with JSX a little bit. So now in this video, I do want to focus on just making sure that you have the Node.js installed on your local machine. As a quick note, if you know that you already have Node.js installed, then just feel free to move on to the next video. But I need you to know. So I'm trusting you. Stick around if you don't. And even if you just want to, review. All right, you ready? Here we go. So now, if you're not sure that you have the Node.js installed in your local machine, you can open up Terminal and run the command node-v, like so. So when you run that command, you should see a number like this. If you don't see a number, if you see an error message that says command not recognized or command not found, that means that you probably don't have the node installed and you need to go through the installation process. So why don't we do that together right now? In order to install Node.js, we're going to open up a new browser tab and navigate to that link that you see here open on the screen. So now I'm going to open up a new tab and I'm going to navigate to it, and then you'll see a page like this appear. Might not be a surprise. Node.js installation process is pretty much straightforward. So you'll select the installer for your particular operating system, and then if you're on Linux, you can get the Linux version down here as well. So you may have guessed it already, I'm on Mac OS. So I would download the Mac OS installer. It's a pretty quick download for me. So once you download that installer, you will see a window like this appear. Now, even if you're on Windows, you're going to see a very similar message. So all we have to do here is click Continue, Continue, and so on. And that's pretty much it. Then as you go through the installation process, we can then open up our terminal again and make sure that Node was successfully installed by running it. Node-V. And here you should see a number appear. And again, if you don't see that number appear after going through the installation process, it's totally fine. But in order to get that number to appear, you might have to restart your terminal. Now, you don't have to restart your whole computer, right? Just your terminal. So make sure you just close it down and quit every terminal or command line window that you have already opened, and then start back up and try running Node-V again. So assuming that everything got set up properly, we can move on, because that's where we're going to download this Create React App tool, and then we can use it to generate a new project. So we'll take a mini break now, and I'll see you in just a minute. All right, there you are. So in the last section, if you recall, we installed Node.js on your local machine. So now we're going to install a tool called Create React App, and that's going to be used to generate a new project. So let's start that app right now. So I'm going to change on over to my terminal, and I'm going to run the command npm install -g create -react -app, just like that as you see on the screen. And we'll go ahead and run it now. So on my machine, it's going to install very quickly. On yours, it might take a couple of seconds if you're installing this for the very first time. So let's talk a little bit about this command that we just executed. Now, to the first word on there was npm. It stands for Node Package Manager. So the Node Package Manager can be used to install tons of different open source JavaScript packages on your local computer to power projects that you are putting together. So in this case, we reached out to npm to download a package called Create React App and install it on our local computer. The npm command has many different subcommands associated with it. So in this case, we wanted to install a package, so we reference the install subcommand after that. We then put in the -g flag. So this flag indicates that we want to install this package globally on our computer. So we're also going to see what happens when we install things without the -g flag later on. But right now, we're going to use the -g. And then finally, we list out the name of the package that we wanted to install. So the name was Create React App. This is a very popular package that's used to generate new React projects. So we've installed this thing, and we can use it to generate a new project. So I just want to make sure that I am inside of a workspace directory, okay? And then I'll run the command to Create React App, and then the name of the project that I want to generate. So I'm going to call my project First App, and I'll hit Enter, and that's going to start to generate my project. Now, before we move on, quick note, I want you to take notice. So you're going to find in this course that there are many different ways to do, I'd say just about everything. Um, we've already seen that we could write a React app over on CodePen, and clearly we can also write a React app on our local machine. I'm going to highlight some of the different ways that some people choose and go through some different steps. But know that it's going to be your choice. I just want you to be aware. So if you go and you read the Create React App official documentation, well, they're going to show you a slightly different process for generating a project than what I've just shown you. So in the official documentation, you're going to see that they say you need to run npx create react app and then the name of the project. Well, sure. And you can run this command without having to first go through the npm install. So essentially, if you take this route right here, you run one command instead of two. Now, the only reason I didn't show you this alternate fashion, even though it's slightly easier perhaps, npx is a command line tool that only started to be installed with versions of npm 5.2 and higher. And it's possible that you have a version of npm earlier than 5.2 on your computer. Isn't it possible? Yes. So I could show you this way, but it's very likely that you would have run into an error. So I don't want that. Now, of course, if you want to, you can always update your version of npm and node, and then you can generate a project this way, but you're on your own, pal, okay? There's absolutely no difference, in other words, between the method that I just showed you and, using the official one. It's just about running one command instead of two. And if you're creating a lot of apps, that really can be a time saver. All right, so if I flip back to my terminal, it looks like my project has finished installing. So yeah, with so many NPM packages. All right, so I got to take a break here if you don't. In the next section, I'm going to tell you why we had to install so many packages, and we'll understand why we're using this Create React App tool in the first place. All right, so we're back. How was that? Okay, good. So in the last section, unless you have the memory of a goldfish, you might remember that we generated a new project using the Create React app. And then after we generated the project successfully, if you scrolled up a little bit, you probably saw that we had installed a lot of packages. So in this video, I want to let you know why we had to install so many packages just to run a React application and build one on our local computer. So we're going to take a close look at a couple of different diagrams quickly. So just use the Create React app to generate a new React project. Now inside this React projects, there are tons of different dependencies that we are going to use to help us write our application. So in this video, I want to focus on one particular dependency because it's going to help you understand why we had to install so much software. So the name of the dependency that I want to focus on is Babel. Now the term Babel might well be familiar to you. I'm going to give you a quick overview on what Babel is in this context and why we use it and why it's included inside of our React installation. And the other things such as Webpack and Webpack Dev Server, we're going to talk about the purpose of those dependencies over the course of time. As you've been learning JavaScript, you've probably been learning a version of JavaScript called ES5. And chances are, you've also picked up a couple of features out of something called ES 2015 as well. All I mean to say is that each version of JavaScript has a very particular set of features and syntax available to it. There are different versions of this ES for every year after 2015. So again, chances are you've learned a little bit about ES 2015. Of course, there's also an ES 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and so on and so forth. And every one of these different versions has some new wealth of features and upgrades to the JavaScript language. Now, the important thing to understand here is that these updates to the language are generally for the benefit of developers. So in other words, if we can make use of ES 2016 JavaScript in the next few years as well, then we're going to have a really good time because these newer versions of JavaScript has new syntax and new features available that makes your life as a developer a lot easier. However, there's a little bit of an issue with this, you might have guessed. It just so happens that certain browsers are not always 100% up to date. At present, just about every single modern browser out there has excellent support for ES5 JavaScript. So in other words, if we write ES5 JavaScript code, then we can send it out to just about any version of browser, and that code's going to be executed just fine. The same is almost true for E2015 as well, I'd say. All the new updates to JavaScript included in ES 2015 can generally be executed in every modern browser. But as we start to look at years after that, like 2016, 17, 18, 19, barely any browsers for these recent years have support for the changes to JavaScript that are included. So, yeah, you can tell I'm heartbroken, but it's their loss. So we're essentially in a conflict here, a little bit. On the one hand, we want to use the latest versions because they make our lives easier as developers. But on the other side, well, we can't actually run the code that we're writing because all the browsers don't happen to support it. So in order to overcome this, we make use of a tool called, and you wondered where I was going with this, Babel. Babel. It's a command line tool that can take any version of JavaScript and it will convert it to a newer version. So this right here is a diagram of what might happen if we don't use a tool like Babel. We might write some ES 2015 code inside of some JavaScript file and then send it down to some browser with no guaranteed ES 2015 support. So if we did that, then our code might completely fail to run on that user's browser, and they probably won't see any content when they visit our webpage. They'll probably just see a totally blank page or something like that. So with Babel, we write our ES 2015 or 2016 or 2017 and so on and so forth code, and then we feed it into this command line tool called Babel, and Babel converts it to ES5 version of JavaScript code that is going to be safely executed on just about any browser in existence. That's the job of Babel. Now, as I said, anytime that we generate a new React project, Babel is included by default. Internally, Babel consists of, guess what? A tremendous number of packages. They're all different. Now, there's definitely other dependencies inside of this project as well, and we'll talk about them over time. But we do need to understand a little bit more about the Create React app. So let's continue in the next section, and we're going to start looking at the contents of the project that we've just generated. All right, I hope you have your seatbelts on because we're going to go for a ride. In this section, we're going to open up our code editor and explore our newly created project. So I'm going to start up my code editor, and I'm going to use Sublime Text. Now, you, of course, can use absolutely any code editor that you want inside of this course. I'm really not watching, so feel free to use Atom or Visual Studio Code or Eclipse or whatever it is that you want. I don't even have to know. Now, I wouldn't say that any editor is better than another for working on React projects. That's why code exists, right? Now, in addition to this course, we're not going to ever depend upon, some editor-specific features, right, in order to get through. So again, just feel free to use absolutely any editor you want. In fact, you can use multi-editors simultaneously. But once I have my editor open, then I'm going to open up my project directory. All right, so here's my newly created first app folder right here. Now inside this folder, you'll notice that we have a couple of different files and folders. These are all automatically generated for us when we, created our project in the beginning. So I want to take a look at some of the different files and folders that are here and get a better idea of what they all do. So let's go over a couple of things quickly. First off, here you'll notice that the src directory, src stands for source. Now, if you open up that folder inside of your code editor, you'll see that there's already a couple of different files inside of here. Now again, these are all automatically generated by the Create React app. Over time, we're going to add a lot more code to the SRC directory. But in general, we're usually going to delete these automatically generated files inside of here. So basically, you can understand how to set up a React project from absolute zero or from scratch. So the next directory is the public directory. The public directory right here is going to contain different static files. So what's an example of a static file? Might be an HTML file that never changes, or an image, or maybe some music or something else that we might want to serve up from our application. We're going to talk about the public directory throughout the course. We're going to learn a lot more about it, but I just want to show you where it is. And the next is the node modules directory. Node modules contains all of the different dependencies that we have installed into our project. So this consists of all dependencies that you just saw at your terminal a moment ago. Every one of these different folders inside of here represents a different dependency. Now, in general, we're never going to have to manually go into the node modules directory. It kind of just exists here, and you don't really have to worry about it too much. Now, the next step is the package.json file. The package.json file right here will list out all of the different dependencies that our project requires. And it also has a little bit of project configuration side of it. Over time, we're going to do several updates to the package.json file. And next we have a similarly named file, the package.lock.json. Now, that's the name that I see. You might see a different name in your text editor, but it's a little different name in my text editor, as you can see right here, yarn.lock. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry, nothing to see here. Okay, I'll tell you, to be honest, because I had installed the Yarn Package Manager, which is an alternative to NPM on my computer, and that's why we're seeing different file names. Now, I'm going to recommend to you to use it on your own project because it is going to be faster than NPM, but right now, we don't need to use that package. We're just going to use NPM, okay? Now, this file records the exact version of all dependencies that we installed into our project. So if you scroll down, you'll see that there are a tremendous number of records that we've already installed into our project. And then we come to the README file. So the README file has some directions in it, tells you how to run this Create React app project. So if you want to, you could definitely take a look at it, see what's inside of here. But in general, I'm going to tell you everything that you need to know. Now, there is one last file inside of here. It is the gitignore file. Now, the gitignore file is a reference to the Git version control system. And essentially, it lists out all the different files and folders that Git should ignore. So it's going to be tracking our project and maintaining a record of all the different changes that we're making to our code base. So hey, that's all. That's what we get by default when we generate a project with the Create React app. So when we come back in the next section, we're going to finally start writing out some code inside of our SRC directory. And we're going to be getting a better idea of how JSX works. All right, see you in the next lecture. So in this section, we're going to start up our new project and start to play around with the code inside of it. In order to start this project up, I'm going to change into my first app folder, and then I'm going to run the command npm start. So before I run this command, I want you to know that it is extremely common to see error messages when you run this command or when you try to visit your application in the browser. Just wanted to let you know. And so in this video, if anything goes wrong, please watch the whole video because at the end of the video, I'm going to walk you through 2 very common problems and how to solve them. All right, so let's run this command. Now, when I run it, you're going to see a little bit of output scroll, and then you're going to be automatically kicked over into your browser where a new tab is going to open, and visit localhost 3000, and you'll see the defaults React application appear on the screen. And it's probably going to look something like this. Now, I just want to quickly mention here that I do want to tell you something that you're probably going to want to know. We now have our React application being run inside of our terminal. So as long as it's running in the terminal, we can then visit localhost 3000, and that's the address that we're at. Okay, so that is where our application is available to us. If you ever need to stop the React application running in your terminal, you can open up your terminal, find the tab inside of terminal that's running the React process, and press Control-C. So in fact, let's try that out now so that I can go back over into my terminal, and I'll see where my React application is running, and then I'll hit Control-C to stop it. Just like so. So if I ever need to start it up again in the future, I'll just run npm start in my project directory. I can't run npm start from just anywhere. I have to make sure that I'm inside of my project directory. And now see here, I am still inside my project directory. And I run npm start, and once again, my app will start up, and I'll get directed to localhost 3000. All right, so that looks pretty good. All right, now really quickly here, I want to mention that there might be two possible errors that you're going to run into. So first off, you might see a message that says something like port is in use when you try to run npm start. And if you want to see what that looks like, you could open up a second tab inside of your terminal, make sure that you're still inside of your project directory, and then run npm start. So we're now essentially trying to start up two copies of our React application. And the second copy is going to show me a message like this right here. And so it's telling me, hey, there's something already running on port 3000. So if you see this message, you can either stop the other server, or you can say, yeah, go ahead and run my React application on another port. So I'll just put in yes. And then it will start up on port 3001 instead. So if you already have something running on port 3000 on your computer, just be aware that you might have to use a different port. All right, so now the second problem that you might run into will be that localhost 3000 is not working. So you might get a new tab to open up like so, and it will try to go to a localhost 3000, but it won't. It actually might not show anything on the screen. So if that's the case, then a very easy workaround would be just go back over to your terminal. So find this message right here where it says on your network, and then you can visit that address instead of the localhost 3000. So I'm going to copy that other address right here, and then I can visit it inside of my browser just as easily, and I can still see my React application. All right, so that's how we start up our app, and that's how we start it. And that's how we restart it again in the future. So remember these commands right here, because we're going to be starting and stopping different React apps many times throughout this course, as frequently as you blink. So blink now. All right, I'm going to see you in the next video. I look forward to it. Hey, so in this section, we're going to start making a couple of changes to our project. So I'm inside of my code editor, and I'm going to open up my SRC directory. Remember, our goal right now is to get a better idea of how JSX works. So I want to delete all the code inside of this SRC directory, and we're going to create new files, which we're going to experiment with in just a little bit. And that way we will get a better idea of how JSX works. So I'm going to highlight everything inside of the SRC folder, and just for the SRC folder, and I'm going to delete all of it. Okay, so now the SRC directory is empty, and I'm going to create a new file inside of here called index.js. Now, the name of this file is indeed very special. So just make sure that you name your file index.js as well. I'll tell you a little bit later on why this file is so special, so dear to my heart. Now, when I create this new file, I can flip back over to my browser where I have my React application running at localhost 3000. So if I refresh the page, you'll notice it's now completely white. Nothing at all shows up. So right now, we want to figure out how to use React to get some content to appear on this screen. Once we figure out how to get some content to appear on the screen using React, we'll then be able to start to play around with JSX a little bit and get a better idea of all the rules around it. You need to know the rules to break them, or you need to break the rules to learn them. Well, let's move on. So it's a 3-step process, basically, and we're going to follow 1, 2, 3. So to get some content to show up on the screen, this is what you do. We'll begin right now with step number 1. I want to import the React and React DOM libraries. And in order to do so, I'm going to write out import React from React, and then import React DOM from React-DOM. Okay. So now I want to talk to you a little bit about exactly what import statements are and why we have to use them at all. But before I do, I want you to take special note and make sure that you put the capital DOM in your import statement, just like I have it here, okay? So, what's with the import statement, huh? Well, I'd like to take you back a little bit. We are reminded that back on over on the other project that we worked on in CodePen, we didn't have to write an import statement. We just added the React and React DOM to our project, and that was pretty much it. Well, now we are using it with the Create React app. And we're using a bundler system called Webpack. We're going to talk about what Webpack is and why we're using it, but for right now, all we need to understand is that every file that we create inside of our project is essentially its own tiny little universe. Any code that we write inside this file is not going to be automatically shared or made available to other files and vice versa. So in other words, if we want to gain access to any libraries or any other code that we write inside of our project, we have to write an import statement like the one that you see right here. All right. So now, a quick diagram. So first we will place the import keyword, and it tells JavaScript that we want to reach out to either a dependency or another file inside of our project. So the import statements like this can be used to import either dependencies or packages that we install to our project, such as React and React DOM. Now the second word is going to the name of a variable that we want to take all the code from that dependency or file and assign to. Now, I know I kind of said that awkwardly, but essentially what's going on here is that we're going to reach out to the React dependency. Yeah? So we're going to take all the code inside that dependency and then assign it to this React variable. Now, one thing to be aware of is that the name of this variable right here does not have to be exactly React. We could very easily rename it to something like my React or anything else, really, if we wanted to. But in general, we will follow the naming convention where we name our variable along with the name of the library itself. That way, nobody gets confused. So the library name is React. We assign it to a variable called React. If the name of the variable of the library is React DOM, we can assign it to a variable called React DOM, and so on. Naming convention, clarity, yeah. So the next step is the from keyword, and we want to pull code from a file or a dependency. And then finally, we will list either the dependency that we want to import from or a path to the file that we want to import in case we are importing a file that we've created ourselves. So now, if we list out a dependency right here, what's going to happen is JavaScript is going to say, oh, okay, I see that you want React. It's then going to look inside the node modules directory and is going to try to find a folder inside of here called React. So if you scroll down inside of that node modules folder, you're going to see that we have a folder called React right here. So when we say import React from React, that means go and find the React folder inside the node modules directory and get all the code from inside of there. And then the same thing with the React DOM as well. Now you'll see that the React DOM folder is right there. So if we wanted to, we could technically import any of the different folders that you see inside of our node modules directory. We could also install more modules into the node modules directory and import those as well. But before you do that, obviously, we're only going to import the dependencies that we actually want to use and really care about for this particular project. Okay? Okay. So next step is we're going to focus on creating a React component. But before we do that, I do want to very quickly let you know about what exactly a React component is. All right, to the diagram. React component. So it's a function or a class component. Back on CodePen with that quick example we did a while ago, you saw an example of a class-based component, and we can also create them as a function. The purpose of a component is that either a function or a class is to produce HTML that we're going to show to the user. Now, its secondary purpose is to handle feedback from the user. For example, anytime that the user clicks or types or drags or any type of event like that. So in order to produce content or HTML to show the user, we're going to write out some amount of JSX. So remember, JSX, that stuff's going to look like HTML. Now, in order to handle feedback from the user, you remember back when we used CodePen, we used those things called event handlers in order to handle feedback from the user? Of course you do. We're going to talk about this step a little bit later on, but right now our focus is just on showing content to the user and using a small amount of JSX. So let's now flip back over to our index.js file, and we're going to create a new functional component. So I'm going to say const app is equal to a function. And inside of here, I'm going to return a div that has the text hi there, like so. Yeah, and that's it. That's a function-based component right there. So now this is a component that is using a function with the function keyword. So very frequently, you will see this rewritten using an ES 2015 arrow function. It would look like that rather than putting the function keyword that we put in the arrow, which is the equals and then the greater sign on the other side of the parenthesis. Then inside of the functional component, we return a little bit of JSX right here. Cool. So now that we've got a function-based component put together, we're going to take that component and we're going to show it on the screen in our browser. Now to do that, I'm going to add a little bit more code down here at the bottom. So I'm going to say React DOM. Now, let me remind you that DOM is capital D-O-M dot render. And then I'm going to open up a function call and I'm going to expand it just like this. So just give myself a little bit more space to type. Now for the first argument, I'm going to take that app component that we just created and I'm going to put it into JSX tags. So essentially it looks like HTML tags. And I'll put an app like so and then put a comma. And the second argument is going to be a reference to a DOM element that already exists inside of our HTML file. Now, we might just pause right there and say, what HTML file? Well, we haven't really spoken about it just yet, but you will notice that inside that public directory, we have an index.html file. Anytime that someone goes to localhost 3000, they get sent this HTML file right here. So inside this HTML file, you can scroll down to the body, and inside the body, you'll see that there is a div with an ID of root. So by convention, in a create React generated application, we're going to take our component and render it or display it inside of this div with the ID of root right here. So we need to essentially get a reference to this div with the ID root, and then we're going to pass it as the second argument to the React DOM.render, call back over here inside of our index.js file. Follow? So to do that, I'm going to write out document.query selector, and I'll pass a string with #root, like so. Ha! So that call right there is going to get a reference to that div with an ID of root, right? So this is a built-in native function that is available in all browsers. So we don't have to import anything or do anything like that in order to use it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's the 3 steps that we have to go through to get some content to appear in our browser. So let's go ahead and save this file. All right, so now that I've saved this file, I should be able to flip back over to my browser at localhost 3000, and I'll see the content being produced from our function-based component appear on the screen. I'm not nervous. I'm just short of breath. Okay, it simply says, hi there. Ah, bliss. Am I right? Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's how we get some content to appear on the screen. We import React and React DOM. We create a React component, and then we take that component and show it on the screen using the React DOM library. Boom. Okay. So why don't we take a break right now, and in the next section, we're going to learn a lot more about JSX and how we interact with it. So in the last section, we finally got some content to appear on the screen of our browser. Ah, but that's just not good enough, is it? No way. So stay tuned, because now that we've got a working application put together, we're going to start to focus on the JSX that we had written into our app component in the index.js file. First, I just want to explain what exactly JSX is. You've had a little bit of an introduction, but I want you to know that when you look at this stuff, as I've said many times, it looks like HTML, but in reality, it's not. So I want to give you a quick reminder about something that we spoke about just a little bit ago. So remember that I told you that when we write ES 2015 code, which you and I like to do as developers, we do not send it directly into a user's browser because their browser might not have ES 2015 or 2016 or 2017 fully supported. So in order to get around that, we made use of the dependency called Babel. Now, we made use of Babel to take that ES 2015, 2016, or whatever code and convert it down to a normal ES5 JavaScript. All right, we got that out the way. Now, before JSX actually gets sent down to a user's browser, it gets converted into normal-looking JavaScript code. And you might be immediately curious as to how do we take something that looks like this right here and turn it into an equivalent normal JavaScript? Well, my friends, be curious no more, because that's why we use this little brilliant tool called Babel. I'm going to open up a new browser tab, and I'm going to navigate to the Babel homepage, which is at babeljs.io, right on here. And I'm going to find the Try It Out button right here at the very top. So now on this interface, we can write a certain amount of code here on the left-hand side. Now, this can be ES 2015, 2016 code that contains JSX as well. And then Babel will automatically convert that code into normal ES5 JavaScript and show it on the right-hand side. So really quickly, I want you to have a look at the left-hand panel over here and find the preset section. And just make sure that the React checkbox is checked. All right, so then once we're sure that it's checked, I'm going to go back over to my index.js file, and I'm going to copy the entire app component that we just put together, and I'm going to paste it back over here on the left-hand side. All right, so as you can see, that div right there and that kind of JSX-looking thing actually gets turned into a JavaScript function call. Excellent. It's a call to react.createElement. So the first argument is a string that indicates the type of element that we want to create. And then the third element is the text that we want to show inside of that div. So every time that you see the JSX we're writing gets turned into this big function call right here. So you might be curious. If this JSX gets turned into a function call, why don't we just write it out and write out a lot of function calls? Well, I think the answer is really simple. Let's picture, if you will, that we have a little bit more of a complicated component than what you might see right here. So let's say, for example, maybe we have a div that contains a UL element inside of it, and then the UL elements contain a couple of LI. So I'm going to put a couple of LI, and maybe those LI have text of their own, like hi. Now, when we take a look at this thing in its JSX form, it's pretty easy to tell what's going on if we're familiar with how HTML works. Now, you can take a glance at this over here and understand that this app component is going to create a div that has a UL and 3 LI. Now, also, you can very quickly see what text those LIs are going to contain. However, if you look at the converted results over here on the right-hand side, it's a lot harder to understand the exact structure and content of what this component is. So the entire purpose of JSX is to just be able to allow us to write out these different function calls that normally occur behind the scenes for us in a much easier to understand, much easier to read, and that way we'll get a better sense of what's going on. Now, when you make use of React, it's not required to use JSX, but it's not just me. I'd say that most everybody highly recommends it. Because if you try to write out all these different function calls, you're going to very quickly write out some code that's very challenging and difficult to maintain. Okay, I'm glad I got that off my chest. Thanks for listening. So let's take a pause here, and I want to see you in that next section. All right, so here we go again. Now, in the last section, we started learning a little bit more about JSX. We learned that it's technically JavaScript. It's not HTML that we're writing. And we also learned that browsers don't know how to understand the JSX code. So we use tools like Babel to take our JSX, and then that converts it into normal JavaScript. So in this section, I'm going to go through a nifty little exercise that's going to give us a better idea of how HTML and JSX are slightly different. So we're going to put together a tiny little snippet of HTML using CodePen. And we are going to write out normal HTML, and then we're going to pull it into our React project and convert it into JSX. So what this is going to do is give us a really clear idea of some of the differences between the two. Are you ready for this? Right, so first, I'm going to open up CodePen by opening a new browser tab and going to the codepen.io. All right. If you're there, once we're here, we're going to find that Create section at the top left-hand side and create a new pen. So we're only going to be doing HTML here. So I'm going to minimize the other tabs, and we'll put together just a couple of different elements. So I'm going to put a div in here. So inside of this div, I'm going to first begin with a label, and I'll give it a title of, I don't know, enter email. How's that? Now, after that, I'll put in an input, and then finally a button. All right, so for the button, I'll say submit. Okay, so just very simple, straightforward HTML, you might say. But now, I want to go through here and add on a couple of attributes. So on the label, I'm going to say that this is a label for input with an ID of name, and then I'll immediately add an ID of the name to the input. And then let's give a class name to the label. Now, we're not going to actually do any styling right now, but I just want to show you how the CSS class is changing when we use JSX. So then on the input, I'm going to say type text. And then finally, I'm going to put a little bit of a, I don't know, custom styling on the button. So I'll say style is going to be background color of red. All right, so now that turned the button red. And let's give the text a color of white as well. All right, so that's it. Pretty simple HTML snippet. And I hope that everything that we put in here is pretty easy to understand. So now let's copy this HTML, and we're going to go back over to our friend, the code editor, and we're going to paste it into our app component, and then we'll see how this HTML displays inside of our React application. Okay? So back over here, I'm going to find the div that we currently have, and I'm going to delete it. And I still have the return keyword. However, don't forget that return keyword. And I'm going to paste in the HTML that we just wrote out and save it. And I'm going to see how this appears in the browser. All right, so you can see that we immediately get an error message here. Ha-ha! Okay, what happened? The question of the day is, why did we see an error message when we just took some HTML and tried to use it inside of our React component? So what we're going to do is start to learn some of the differences between JSX and just regular old HTML while we are responding to the reason that this error message occurred. See, you're starting to see the method of my madness. Now, I got a quick little list right here. In general, all of the existing knowledge that you have around HTML is going to apply directly over to JSX. But there are some differences, okay? They might be subtle at first, but you're going to realize how big they really are. Now, the first difference that I want you to be aware of is how we add custom styling to an individual element, as we are attempting to on the button element right here. So that's the first thing that's different between JSX and HTML. Now, let's take a look at another diagram. And that's going to help you understand how we can take the HTML version and then convert it over to JSX. Okay, so in this example, we've got a div with an inline style of background color red. In order to apply that to JSX elements, we're going to change the syntax just a little bit. So we're still going to say style equals, but after that, we're going to place two curly braces in a row. The outer curly brace right there indicates that we want to reference a JavaScript variable inside of our JSX. And the second curly brace right there is meant to a JavaScript object. So in other words, when we do styling with JSX, rather than provide a simple string like so, we're going to instead provide a JavaScript object where all the keys of the object reference a different property that we want to style, and the values indicate a value for that particular styling. Yeah? Now, the other thing that you need to be aware of is that if we're trying to apply a style property name like background-color, we're going to remove that dash and then capitalize the next letter. Then we need to make sure that our values are wrapped with a single quote. Okay, so let's do it. First, remove the double quotes and replace it with curly braces. And then remove that dash and make sure that's a capital C. Alrighty then. All we need to do now is make sure that these values are wrapped in a string. So I can wrap it with a single quote like so. Then we just remove the semicolons, and don't forget to add a comma right here. Now, you may have noticed that for these values right here of red and white, I used single quotes, whereas for all the JSX, I used double quotes instead. So this is a little bit of a community convention. First off, when we use JSX, we're supposed to use double quotes anytime that we want to indicate a string. So in all these locations here, like label, name, text, we're supposed to use double quotes, but then for any non-JSX property, by convention in the JavaScript community, we make use of single quotes. But there are tons of people that prefer to use double quotes everywhere instead. For you, you can do it either way. It's totally up to you. Fun little fact. So in general, the conversion here is pretty straightforward. Just remove the double quotes, replace them with curly braces, and then if you ever have the kind of compound property name, remove the dash, and make sure you do a capitalization. So then after you make a change, you can just save this file, and then flip back over to your React application, and you will see, that the error message goes away. All right, that's it. Next, we're going to talk about adding a CSS class to an element. So whenever we want to assign a class to JSX, we're going to use a slightly different syntax from HTML. So let's go back over to the inside of our index.js file, and our label has a class of label right here. Now, technically, we're not supposed to use the keyword class inside of a JSX element. Instead, we use class names like so. Okay. Now, of course, you may be wondering, why do we have to do that? Or not. I'm going to show you anyway. Because I want you to remember that when we were working with CodePen just a little while ago, we had created an ES 2015 class. And I'm going to show you a quick example of that right here. We had written something like class app extends react.component. So the keyword in there was class. That was a JavaScript keyword. Now, the reason that we have to use the class name instead of class in JSX is essentially just to avoid collisions with this keyword class. That's it. Now, you go to the head of the class. So in other words, we just don't want JavaScript to get all confused and think that we're trying to define a new JavaScript class with this, right? It's all for clarity, right? So that's all. It's going to be time to move on to the next section, and we're going to talk more about JSX. So here we are. We're in the next section. And this section, we're going to just talk about one last difference between JSX and HTML. So this last little thing is what I would consider a very, well, perhaps the most important feature. So last but not least, as they say. So this is what we need to understand about JSX, because we're going to be working with this feature quite a bit throughout this course. So JSX can very easily reference JavaScript variables. You know that. Essentially, that means that we can take a JavaScript variable and easily print it up inside of our JSX block. So let's flip back over to our code editor and get a quick example of what this would look like. So inside of the app component, I'm going to create a new variable. And I'm going to create, let's say, const button text. And I'll give it the text of click me. And just like that. So now, if we want, we could refer to this text variable inside of our button in place of just putting the plain text of submit. Now to do that, I would just delete that text, submit, and I'll put in a set of curly braces just like this. Now the curly braces are not indicating a JavaScript object. So instead, the curly braces are indicating that I want to reference a JavaScript variable right here. So then I'll type out the name of the variable that I want to insert into this button, and then save this file, flip back over to the application at localhost 3000, and I'll see that. Now the button says, click me. So with this curly brace, we can very easily reference different JavaScript variables inside of our JSX. So we're not only limited to making very simple statements like this, obviously, when we define a single variable at a time and then reference it inside. We may define something like function get button text, and then anytime someone calls this function, maybe I will return hi there. Then inside of my button tag right here, rather than referring to text, I can delete that and call the function that we just created. So I'll say get button text like so. Now make sure you get the parentheses on here so that you can actually invoke the function. Excellent. So the other thing that I want to do is clean up that variable that we're no longer using. So let's save this and see how it goes. And it's the button, and it says, hi there. So now there's only a couple of limitations around what type of variable we can reference inside of these JSX blocks using these curly braces. Give you a couple of quick examples. So I want to tell you a little bit more about what different types of variables we can reference inside of JSX, specifically when we're trying to put something in here that's going to display on our screen as text or some other value. So first, let me begin by deleting that function that we just put together. And then I'm going to go inside of the app component. So I'll say const button text is hello world, like so. And then inside of our curly braces right here, I'll again replace it with button text. Okay, so now we don't have a function, and we do not need a set of parentheses. So it's just button text like so. All right, so very quickly, let's just save this file, and I just want to make sure that everything is still working. Okay, yeah, that looks good. If we want to, we can reference other types of variables rather than a string here. For example, I could instead replace this with a number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flip back over, and we can see that the number is printed up here. And I could also replace this with an array of strings or numbers. I could do something like hello world, 2 strings inside of an array. So then if I save that and flip back over, you can see the 2 strings got pushed together and are essentially concatenated inside that button. And now if I want to, I could also replace it with a set of numbers like 5 and 12. I can then save this again, and I'll see 5 and 12. So we clearly have a pretty good amount of flexibility here, yeah? But there is one particular example of something that I do want to show you now that you know this, because I can almost guarantee that you're going to run into this bug at some point in time. So I'm going to replace the button text right here with a JavaScript object instead. This is just a plain object. And I'm going to give it a property of text, and I'll say submit. And I'm now going to save the file again. When I flip back over, we're going to see an error message. So now I want you to really have a look at this error message and have it imprinted in your memory, because I guarantee you're going to see this at some point in your React career. So the message says objects are not valid as a React child, which means that we're trying to show an object, like a JavaScript object, inside of a React component as text, and React does not know how to deal with that. Okay, so obviously we're not allowed to take a JavaScript object and reference it inside of JSX, specifically where we would normally show text. We could very easily fix this by putting on a button text.text. So now that's going to refer to the text property of this object. And we can save this, and we'll see that it's working. Now, the reason that I put a lot of emphasis on that last part, saying that we can't show an object as text, is because technically we can't show a JavaScript object as an attribute on an element like this right here. Yeah? Good. So now that we understand the purpose of this curly braces syntax, we can get a good look at the style property and get a better idea of what's going on. So what we're doing here is we want to reference a JavaScript variable for this style property, and the value that we're going to pass to it is this JavaScript object. So if we wanted to, we could technically cut that thing out, create a new variable up in here called style, and assign the style object to it, and then reference that style down here, like so. And it would have the exact same effect. So clearly, we can use JavaScript objects as long as we're not trying to print them up as text or something like that inside of our application. All right, so you got me? That's pretty much it. So I'm going to undo this last little change and just leave it like that. Okay, so now if you look at this diagram over here, I just showed the three important things for you to understand about the differences between HTML and JSX. But actually, it's kind of challenging for anyone to sit down and list out all of the exact differences between JSX and HTML. So I want to teach you something. I want to teach you a little trick about how you can figure out some of those differences between these two on your own without having to consult a chart or anything else. It's great detective work. I'll show you. So when I flip back over to our React application inside the browser, it looks like everything's running just fine. And we can see our content appear on the screen. However, what are we going to see when we open up the browser console? You can do it by right-clicking anywhere and then clicking on Inspect. So you'll see a window like this appear, either on the bottom of the screen or the right-hand side. And at the top of this panel, find the console button. When you click on that, you're going to see a big red warning like the one that I see right here. Do you see it? So this is a warning coming from the React library, and it says invalid DOM property 4. Well, didn't you mean HTML 4? Like I said, at the end of the day, there's a whole bunch of other little differences between JSX and HTML. Many of these differences are not going to crash your application. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for you to detect when you've done something slightly wrong. So in order to detect when you've made a typo or referred to an invalid property, you should traditionally just leave your console open or at least reference it every now and again. And then React is going to look at every single different property that you're trying to pass to elements inside of your JSX blocks. And then that way, if it ever sees that you're trying to pass an invalid property, it's going to show you a warning message like the one that you see right here. So this warning message is essentially telling us that our label right here has an attribute name of 4, and React doesn't want to deal with that. It actually wants us to replace it with the HTML 4, the capital F, like so. So why is that? Well, it's a very similar reason to the class name, the one that we used earlier. For some different browsers or some different tooling, it's going to incorrectly see this. 4, the word right here, is incorrectly interpreted as a traditional JavaScript for loop, like so. So, as I said earlier, it's not really an issue. As you just saw a moment ago, our application works in the browser just fine without error. But nonetheless, the requirement is still encoded in the React library. So we have to replace it with HTML4. Now, if I do that and save this, flip back over, and I'll see that the warning message just went away. All right? So anytime that you see a warning message from React like that, something that says, did you mean to do this? Well, usually it's going to mean that you accidentally put together an invalid property name somewhere inside of your JSX. So I want to take a break here, and we'll continue in the next video. I promise you, it's going to be terrific. All right, my friends, here we are. And I think that now that you understand the basics of JSX pretty well, I want to expand your knowledge. So in this video, we're going to start to move on to our next topic. So let's talk about what we're going to be learning in this video and pretty much in the next couple or three. All right. So 3 big important concepts for us to understand: component nesting, reusability, and configuration. These are all tenets of the React applications. So let's talk about each one of these in turn, and we'll go through a couple of quick code examples. So first off, component nesting. So far, all the code that we have written, we've only been creating one component at a time. But for a real React application, we usually make many different components. So when we make many different components, we're going to nest them, or essentially place them inside of each other to make an actual usable React application. So we're just going to very quickly start to look at a couple of examples of how we nest different components inside of each other. And the next thing we're going to start to talk about is component reusability. I want you to think about a typical web application that you might use every day. Chances are you use a web application that has some buttons or text fields or menus inside of it. And I got a quick question for you. No, this is not a quiz, but just think about it. Do any of those buttons ever really look different from each other? Chances are they don't. Just about every button inside of a single React application is going to have some similarities or identical functionality. It's going to show some text and then do something when the user clicks on it. So rather than making a separate component or essentially write out some different code for every single button or every single menu or every single text input that you might put into an application, we instead can make use of reusable components, or little pieces of code that can be reused several different times inside of a single application. And then we'll take a look at a couple of examples on how we might achieve reusability. And then finally, very tightly coupled with usability, component configuration. So I just gave you the example of a button, right? Now, most buttons will look very similar, but there's tiny little pieces about every single button that need to be customized in some very specific way. For example, one button might need to have the background color red, and another button might need to have the background color blue, and both of those buttons might need to do different things. So we need to make sure that when we create different components, we have the ability to somehow customize them when they are created. Okay, so these are the 3 big topics that we're going to start in, each with their specific video. So take a pause right here if you need to, and in the next section, we're going to talk more about these 3 things. All right, so if it wasn't that long ago, in the last section, we talked a little bit about components. Now, we're going to actually write some code to understand what's going on. So in this section, we're going to start to talk about a little application we're going to put together to get a better idea of what all these different terms mean. So I want to quickly show you the mock-up, and then we're going to generate a new project to build this thing. Okay, so here's our mock-up, and it's really rather simple and straightforward. We're going to essentially make a couple of React components that are going to generate what looks like a list of comments. So we're going to display an image and user's name in bold and time at which the comment was posted. And then finally, the actual comment text underneath of it. Now, until you look at this a lot closer, you'll just notice that almost every little one of these comments look very similar to each other. Maybe the only difference between them is that they tend to have a little bit of different text, maybe different usernames, different times, different content for each comment as well. But the styling looks almost identical. So now, rather than just building a bunch of different components to build this thing out, we will just try to make one single component. And in that single component, we're going to put all of the JSX that is going to make this a list of comments that looks like this. Then after we see some of the negatives around that approach, I want to start to refactor into separate components. Okay, so we'll generate a new project to begin with, and we'll start writing some code for this in the next video. So right now, let's start making up a new project, and I'm going to want to flip back to my terminal where we still have our first app project running. Do you? Excellent. Now I'm going to shut that thing down by just hitting Control-C, and then I'm going to go up one directory, and now I'm back in my workspace directory, and then I can go to generate a new React application. So I'm going to run create React app, and let's give it a name, call it blog posts, like so. Okay. So it's installing dependencies. So I'm just going to let that finish, and we'll start back with the next video. All right, so once all those installations are finished, in that last section that we started, we generated a new project, and I'm going to change into that new project directory. So then I want to start up the React server with npm start. All right, so now we've got a fresh React application up and running. So now I'm going to want to make sure that they open up my code editor in that new project directory. So I'm going to find that blog post folder we just put together, and I'm going to open that thing up like so. And then finally, inside my src directory, I'm going to find all the automatically generated files inside of here, and I'm going to delete them all. Haha. All right. So remember the first take that we're going to do on this project. We're going to put together a single component, and then we're going to write out all of the JSX that we need to make these 3 different comments all in one file. And inside of my src directory, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. And then at the top of this file, we will put in a little bit of familiar code. So I'll say import React from React, and I will do the import React DOM from React-DOM. Then I can make a new app component, and inside there, I'll return a simple div that says hello world. And now I can go to the bottom of the file, and I'll do React DOM.render, and I will render an instance of my app component. So now I want to render it into document.querySelector, and I'm going to find that div with an ID of root. All right. So now I'm going to save this file, and then we should be able to flip back over to our browser and see that text hello world appear on the screen. Okay, so it looks just dandy. So now we're going to need to start replacing this div that we have here with the list of comments instead. Now, to be wholly honest with you, this is not a course about basic styling and CSS. So please, just remember, I'm doing it simple. We're going to talk about how to integrate CSS in different forms into a React project, but we're not going to spend a tremendous amount of time writing out CSS from scratch. So what does that mean? When I look at this list of blog comments right here, there's going to be a fair amount of CSS styling that we're going to have to do. So rather than writing out all of these CSS from scratch, we're just going to use a very handy CSS library to essentially take care of all that styling for us. So let's talk about the styling that we're going to use. First, we're going to navigate semantic-ui.com. Okay. I'm going to open up a new browser tab and navigate to semantic-ui.com. Semantic UI is an open source styling or CSS framework. And you can click on this menu button on the top left side and then scroll through all of these different elements that are provided here for you. You can click on any of them and take a look at some of the default styling that you can get if you make use of this semantic UI library. So it's just a CSS file that's going to give us a little bit of default styling. Now, if we make use of semantic UI, we can essentially get all of the styling that we need for free without having to waste a lot of time on it. Now, if you want to exercise your design skills, that's something different. So with that in mind, let's just install semantic UI. Okay, so now we could install the semantic UI following the Getting Started documentation here, and it tells us how to put all of this stuff together from scratch using build tools, but there's definitely a much easier way to install this. So for that, my friends, we're going to navigate to Semantic UI CDN. So if you open up a new browser tab, you can search for Semantic UI CDN. And then the first link that you'll see right here will probably be something like cdnjs.com. All right, you see it? So if you follow and you click on that, it will just take us to a page that lists all of the different versions of that semantic UI library. See, so that's nice and easy to use. That way we don't have to do any additional build steps or anything like that. Now you'll also notice here that there's many different versions of this library. So we're going to look for something called semantic.min.css. And you can probably just scroll down and look for it on the list. Now, if you can't find it in the list, you can always hit Command F, do a quick search. There it is, semantic.min.css, just like that. So now we're going to copy that link right here. Now, this is a link to a publicly hosted version of the semantic UI at CSS file, so we can very easily use that inside of our project. So I'm just going to quickly copy it over here for the min.css file, and then I'll just paste it inside of the HTML file that is currently used for our project, which is inside of that public directory. So inside of public, I'll find index.html, and then we're going to add this CSS file into our head tag as it would just any other CSS file. So after the meta tag right here, I'll put a link and rel equals style sheet, and then href equals, and then I'll paste in the link that I just copied from that CDN page. And make sure that on the right-hand side, I'll close off that tag like so. All right, so now I'm just going to save this file. And then if I go back over to my browser and find localhost 3000, we should see that the page has automatically refreshed, and you'll know that semantic UI has been loaded up properly. And look at that. The text font right here has changed slightly. So that way, I know that semantic is installed correctly. Now, another way, of course, that you can make sure that it got installed would be to right-click anywhere on the page, open up your Chrome Inspect menu, and then go to the Network tab. You can then click on this CSS option right here and refresh the page, and you'll see that semantic min.css got loaded up successfully. All right, so now we've got this styling library for free. Stay tuned for the next video. So now that we've got our CSS library linked up, we're going to start to write a little bit of JSX into our app component inside the index.js file. Now we're just going to write out a little bit of JSX inside of here. And probably we're going to copy paste 2 times to get that list of 3 different comments that we eventually want to end up with. So, okay, let's start. So first, let's begin by removing that text here. All right, so now inside of here, beginning with the div that has a class name of UI comment. And then next we can do a div with a class name of comment. All right, so this div is going to represent one single comment by itself. And then inside there, I'm going to put a anchor tag with an href of /. So this is a link that takes us nowhere because we don't have any navigation going on just yet, but hold on. So after that, I'll just give it a class name of an avatar. And now inside of that anchor tag, I'm going to place an image. And what I'll do is I'll give it an alt text just in case our image does not load up properly. And I'll say profile picture. Now, of course, we don't have any images to load up just yet, but stay tuned. So right now I'm not going to put on any SRC properties. I'll just close off the image tag and we'll put an image in there in a minute or so. Anyway, all right, so moving on. Under the anchor tag, I'm going to put a div with a class name of content. And I'm going to do another anchor tag with the href / and a class name of author. And then I'll give it a name, let's say Sarah. All right, so this is going to be the author's name. So after that's complete, under the anchor tag, I'll put a div. And I want to do a class name of metadata, and I'll close it off. Now inside of it, I will put a span with the class name of date and close it. And then inside of there, I'll put the time. So I'll say that this comment was posted today at 5 p.m., we'll say. So then lastly, I will do the div with the class name of text, and then this is going to be the comment part. So I'll say, it's amazing. And then I'm going to save this and go back over to my browser and let's check it. All right, well, that's it. So if you see any error messages appear right here, that means you probably made a typo somewhere as we were putting together the JSX. So just do a quick double check with mine, and I'm sure that you'll find the error somewhere. It's just going to be a typo. So we've got our first comment put together, but we have an image to put inside of our JSX. So take a break for now, and then you can move on to the next section. What? Yep, you're back so soon. Fantastic. So if you remember in the last section, we put together our first little comment, but we still don't have a profile image on here. So what do? Let's insert some images into our React project. So first, you should choose some images that are already available inside your computer, or you might want to search and download them from the internet, but whatever. As you can see, I have installed 3 images inside of my computer. I'm just going to use those. You can use whatever you want. So that means we're going to open up our project folder, which is right here, and we named it blog post. Now you may have installed your project folder somewhere else on your computer. You just have to find it on your computer, and I'm not going to wait for you. So inside of here, this is where we're going to open up this SRC folder. So right now we're going to create our image folder and open it up. Then we're going to copy our images into that we want to use inside of our project, and we can just paste it in. So now we can flip back over to our code editor, and if you see right here, we have our images inside the image folder just as we installed it. So now that that's set up, we have to link up these images with our image tag. Now remember, anytime that we want to use some code from another file or another open source project or dependency, we have to add an import statement. So I'm going to say import, and then the name of the picture, profile1, and that's the one I want to use inside of my image tag. Actually, you can really call it whatever you want as long as you're going to reference the same name inside of your image source. Then I'm just going to import it from the file that we put our images into, and we're going to go to the current directory, which is now SRC directory, with the /, and inside of the SRC directory, we're going to go to the image folder and get the pic1 inside of it. So I'm going to add that on as a source in image tag. So in other words, we're not going to put in a set of double quotes like so. Instead, we're going to use that JSX interpolation where we're going to refer to some JavaScript variable. Then, inside of here, we're going to reference the image that we imported right here. So now I'm just going to flip back over to my application in the browser, and I'll see the automatic refresh, and there's the image right there appearing in front of your very eyes. So that looks good to me. We're going to pause right here and move on to the next section. If it didn't go too smoothly for you, you can go back and review everything. Until then, I'll see you in the next one. All right, so in that last section, we got our image in place. Now we're going to take the comment that we generated right here and copy and paste it down 2 times to put 2 more comments in. Now, as you might imagine, this is going to turn our app component into a little bit of a mess of JSX, and it's going to look a little bit challenging to understand at first glance. But after this process, you're going to quickly understand why we like to make reusable components. Now, to duplicate this comment, I'm just going to find the div with the class name component right here, and I'm going to highlight everything down to the closing div tag for that comment. Now I'm just going to copy this thing and paste it underneath 2 times. All right. So now I can just save it and flip back over to the browser, and we're going to see that we have 3 comments. Of course, if we want to, we could go through and change the name and the time and the actual blog content on there as well, but we're going to have to do this in just a moment anyway. So what if I told you to go and find the second comment and edit the title? Well, you're going to have to scroll through this thing and try to understand what you're looking at. By just duplicating all that JSX inside of a single component, we end up with a little bit of a mess, and it tends to be rather challenging for us to, well, make any updates to the app component. So let's take another break right here, and when we come back in the next section, we're going to talk about how we're going to refactor this thing so it's clear, understandable, and great for you to code. All right, so as we mentioned, this app component looks a little messy. So in this video, we're going to do every single step to create a reusable component. All right, so here are the steps to make a reusable component. The first thing we're going to do is identify the JSX that already exists inside of our app that is all ready to be duplicated. So now if we go back over into our code editor over here, we know that this div with the class name of comment all the way down to the closing part of that tag right here is the duplicated part that we copied 2 times, right? So next thing we're going to do is provide a name for the component that we're going to generate. So we're going to eventually take that duplicated JSX and put it into a new component. And now one of the most important things in this process is giving that component a meaningful name. So in this case, I would say that the purpose of this JSX right here is to display a single comment. All right. So now I'm just going to give this thing the name of single comment. And next, I will create a new file to house the component that we're going to create. So this file is going to have the same name as the component. So that means we're going to now make a new file called single comment inside of our SRC folder. All right, you with me? So I'm going to flip back over to my code editor inside the SRC folder, and I'm going to make a new file called singlecomment.js, like so. Now I want you to take a close look at the name that I put in right here. You see what I'm seeing? Usually React components are written in uppercase or camel case. So that is a single comment for the name of this file in camel case form. So now we're going to create a new component inside that file, and we're going to move that duplicated JSX over into this new component. So let's do it right now. So inside of this file, I have to first import the React library at the very top. And after that, I'm going to make a new functional component for that single comment component. And I'm going to say const single comment. And that's going to be an arrow function. Then inside of here, I'll put a return statement like so. Then I'm going to go back over to where we have that duplicated JSX. So everything from this div class name of comment all the way down to the closing div, and I'm going to cut that and paste it inside of the single comment component. Then as you can see right here, we have an image tag whose source is referencing the image that we loaded up inside of our app. So for this reason, we have to import that file inside of our new component, just like we did in the previous section. So I'm going to say import profile1 from ./image and pick one. Okay, so we just extracted a little bit of JSX out of two separate components and created a new component, but we ain't done just yet. Now, the next thing that we want to do is get this component right here to show up inside of our app. So we want to render the single comment component inside of our app. So first off, we'll need to make sure that the single comment component is available inside of the index.js file. But right now, they're not connected in any way at all. So how do we do this? In order to get this single comment component to show up inside of our app component, we have to do two things. First off, we're going to place an export statement inside of the single comment component. And then that way, the export statement that we're going to place inside of the single comment component is going to make our component available to every other file inside of our project. Yeah? So then secondly, to get access to that component, we're going to add an import statement to the index.js file. And that's what's going to be the link between these two files, and it'll make sure that the required single comment is available inside the index.js file. So once we get that component inside of our index.js file, we can then render it inside of our app. What do you think? I mean, that's quite a technique. In fact, that technique is called component nesting. Okay, so go ahead and do it. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do it together. So first, I'm going to export this single comment component that we just created. And I'm going to go down to the very bottom of the file, and I'll add export default single comment, like so. Now again, this line right here is what makes this component available to the rest of our project. We're going to talk more about specific syntax that we're using here in a little bit, but for now, just stay with me. Okay, so now we're going to change over to the index.js file, and at the top, we're going to add an import statement for our single comment. So I'm going to say import single comment from, and then we're going to provide a relative path reference to the file that we're trying to import. So in this case, the file that we're trying to import is in the same directory. So to indicate that, we'll just put a / and then list out the file name, which is single comment, like so. So again, the / right there means that you've got to look in the same folder that we're currently in and attempt to find the single comment file. So now you'll notice that we did not have to put a .js or anything like that. The Webpack library that is doing this kind of importing stuff and trying all these different files together is going to automatically attempt to find files ending in JS just for you. Pretty clever. That means you don't have to put the actual file extension on there either, as it is indeed a JS file that you're trying to import. All right, so it looks good. Now, the last thing that we have to do is take this component right here that we just imported and use it inside of our app. To do that, I'm just going to clean out some of the existing JSX that's inside of here right now. And I want to leave the outside div with the class name of UI comments, but remove those two duplicate comments because we're going to replace them. Yeah. So I'm going to highlight everything from div class name comment all the way down to last div right here. And just delete it like so. So now we're just left with the one div with that class name. So now the last thing we need to do is tell our app component that it should show the single comment component. To do that, I'm just going to write single comment as though it were a JSX tag. So inside of here, I'm going to put single comment like so. Now, you might have thought that to show that component, we would use those curly braces and say something like single comment. But remember, we just spoke about JSX, and we had said that if we want to refer to JavaScript variables, we're going to use those curly braces, but component are the one exception to that rule. All right? So if we want to show one component inside of another, we're going to treat it as though it were a JSX tag instead. So whenever we're showing a component, we're going to use that JSX tag. So now let's save this file and let's go see it on our browser. Okay, so there we go. So I see one single comment, and well, that's pretty much it. So this is how we show one comment inside of another. Now, there's no limit to the number of components that we can show inside of another. If we wanted to, we could copy this single comment here a couple of times down like so, and then save the file again. Now, look back over in the browser, and now we'll see that we have 3 components showing up on the screen. All right. So the last thing we're going to do is make sure that this new component is configurable by using the React props system. The React props system is a very important system for us to understand. So break it down a little. In fact, I'm going to do it in a whole other video because it's a system that is a topic in and of itself. So I want to spend some time on it. But before we do, I want to let you know exactly what props are, and I want you to have a look at the JSX that we just put into our single comment component. Okay? So chances are not every single comment that we want to show inside of our application is going to have an identical author, time, and content assigned to it, right? So anytime that we will try to show this single comment on the screen as a component, we're probably going to want to be able to customize it when we create that component, yeah? And that's what this entire prop system is all about. It will allow us to configure exactly how a component behaves and the content that it's going to show. So when we come back for the next section, we're going to talk exclusively about how we use that prop system. So let's take a quick break here, and I'll see you on the other side. So in that last section, remember, we put together our first example of component nesting. So we now have several copies of the single comment component showing up inside the app. Bravo. But now, as I've probably said many times by this point, the current issue with our application is that every single comment component has the same exact author's name, time, and content. So that's why in this video, we're going to figure out how to fix that. You ready? So before I go ahead and spill the beans and tell you exactly how we're going to fix it, I want to show you a quick diagram that you're going to see many times throughout this course. You might have already seen it. Go to the diagram. So this diagram right here is what we might refer to as our component hierarchy. So it's a diagram that tells us the different components that are currently being displayed inside of our application and the relationship between those different components. So as you can see in this diagram, we could say that we have a single instance of the app component, and then underneath of it, we have 3 single comment. So the single comment is nested inside the app. So we would refer to the app as a parent component. And these single comments are then child components, right? So we're going to use this term, child components, a few times throughout this course. So that's you being familiar with it. So now that we understand this diagram right here, I do want to tell you about the props system, which we're going to be using to customize a single comment when they show up on the screen. So the prop system in React is a system for passing data from a parent component to a child, or a nested component. The entire goal of the prop system is to somehow communicate data from the parent down to a child, with the ultimate goal of customizing the child and making sure that the content that it displays on the screen is different when the user interacts with it. So remember the overall goal of components. Their goal is to either show some content to the user or react to user interaction. So the whole purpose of props is to customize those two things. Either customize how their component looks or how a user interacts with it. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Our app component is going to show instances of the single comment. And when the app shows these components at the same time, it's going to pass in a little bit of configuration to each of those different components. So this little configuration of each of these would refer to props. And these props are going to tell the single comment to show a name of an author of whatever, Alex or Sarah or Jack. Now we can also use the same prop system to customize the time, content, and picture that each single comment is showing. But we're going to do the examples of that in the next video. Just wanted to give you that props system overview. It's just about having a parent customize how the child looks or behaves. You can think of it that way. So let's take a break here. You can play around with that if you want, and we'll go on when you're ready in the next video. So in that last section, we started talking about the prop system in React. I think you got it, right? Remember, it's all about passing data from a parent to a child. Now, what about, can a child pass data back up to the parent? Well, not through the prop system directly, but we can do it indirectly. Gonna show you some examples of that later on, but the system is generally about communicating information from a parent to a child. All right. Now, one thing that I perhaps forgot to mention in the last section is that props is short for properties. All right. But you probably figured that out on your own. So now let me tell you that when we use the prop system, there are going to be two steps. First, we're going to provide information from the parent to the child, and then the child is going to be able to use that information. So let's first focus on how we get information from the parent to the child. So we're going to find in the parent component where we show an instance of the comment. So remember, we're going to provide some information from an app component down to that single comment. So we're going to write out what that looks like, just about any other property or attribute that we've been providing to JSX. So we're going to say that the property name equals, and then the value for that property. And this information is going to show up inside the single comment. So now that syntax right there looks pretty similar to a lot of the syntax that we've already been making use of inside of JSX. For example, the class name equals comments. So the syntax here for providing a props to a child is very similar to what you've already gotten used to. And now the other thing that I want to mention about this property that we're looking at right here is the name that I chose. So I said name equals. Now there's nothing special about using this particular name. It's totally up to you. You can name it whatever you want. You could call it person or author or whatever. Now, of course, you can Get creative here, but I would caution you that it's got to make some sort of sense within the context of the single comment. So now, in this case, the props that I've provided is a hard-coded string that says Sarah. And if we wanted to, we could easily place those curly braces and then reference the JavaScript variable inside here. So maybe we have some JavaScript variable inside of our component called name, and we can reference it inside of curly braces. Okay, so let's flip back over to our app component. And we're going to try to add on the first props of name. And I'm going to add in a props of name. And I'll set it to equal Alex. So I'm going to do the same thing on the next one. And so this one over here, let's do Jack. And I'll put in a name of Sarah for the third one. So what we're doing is providing the same property name to each of these details, but in each of them, each one has a different value. So what does this tell us? That when we provide a props to a component, it's always going to be a unique version of that component. And this props name equals Alex is not going to somehow be shared with this second component or the third component either. Now over here, this prop is unique. It's only being passed to this one. All right. So now that we've provided some information to a child, we have to open up that child's component in order to make use of this information. It is a two-step process. The first one I just had a little explaining to do. So first, we provided the information. Secondly, we use that information inside of a single comment. So now we need to get access to that prop that we have provided to this component. Okay, that props is going to show up inside of an object that is provided as the first argument to this function. So now let's pass it as the first argument and just console log that props argument and see what happens when we refresh our page. So I'm going to put that console log in there. And I'm going to save this file now, and I'll flip back over to my browser. Now I'm going to also open up my Chrome inspector so that I can see that console log. All right, so here's my console, and there's the 3 console logs. You see, each of these objects that you can see right here, bop, 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 they are the 3 instances of that single comment that we created. And if you'll notice, the props object has a key value pair inside of it. Now, the key is the name that we provided inside the app, and the value is the individual name that we provided to each of those single comments. Okay, so now to make use of the props in our single comment, we can find where we are currently making use of the name Sarah, which is in here. So I remove the Sarah, put in my curly braces to indicate that they are about to reference a JavaScript variable. And then inside of there, I will say props.name, like so. So now whenever this single comment is shown on the screen, the single comment is going to look at that props object. And it's going to see that there is a name property in there that's going to take that name and stick it into this tag. So now let's flip back over to our browser after saving this file. And now we'll see that our names have been updated for each of the comments to Alex, Jack, and Sarah, which perfectly match up to the different property values that we provided to those components. All right, so you've just learned the entire prop system. So now we can go ahead and remove that console log. Certainly don't need that anymore. And then next, we're going to go through that exact same series of steps to update our time right here, and the blog content and the image. Okay, so now let's focus on doing our date right here. So in order to do that, I can go back over to my app component, and I'm just going to add in a new prop to each of these different single comments. And I'm going to name each of them date. I think that's reasonable. And let's provide a simple string that says something like today at 5 p.m. And I'll do the same thing for the next one. I'll say date equals today at 6 p.m. And for the third one, I'll do the same. Time equals today at 7 p.m. Just like that. So now, inside of our single comment component, the props object right here is going to contain two key value pairs. It's going to have both props name and props date. So I'm going to find the date inside that span and delete that, and I'll replace it with the set of curly braces then inside of here that will say props.date. So I'll save this and flip back over, and I'll see my newly updated times. All right. So now let's go and do the others. We'll first begin with the comment texts down here. Now, in order to do this, I'm just going to first flip back over to my app component, and I want to add a new property name to this thing. I'm going to say text as a name for props. And for the first comment, I'm just going to give it content of it's amazing. Amazing. All right, so on the second one, I'll do text equals great job. And the third one, thanks, like so. And we've provided the comments now, and they got progressively terse. But now we can flip back over to the single comment. Now, remember, this props object now contains a key of content that we can freely reference anywhere inside this component. So let's see, I'll go down to here and I'll delete that hard-coded text. I'll put in my set of curly braces, and then I'll say props.text. Alrighty then, so let's quickly take care of our images. And then after that, we're going to check our single comments in our browser. So I'll open up App Component again and import our profile pictures from the image folder. Then we can do the same thing for the other picture. Copy and paste it and change the name like so. So now we can use those images as props. And I'll say picture equals and a set of curly braces, and then I can reference the image that we have imported inside of here. Now the same thing goes for the other components. I will say picture and profile 2, and again, picture profile 3. So it'll be a slightly different approach, but in practice, the syntax will be identical. We used a set of curly braces instead of quotes, because in this case, we're not referencing the string, we are referencing an image. So now I'm going to be able to save this file, and let's go back over to our single comment component. And we have a new property on that prop subject. So I will reference picture props as a source for this image tag. And then inside of this image tag, I'm just going to pass props.picture like so. Okay, so now I can save this file, and I'm going to flip back over to my browser. Ooh, everything looks pretty good. So that's props in a nutshell. And that's how to pass basic information from a parent down to a child. Why don't we take a quick break right now, and we can continue in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to learn one last big topic in the world of props. And, okay, here's what I want to do. I was going to explain it, but no, this is what we do. I want to take each of those different components that we just put together and wrap them in a sort of user card, right? Where we show the single comment and add a friend button. So we're going to do some thinking about the best way to wrap each of our comments with some additional little card and a button underneath of it. And there's actually a really easy way to do this. We could absolutely open up that app component right here and add a little bit more JSX to this thing to show that kind of outline for this card looking thing. Remember, the ultimate goal here is to introduce you to one last big idea in the prop system. So we're not going to change our single comment component. Instead, we're going to create a new component called user card, and user card component is going to show this kind of outline around it with an add friend button. So now when we make the user card, we're not going to always show an instance of a single comment. And I want to tell you why. Because if we were building an application that had this type of interface right here of like a comment with a add friend button, it's entirely possible that we might want to reuse this user card component and just have like a white box with a add friend button underneath of it, but have a completely different content inside of it. So as you can see right here, we have the same add friend button, but completely different content in there. So we're going to put the user card together as a separate component. And we want to make sure that we can somehow show the single comment component inside of it. But we don't want to always show the single comment every single time when we use it. So that's the goal. And that's what we're going to try to do. So I'm going to wait right here for you to work it out on your own. Nah, I wouldn't do that to you. Let's just take a break. And in the next section, we're going to start putting together that user card. And we'll talk a little bit more about the prop system. See you then. So in that last section, we spoke about the change that we're going to make to our application. We're going to create a new component. So let's first create a new file inside of our project directory to house this new component. And then after that, we'll start thinking about how we're going to put this together. All right, so I'm going to create a new file inside of my SRC directory, and I'm going to call this, I don't know, user card JS. So let's put some boilerplate in to set up our component. And we will import React from React, and we will create our user card component. And this will be a functional component. So then at the bottom, we're going to immediately put down that export default statement so that we can make use of this component in other locations inside of our project. All right, so now we need to start thinking about that JSX inside of this user card component. So again, we're going to borrow some super styling from that semantic UI library so we don't have to worry about doing a whole bunch of CSS. And let's just make the card with buttons underneath of it. And then we can start to think about how we're going to insert some custom content inside of that. All right. So inside of my user card component, I'm going to put down a return statement. Then I'll do a div with the class name UI card. Now inside of it, I'll do a div with the class name of content. That's where our ultimate content is going to go. Now we're going to place some text inside of here. So I'm going to place a div with a class name of header, and I'll say Alex Tancredi as an author of this post. Please don't let Alex know that I'm doing this. I don't think he's going to be taking this class, but you never know. So underneath of it, I'll add a description with the div class name of description, and I'll add some text inside of it just so that we can see that things are working out the way we expect. So finally, under this div class name of content, I will do another div with the class name of UI button. And then we're going to put our button in here. Now, I hope you notice that we have a plus icon inside of our button before the button text. So first we're going to add that icon with the icon tag and give it a class name of add icon. Immediately after, we will put the text add friend. Cool. So make sure that you don't have any typos inside that block of JSX that we just put together. All right, so that looks good. Now we've got this component put together. So let's save this file and go back to index.js. And we're going to import the user card and just show a single instance of it inside of the app component. And then at the top, I'll add another import statement for user card. And I'm going to import this from the current directory, and I will say /user card. Then inside of my app component, right underneath that existing div that we have, I'll say user card. Cool. Then I can save the file and flip back over to the browser, and let's have a look. Okay, so it seems pretty good. So we now want to show this single comment inside of our user card, just as we saw on our mockup. But we don't want to use the user card to always show a single detail. If we did that, we'd then lose out on some of the reusability within that user card. For example, we couldn't, reuse it to show some arbitrary text inside of there, like this. So now we're going to do this. Well, we're going to make use of a great little feature in the prop system. Now, again, by this point, we've only discussed props as being some property name equals, and then the value that you pass directly to a component inside of the component tag, like that right here. But there is another way that we can communicate information into a child component. Let me show you how I do it. So right now, right here, we have a user card as a self-closing tag right here, right? So I'm going to update this so that it no longer has a self-closing tag. So I'm just going to delete that /, and then I'm going to put a closing tag on the other side, like so. Now the syntax right here shouldn't look so crazy. It's essentially the same syntax that we use whenever we create a div, but we have the opening tag and then the closing tag. So to communicate this component down to the user card and tell the user card that we want to show the single comment, we're going to take this closing tag right here. I'll put it on the other side of the single comment, and then I'm going to indent the single comment. All right? So we're now taking this single comment component and we're passing it as a props down to and into this user card. We would refer to this as props as well because we are providing some configuration to the user card component. And when we pass this thing in user card, we now have to open up our user card component. And remember that every function that we put together receives a first argument that we refer to as props. So that means the component that we just passed as some configuration to this thing now exists on this props object. Now, before we make use of it inside this file, I want to console log that props just to show you exactly what happens. Now flip back over to the browser. All right, so we have two warnings right here. First, we have an extra import statement inside the single comment component that we are not using anymore. And of course, the second one, it says you don't have to say picture or anything like that inside of an image tag. So let's remove that. Okay, save and flip back to the browser. Now notice that we are now missing one of the three comments that we had before. So why don't we take a look at the console log of that props object? And what do you notice? That the props object now has a single property inside of it called children. So we'll just ignore that underscore proto that's not related to any React stuff. So we can expand that children object right there. Now this right here is our single comment component. So essentially, when we pass one component to another, the child component, in this case, single comment, is going to show up inside of the user card on a property of the props object called the children property. So now we can show that thing inside the body of our user card for us in particular. We're going to replace this text with the whatever's coming over on props.children. And I'm going to put props.children in curly braces because we want to reference that JavaScript variable. And then I'm going to remove that console log. So now I'll save this and let's flip back over to the browser. And what do you see? That my single comment is now showing up inside of the user card just as we intended. That's the way we do it when we want to make reusable components. So if we ever want to show some component or content inside of a component, we'll take the child, wrap it with a parent component, and then that child component is going to show up inside of it with the props.children property. Yeah, you got it? That's cool. So that's how we create some reusable components. So I think we need a little bit more practice. So let's wrap the other two single comment components with a user card. I'm just going to find the second single comment and I'm going to wrap it with a user card. Then I'll do the same thing for the third comment as well. All right. So now I can save this and then I'll just flip back over and we can see that all three comments are now being rendered inside of a user card. So now this is what I would call the benefit of this approach that we used here. We can set up a user card to take some arbitrary child into it. So why don't we try it out right now? Let's put a user card at the very top. And then I'm going to pass to it some plain text. I'll say, hello, my name is Sarah and I live in Istanbul. Notice here that we don't have to pass in a React component. You see that? We can put plain text as well. So now I can save this and we'll just see that we have a new card at the top that says simply, hello, my name is Sarah and I live in Istanbul. Okay, you got it? That's it. So the one key thing to keep in mind here is that whenever we want to use this technique, we always have to make sure that we go into that target component. I could say it slower, but it would hurt. So in this case, the user card, and we just have to make sure that somewhere it references the props.children inside of there. Now, if we don't reference props.children, then the child that we pass to the parent will never show up inside. All right, let's take a quick break, and I'll see you in the next lecture. And what do you know? Here we are again. So in this section, we're going to start our next big topic. But before we get into it, I want to remind you of something that we spoke about, could be a long time ago. So when we started this course, we discussed what a component was, and I had said something like a component can be a functional component or a class-based component, and that we use these to produce some content to show the user. And we also handle feedback from the user. You remember? All right. We've only spoken about what a functional component is up until now, and we've only just seen how to produce some JSX to show the user, but not handle any feedback or updates. So what do you say? In this section, we're going to start to discuss class-based components and how we can use them to somehow manage feedback from the user or from other systems inside of our program, and then have it update how our components are rendering content on the screen based on some of that new information, or all of it for that matter. Okay? So I want to first give you a quick overview on the differences between functional components and class-based components. One of the more challenging things to do when you are a beginner in the world of React is to decide whether to use a class-based component or a functional component. So I want to try to teach you some of the quick and easy rules that you can use in order to discern your component usage. So we can say that we want to use functional components anytime that we are trying to show simple content to the user without a lot of logic behind it. Now, everything that we've done so far, like I said, are pretty much all examples of simple components that we just create some amount of JSX and return it. So if your goal in creating a component is just having some simple content show up, then you're not going to go much further. You're going to pretty much stick with a functional component, right? However, you're probably going to want to do more than just that. So that's why we have another type of component called the class-based component. So if you plan on getting wild with your creations, you're not going to do just simple content. You're going to use a class-based component. So in other words, if you have any complex logic, if you have anything that needs to respond to user input, if you have anything that needs to make network requests, anything in these regards, chances are you're going to want to make a class-based component. So why do I keep hammering that? Why don't I just show you how to do it? I know you're asking, what's the difference between the two? Why do we have to choose one or the other? So I want to highlight some of the pros and cons of, well, both approaches. In that way, you will be able to make a fast and equitable choice. In my opinion, one of the biggest reasons to use the class-based components is that we get an easier time to organize our code. That's in general. It's not always, but it's usually organizing our code is a little more straightforward. Now, personally, when I look at a functional component, if there ends up being a decent amount of helper functions, you know a helper function right here, and maybe we've got another one underneath of it with the same amount of code inside of there, and then it can be, well, let's just call it rather challenging to merely take a glance and figure out what's going on inside of here. However, with a class-based component, it's a little bit easier to read as an engineer. But that one is totally subjective. So don't want to, persuade you one way or the other. Don't want to waste any more time talking about it. But I do want to include some of the other benefits of class-based components, and that is that they can use the state system in React, which is something that we haven't learned yet, but we'll get to it. So right now, we can just barely understand that the state system is something that we can use to make it easier to handle user input and then update our application. Now, another benefit is understanding lifecycle events. Now, that's another thing that we haven't discussed yet, I know, but we're going to discuss these two things pretty quickly later on. But right now, just basically understand that a lifecycle event just means that it's easier to do some of the tasks when our application first starts up. So that's the gist of some of the benefits of using class-based components. But to be honest with you, understanding the difference between these two things is just nearly impossible until you see some very good examples of both of them. So why don't you just take a quick break right here, and we will continue talking about components on the other side. So now in this section, we're going to talk about an application that we're going to build to get a better idea of the differences between functional components and class-based components. We're also going to learn a little bit about states and lifecycle methods. Of course, these are very important concepts in the world of React, but you might have gathered that already. So, okay, here's the app that we're going to build. So it's an application that doesn't make sense and doesn't have any purpose, but it's going to make it easier for you to understand how class-based components, states, and lifecycle methods work. So right now, I just want you to focus on learning some of these key issues. Okay? Cool. So it's going to be an application that's going to detect which hemisphere the user is located in the real world. So we're going to say that If the user is located in the northern hemisphere, that means we have to actually detect our user's physical location when they visit our application. And if they are in the northern hemisphere, we will be able to show it on the screen. So I want to be able to print on the screen something like, you are in northern hemisphere or you are in the southern hemisphere. So essentially, we're just detecting which hemisphere the user's in based on the user's location. So we're going to print different content on the screen based upon that information. And like I said, the application doesn't make sense, but there's going to be a ton of hidden challenges inside of here that is going to require us to get a much better understanding of how React works. So I want to quickly just generate a new application. So I'll just flip over to my terminal, and I'm going to generate my app on my desktop. And of course, you can choose wherever you want to save it to. And then I'm going to generate a new application with Create React App, and then I'll name my application Hemisphere, like so. So it may take a couple of seconds. Okay, so after we've generated a new project, I'm going to change into that new directory, and then I'll start up my development server with npm start. Okay. My browser is automatically launched now, and I'll see the default Reaction application up here. Now I'm just going to start up my code editor inside that new Hemisphere directory. Okay, so we've got a little bit of refactoring up in here. So the first thing that I want to do is pull in that semantic UI CSS library. We're going to depend upon semantic UI for taking care of some styling. I'm just going to search for semantic UI CDN. And of course, we find a link here at cdnjs.com. And remember that we're going to find the semantic min CSS file. And you can search for it quickly by hitting Command or Control F and semantic.min.css. So I'll just copy that. I'll go back over to my code editor and find my public folder and open up the index.html file. And then inside of the header tag, I'm going to put a link. And I'm going to paste it right in there like so. So then I can close off that link. Now let's go and check it in our browser. So I'll save this file and go back over to my browser and refresh the page. And I'm going to open up that network tab and see if I'm loading it up. Okay then. So let's flip back over to the code editor. And inside the src directory, we get all these automatically generated files. So we're going to delete them all. And then we're going to make a new file called index.js. All right. So now I want to flip over to a diagram because I love diagrams, but it's going to help us think about the different components that we're going to need to make in order to build this application. So I think that we need, in general, two different components, which we're going to need an app component that is going to be responsible for determining the location of the user. And then it's going to pass the location as a props down to a second component that we'll call hemisphere display. So then this component is going to be in charge of showing some actual picture and some text on the screen to tell the user that you are in the northern hemisphere or you are in the southern hemisphere. All right, so now let's flip back over to the code editor. And we're going to start to put together this app component. So inside of the index.js file, I'm going to import React from React, and I'll import React DOM from React-DOM. And then I'm going to make my app component. I'm going to create it as a functional component for right now until we understand why we're going to need to make a class-based component. So inside of here, I just return a div that says simply hello world. And then after that, I can do my React DOM render. First argument, I want to show an instance of my app component. And then as the second argument to this thing, I'm going to provide a reference to div with ID of root. So I'm going to say document.querySelector and pound root, like so. So now let's save this and flip back over to the browser to make sure that everything is working well. All right, see, so everything looks good. Okay, so now let's put together a little bit of scaffolding for that second component, the hemisphere display. So inside of the SRC folder, I'm going to make another new file called hemisphere-display.js. Then at the top, we will import React from React, and then create another functional component called hemisphere display. Now this component is going to return a div that simply says something like, hey, we're in Northern Hemisphere. And then finally at the bottom, export this component, and we'll say export default hemisphere display. Okay, so I think that's enough for this section. Let's take a quick break, and I'll see you on the other side. And here we are. So this is what the other side looks like. Anyway, in this video, we are going to learn how we can determine the user's physical location in the first place. So it's going to be pretty easy for us. We're going to be using something called Geolocation API. So this is built into most modern browsers, by the way. And there's actually a tremendous amount of documentation about it online. Now I'm going to open W3 Schools. I'm going to say W3 and geolocation. So you can read a little bit about it here if you want to. But essentially, this is a function that's going to make a guess about where the user is physically located, depending upon a couple of different parameters, such as the user's IP address, different Wi-Fi networks that are visible in the area, and some other similar information. In practice, it can actually come up with a very good guess of where you are physically located in many cases. So why don't we just try it out? So I'll flip back over to my code editor, and I'll find my app component inside of here. I'm going to make a call to that geolocation API. I'm going to call window navigator geolocation, and then I'll say get current position. And when we call this function, it's not going to instantly return our position. Instead, it's going to take a certain amount of time for this function to determine exactly where our user is. So in order to get a response from this or get some information about where that user is located, we have to pass two separate function callbacks. So the first argument is going to be a function callback that gets called any time that this function successfully gets the user's location. So I'm going to put a callback right here. And I'm going to take the first argument of this callback, which we will call position. And for right now, I'm just going to console log that position to show you what we can get from this function. All right. So we frequently refer to this as the success callback, because this is the callback that gets called anytime that everything goes as planned. And we're going to put a comma over here, and then enter, and then the second argument, which we've referred to as the failure callback, because it's going to be called anytime that the get current position function is unable to determine the user's physical location. So I'll put in a second callback here that will be called with an error. So I'll save this. So now I'm going to flip back onto my browser and we'll see what happens. So I'm going to open up my Chrome Inspector and you'll see that I've already got my position console log over here. Now, chances are you're going to see a little pop-up that says localhost 3000 wants to know your current location. So if you see that little window, click Allow. And then after a couple of seconds, you should eventually see something here that says position, and it will provide you with the guess of the latitude and longitude. Now, if you don't see a position like this, if you eventually see an error message pop up or something like that, that's going to be totally okay. I'll tell you why. So I want to show you a quick little workaround to make sure that you will be able to get some physical callback like this. So if you get an error message, just hit Escape. And then this is going to open this menu. So on that ... right next to the word console, right there, you click on the ... and then select Sensors. And then inside the sensors, you'll see that there's this thing called Geolocation Override. So this is going to force your location to appear as being one of these different locations on these different presets. For example, let's select Sao Paulo. Anytime that I attempt a geolocation call, my location is now going to automatically be returned as Sao Paulo. So like I said, you should only have to do that if you run into some type of error message. So now I'm going to refresh it again, and I'll see that my coordinates are identical to the preset of Sao Paulo right here. All right, so that's how you get the user's location. Now we're going to use this position object right here to get that latitude, because the latitude is going to tell us whether or not the user is in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. You're following this. I know you are. So now one thing I really want to be able to test as we develop the application is to make sure that we have a good understanding of what happens inside the app if for some reason the geolocation call fails. Now, one reason that might cause that call to fail is that if the user does not allow their position to be shared with our app. So we're going to make sure that we develop our application to work even if a user denies that request to share their location. So now, in order to test that flow, to understand what happens inside of our application when it gets denied, we need to reset our permissions to make sure that we get that allow or deny pop-up to appear on our screen. Because, as you might have noticed, every time you refresh this page after allowing it one time, you're never going to be asked again. So in order to get asked again, all you're going to do is find this icon next to our address. And then you'll notice that we get this drop down and it says location. And we are always allowing. Okay, so in order to test our application and make sure that it still works correctly, even if we deny the location request, I can reset this to ask default, like so. And then I can refresh the page and then I get asked if I'm going to allow localhost to know my location. All right, so this time I'm going to hit block, and then you'll see that we get this position error object that tells us why the geolocation failed. So we're going to be using this a little bit as we go on throughout the rest of this application and this course, just to make sure that the app has a reasonable degree of functionality. All right, so let's take a break here, and we'll come back in the next lecture. So now that we understand how to use the geolocation API to get our location, I'm going to flip back over to my code editor and find my app component again. So we know that this position object contains that latitude. We want to take that latitude and figure out if the users are in the northern or the southern hemisphere. So we're going to use it to customize the look of our page. So why don't we print out our latitude right here in place of the string, hello world. And I want to get my latitude to display on the page. Okay, so how would you do this? That's the question that will lead us into understanding why we have to use a class-based component to begin with, right? So let's have a look at what is happening inside of our application as it starts up inside the browser. And as you see it visually unfold, you really are going to understand why it would be really challenging for us to somehow put our latitude in here if we were going to continue using a functional component. So this is a timeline of what happens to our application inside the user's browser. We start up the very top, where a JavaScript file gets loaded into our browser. The browser then interprets our JavaScript file that we are trying to create an app component. And that app component gets created, and then at some point in time, the app component is going to be invoked. So when that function is invoked, we then call our geolocation service. But the very important thing to keep in mind here is that getting this geolocation result back takes a certain amount of time. So this can cause an issue. So we call the geolocation service, and then in the very next instance, our app component returns a certain amount of JSX. The JSX is taken and turned into HTML, and then it's rendered out onto the screen. So that entire process occurs, and we see content appear on the screen far sooner than we ever get a result from that geolocation API, yeah? So essentially, we are waiting here to get our position back, and we've already rendered our app component a long time ago, and the contents of the app component are already visible on the screen, so yikes, this is not very good. So with this functional component, we don't have any good way of, well, waiting until the success of the callback right here, and then taking in the location, and then sticking it into JSX, and then returning it. We just don't have that capability with a functional component, yeah? So the solution that I'm going to propose, and that is essentially your only choice, is going to be a class-based component. So why don't you pause right here, and in the next section, we're going to talk about the class-based component in the React state system. Now, you remember in the last section, we learned that we are going to run into some really big issues when we're using a functional component with this geolocation API. So the problem is that it takes some amount of time for the geolocation service to return our position. And by the time it returns our position, we've already rendered our app component on the screen, and we have to somehow tell our component to re-render itself or update the content on the screen right after the success callback. So the solution is to create a class-based component instead of the functional one that we are currently using. So once we move over to a class-based component, we're then going to be able to use the React state system and Lifecycle methods. So we're going to learn these two different methods at the same time. You ready? All right. So here are some rules of creating a class-based component. First off, we must create a JavaScript class. JavaScript classes were introduced with ES 2015. Now, the second requirement is that the class that we create must have extends worth. Then we're going to say React.component. We're going to talk more about exactly what that means in just a moment when we refactor the app. And then finally, the other rule or requirement of our class-based components are that they must define a render method that is going to return some JSX. So with all that in mind, let's flip back over to our code editor, and we're going to start to refactor our app component. Now, I'm going to leave this functional component just right here so we can easily make some comparisons between the functional and the class-based implementation of our app. So just leave it there. Now, I say class app extends React.component. So what I'll do is then open up the class body with the curly braces, and then I can try to define a render method. And then once inside the render method, I'm going to return a div with the text you are in the northern hemisphere. And that's all. So I'm going to pull over this geolocation API stuff right here. So I'm going to cut all that and paste it down into the render method like so. And then I'm going to just delete the functional component. Okay, so now I want to tell you a little bit about this extending React component thing right here. So when we make a class, we are creating a new class inside JavaScript that has just one method assigned to it, and that is the render method. However, React expects that our class-based component has many other methods attached to it. Now, normally we do not implement these methods by ourselves. Instead, we follow all these other methods from this other class called React component. So essentially, the reason that we're extending React component right here is that it allows us to put a ton of built-in functionality from this other class called React component into our class. So in other words, we're just borrowing functionality to put in our app class. All right? So let's save this, and then we'll flip back to our browser. And we can see our text, "You are in the northern hemisphere," right here on the screen. Now, you might think, great, that's fantastic, our job is done here. No. Just turning that functional component into a class-based one is not going to solve any of the problems that we have fetching our physical location, but it is one step toward getting a solution. So why don't we take a break right here, and in the next section, we're going to talk about the second step, which is to use the React state system to approach the solution. Just a little recap in the last section. We turned our functional app component over into a class-based component. Now, I've mentioned before, but I'm going to say it again, doing this refactor alone is not going to solve the problem that we have because we still need to get the current position call. And that's going to take some amount of time, right? So in this video, we are going to talk about states in React, and that's the actual system that's going to solve this problem. So why don't we start by talking about states? These are the rules of the state system in React. First, state is only usable with class-based components, which is what we just created one lecture ago. So we've got that. Check. State is a JavaScript object that contains a certain amount of data that is relevant to a singular component. Now, in our case, we would have one state property that is relevant to our app component, and the one that we care about in our app component is the user's current latitude, which we will get out of that position object. We don't actually care about the entire position object. The only one that we care about inside of here is that latitude. So with the state system, we create a JavaScript object that is going to contain some amount of data that is strictly relevant to our component that we're working on. Okay. Next item, updating states or updating properties inside this JavaScript object on a component will cause our component to re-render. And that's going to solve one of the issues that we ran into back over there. Now, remember that we want to somehow show our component on the screen when our application first starts up, and then some amount of seconds, when we get the results of geolocation, we will then somehow get our component to render itself and update the content that's showing on the screen. So the key here of getting a component to re-render is to update its states. In other words, if we want to get a single component to update itself, we will update its states. All right. Next, the state must be initialized when a component is first created. So the state is going to contain some amount of information that is relevant to a component. So for this reason, when we first create the component, we have to initialize our state. That makes sense? So the last item is so very important. Again, last but not least, right? a state property can only be updated using the function setState. Now, I know you don't know what the setState is yet, but you can imagine, and I will repeat this line to you again and again because it is the most common error that everybody makes when they start learning React. Well, except for me, but that's why I'm here. So again, what's the most common error? They try to update their state and they do it in ways that they are used to doing with JavaScript, which is not the right way to do it. So please, remember this line. We're only updating state using the function setState. All right. So I know, with all of these things, it could be a little confusing to you without seeing any code, but we really will do each of the steps over and over again until you understand it one at a time. So why don't we take a break, and then in the next section, we're going to start to implement state into our app component. I'll see you on the other side. So in the last section, we started talking about the state system in React. In this video, we're going to start to refactor our app component to make use of state. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure that we initialize our state when the component is first created. After that, we're going to make use of our state inside the render method. And then, I'm sure that you remember, at some point in the future, we will also update our state with setState after we successfully retrieve our location. So I'm going to flip back over to my code editor now inside of our class component. We already have one method called the render method, and that render method is required for every single React component we create. If we don't define the render function, React is going to throw up an error. Now there's another function that we can define inside of our class-based component, and that's another very special function called the constructor function. So this function is not required by React, unlike the render function, and it's a function that belongs to the JavaScript language itself. Now this is a specifically named function that is particular to the JavaScript language, not specific to React. In a JavaScript class, the constructor function is the very first function that's going to be called anytime an instance of this class is created. Make sense? So in other words, anytime that we create a new instance of the app component and show it on the screen, this constructor function is going to be automatically called before anything else. Cool. And it makes sense that it's a very good location for us to initialize our state when our component is first created. You know? It's not the only way to initialize state, however. I'm going to show you another method of initializing state in just a second, but right now I will stick with this particular way because this is what you're going to see all of the documentation about it, and it shows you this, how to initialize state using this method right here. So I want you to know it before you break it. The rules before you break the rules, that's what I mean. All right. When we define the constructor method, it's going to be automatically called with the props object. It's the same props object that we saw previously with our functional component. Now, before we do anything else inside this constructor function, we have to go through one more little step. We've got to call a function called super, and we have to pass the props as an argument to this function. All right, so what the heck is this super thing, right? So if you notice, we don't have any other functions inside this file called super. So what could it possibly do? Well, you got to remember that our app component is extending or borrowing functionality from the React.component base class right here. This base class has a constructor function of its own that has some code inside of it to set up our React component for us when we define a constructor function inside of our app class. So that means that we're essentially replacing the constructor function that is inside of the React.component class. But we still want to make sure that all of the setup code inside of this thing's constructor function still gets called. So to make sure of that, the React component's constructor function gets called, and we call it super with props. Super is a reference to the parent's constructor function, and That's all it is. So like I said, we have to do it every single time that we define our constructor function inside of a class-based component. If we don't define it, we're going to very quickly see an error message on our browser. All right, so now let's talk a little bit more about this state system. The entire reason we defined that constructor function was that we could initialize our state object. So in order to initialize our state object, underneath that super function, and super is always going to be the first thing in here. So underneath of it, I'm going to say this dot state equals an object. Okay, so this object, this is the state object. And it's going to eventually contain some different pieces of data that are very important and very relevant to our component that we're putting together. So now remembering in our case, the most relevant piece of data that we have is our latitude. So let's put that inside of here. And I'm going to simply say latitude. Now we're going to usually give it some reasonable default value. But in this case, we know that our latitude is going to eventually be a number as a property on our state object, but we don't have it yet. So we're going to give it a value of null by default, which means that we don't know what the latitude is just yet, but we will know it eventually. All right, so now we've got our constructor method defined, and then we have initialized our state object by creating a JavaScript object, and we put a property of a key value pair to it, and then assign the result of it to this state. Okay, so let's update our state property. Now, as I said just a little bit earlier, we don't know what the latitude value is just yet, but we will know it at some point in time as soon as we get that current position. So after creating the state object, we then assigned it to the this.state property. So now we can freely reference this state object and the properties inside of it from any function inside of our app component. For instance, down inside of my render method where we try to print out our latitude, I'm going to put in a set of curly braces because we're going to reference a JavaScript variable, and I'll say this.state.latitude. Now, if we save this and go to our browser, there's nothing appearing on the screen because we've initialized it to be null. But very quickly, we can just replace it with a random number. I'm just going to say latitude is 25. So if I save this and then flip back over to my browser, I'll be able to see that my latitude is 25. So you get the general idea? It's that we might make use of this state property inside of our JSX or other functions inside of our component. We understand how we can initialize our state and how to reference it inside of some JSX. So the last thing we need to do, after we succeed in getting our position, we somehow update this latitude property in our state object. Now remember, the big key to this thing is that any time that we update our states object right here, our component will instantly re-render itself. So if we're going to somehow get our location with the get current position right here, and then update our state object, our app is going to render itself, and we should see a new latitude printed out on the screen. All right. Now, before we think about having to update our state, there's just one little change that I want to make to our class. The render method inside of a component is going to be called somewhat frequently, and we're going to learn a lot more about where the best place is to put calls that take some amount of time like this. Right now, I just want you to understand that we never want to initialize some work or some request or anything like that in the render method. The reason is that the render method is going to be getting called all the time. So rather than leaving this get current position call inside of here, I'm just going to cut it, and then I can move it up to my constructor and I can paste it right underneath the state call. So now what does that do? It makes sure that when our app component shows up on the screen, we're going to attempt to start to get the user's current location. And then later on, when we call the render method again to update our component, we're not going to accidentally double fetch our current location. That's why we move it up inside into this constructor function. Okay. So now we can start to focus on updating our state object after getting our current location. So remember that the first argument to get the current position is a callback function. So this is a function that will be called at some point in time in the future. So rather than just doing a console log inside of here, I'm going to put a function body in here. And then on this line, I want to take my latitude out of that position object. And I want to use the latitude to update my state object. Okay, so a quick little reminder. Anytime that we want to update our state object, we're going to always use the function setState. All right, so now let's see. How are we going to update our state object using setState? I'm going to call this .setState, and I'm going to pass it to an object that has the update to state that I want to make. So in this case, I want to use the position object and some property inside of there to update the latitude property on my state object. So inside of that state, I'm going to say latitude is position.coords.latitude. So let's double check that at our browser, okay? Position, coords, latitude. Dude, that's all we have to do. So remember, anytime that you want to update your state, you're going to call setState. Come on, everybody together. setState. That's right. setState is a function that gets put on our app component automatically when we extended React.component. Now, what I really wanted to focus on here is that in order to update our state object, we will never write something like this.state.latitude equals position coords latitude. Got it? We will never do this. We never want to do a direct assignment to our state object. We can only do a direct assignment inside the this state object. Anytime that we want to change, update, or manipulate our state property, we always are going to call setState as opposed to doing a direct assignment. All right, so I'm going to delete that line right here. So now I'm going to save all this, and I'll flip back over to my browser, and I can see that I get the correct latitude to appear inside of my component. I hope you see that too. So that's it. If you didn't get what happened or you got confused a little bit because I was going a little fast there, don't worry, because we're going to get a ton of opportunities to understand exactly what state is coming up. Now, before we start to write any other code, I do want to show you all flow with a diagram to make sure that you really do understand exactly what happened. All right? Gotta love these diagrams, yes? All right, so I'm going to see you in the next section. So now I'm remembering in that last section, we initialized the state into our app component. Now I want to go through a very quick flow diagram to help you understand exactly what happens step by step. In that our application was first loaded up to the browser all the way to the point in time where we saw our latitude appear on the screen. Okay? So first, we loaded up the index.html file inside of our browser, and that requested our JavaScript file with all of our React code inside of it. So the JavaScript file was loaded by the browser and then executed. When that file was executed, we created a new instance of the app component. Remember that the first function that's going to be called inside of our component automatically is the constructor function. Now, we're not required to define the constructor function. we can optionally define it if we want to do some initial setup. So if we want to define the constructor function, then we have to call the super function inside of it. If we don't call the super, we'll end up with an error. So we call the constructor function that we call super, and then right after that, we initialize our state object. So we created a new JavaScript object right here with the properties inside of it that we want to use inside of this component as state. And in our case, the only property that we're concerned about right now is latitude. Now, if for whatever reason that we also wanted to include the user's longitude, then we just have to assign it longitude to this thing as well, and then initialize it to be null. But of course, in our case, we don't care about the longitude at all. We only care about the latitude. Okay, so now after creating this object, then we assigned it to this .state property. So this state is a very specifically named property. Just like set state and render, we can't give it a different name. All right, so then the next thing that happened was that we called that geolocation service. Now, one thing that I want to be more clear about is that this callback function right here, this is not going to be invoked until we eventually return from the constructor. So we're going to run super with props. We're going to run this assignment. We're going to run get current location, and we're going to give it the callback, and then we're going to return from the constructor function. But this callback right here is not going to run until some point in time when we finally successfully fetched our position. So this set state call right here does not actually occur while we are running the constructor. Yeah, it's going to run at some point in time in the future. All right. So after that, React then takes out component and it calls its render method, and render method then returns some amount of JSX, and that gets rendered to the page as HTML. So then we wait for some period of time and we finally get the result of our geolocation request. And then we can execute that callback. This one right here, we take the position object, we pull our latitude out of it, and we call set state to update our states on our component. We update our state by calling set state. And when we call set state, React is going to automatically see that we updated a property on our state object. And of course, you remember that anytime that we update our state objects, React is going to almost instantly re-render the component. So React saw that we updated the state property and then called our render method a second time. And the render method returned some amount of JSX, which was then used to update the content on the screen. Now, one thing that's really important to understand here is the fact that our app component was actually rendered 2 times, right? One time when our application first started up, and then a second time after we updated our state. So there was a very small gap in time where our component was rendered onto the screen without any number right there. So in a very short time, we saw nothing on the screen. And then only after that, we got our geolocation requests completed. We finally see a number that appears right here. All right, so let's have a look. So I want to reset the permissions by clicking on the little icon right here. You can find the location and reset it to ask default, like so. Okay, so now I can just reset and refresh the browser. All right, so what's happened at this point? So we've gone through the process of calling the constructor that calls the geolocation service when we call the geolocation service. And up pops this little approval request thing right here. And then immediately after that, React has already called the component's render method, taken that JSX, and shown it on the screen with our states of latitude right here being equal to null. Now, when we render out null inside of a component, the component does not show the word null, right? It just appears blank. So at this point, we've not completed that request to get our location, right? So when I click allow right here, that's when we're finally going to call this set states, which is going to cause our component to re-render with a value of this .set state. And we see now that the number finally appears. So now I do want to focus on the second callback that we have provided to the get current position call. Remember, this is going to take some error from that request. And right now, just console log it out. And we'll just write this here because the application's not always going to work the way that we expected. So rather than going ahead and continuing on with our application and making use of the latitude, I want to instead make sure that we'll handle this error message in a reasonable way. So it's going to be pretty easy if anything goes wrong with that get current position request, and we'll enter this error callback right here. And we probably are going to want to re-render our component and directly tell our user, hey, something bad's happened here, and we can't really tell what location you're in, but hold on. So as we talked before, anytime that we want to render our component, we're going to update our state. So I'm going to add a new property to our state object right there. And I'm going to add a new property called error message. And I'm going to default this thing to be an empty string. So when our component is first created, we're going to have an empty error message. See where I'm going with this? But if anything goes wrong while we were attempting to get our current position, we're going to update this error message property right here. So now when we update the error message property, it's going to cause that component to re-render, and then we can attempt to show the error message inside of our render method. So come on, let's go ahead and give it a shot. So inside of the error callback right here, we're going to remove that console log and replace it with a function body like so. And then inside of here, I'll just call this .set states and pass in an object, the property that we want to update. So in this case, I want to update the error message property on state, and I want to set it to be equal to error.message. And whenever we update our state, we are not required to update every property in it. So when we call set state with error message like so, it's not going to somehow delete our latitude. It's going to leave the latitude untouched. So when we call set state, we're only adding or changing properties on our state, right? We're never removing or deleting properties, only adding or changing. So now let's reference that error message down inside of our render method to see the warning on the browser in case we have an error. All right, so down here, I'm going to put a set of parentheses, and I'll say this state.error message. All right, so now we can save this, and let's flip back over. Click on the icon right here and block location. So now we can see right here it says user denied geolocation. That's because I currently have my geolocation blocked, but I can reset it so that it'll ask me again. So default, like so. I'll refresh the page, and now I have no error message. I get my latitude to appear again. And now if we have an error message, we're going to show it. And if we don't have an error message, we are going to show our latitude. Coolio. So we're going to take a quick break right now, and I want to see you in the next lecture. And what do you know? It's time for the next lecture. So in the last section, we were able to handle an error occurring during our geolocation requests. But it's not necessarily appropriate for us to just put the word error right in here, yeah? So in this section, we're going to figure out how to handle the situation when you don't have an error and when you do have one. So basically, there's 3 different combinations of latitude and error message that we could run into as the possibilities, right? So we can run into a situation where we have a latitude, but we do not have an error message. So in this case, we probably would want to show the user our latitude. Then the second case, we might not have the latitude, but we might have an error message. So this would occur in a case that a user denied our geolocation request. So if that's the case, then we might want to show the error and not show the latitude. And then the third case is, let's say that we might not have either the latitude or the error message. So in this case, what would occur is that our app is probably waiting for the API request. So if that's the case, then we might want to show something like loading to the user. And then when the user first uses our application, it's going to take about 2 or 3 seconds for something to load up. So during that time, we probably want to tell the user that they are waiting for something. So why don't we handle all 3 of these different scenarios right now? So in order to conditionally return some different JSX, all we have to do is put in a simple statement into this render method. Now, this is going to be the most simple way of doing this, but we are going to refactor it into a slightly more elegant way. So I'm going to delete everything inside the render method for right now, and I'm going to put in 3 different statements. First off, I'll say that if we have an error message and we do not have a latitude, then I want to return a div that contains my error message. So then in that case, I do want to show an error. And then next, if I do not have an error message and I have a latitude, then I want to return a div with the latitude. And then finally, for the third case down here, this would be the scenario in which I have absolutely no latitude and no message for the error. So in this case, I want to show that it is loading. Okay, so now I don't really need an if statement. I can just say, if we failed these 2 checks, then chances are we don't have a latitude or an error message. So I'm just going to simply return a div that says loading. Okay. So now this right here is conditional rendering. So we're returning different JSX depending on the state or the props of our components. So we're going to use conditional rendering quite a bit throughout this course, and this is the most simple way to go about it. So even in this application, once we understand how this block right here works, we're going to refactor it into something that looks a little nicer than what you see here. So I'm going to just flip back over to my browser. And I see that I've already got my latitude on here. So let's refresh the page. And I have latitude on my screen. So now let's test out the other 2 scenarios. So I'll just reset my location by setting it to ask default and then reload the page. And then in the background here, we don't have an error message or a latitude. So we're seeing that loading text. Perfect. But if I then allow, it is going to turn into latitude. So now I'm going to try the other case. So I'll just do another ask default and I will refresh. Okay, so now I'm going to block it this time. And now I see the error instead. And that wraps it up. So why don't we take another break here and we'll come back for the next section. All right. So when we initialized our state property right here a couple of videos ago, I had mentioned that there are two ways to initialize state. So I want to show you the other way that we can initialize state, because the alternative way is a method that you're going to see very frequently in a lot of blog post documentation. Now, in order to understand this other way that we're going to use to initialize state, we have to talk about something called lifecycle methods. You heard me talk about it before, but now let's get into it. So this is the video that we're going to talk about lifecycle methods, and then we'll start to refactor that state initialization. Okay, so component lifecycle method. It's a function that we can optionally define inside of our class-based components. So if we decide to implement these methods, they'll be called automatically by React at certain points during a component's lifecycle. And when I use the term lifecycle, I am referring to the fact that a component is going to be created and then show up on the screen of our browser. And then at some point in time, we might do something like, say, call a set state, which will cause a component to re-render. And then at some point in time, a component might be removed from the DOM altogether and stop showing its content on the screen. So that entire series of events is the component's lifecycle. So we've already seen the constructor function. That is a function that we can optionally define if we want to. It will be automatically called when a new instance of our component is created. And we've also spoken about the render method. The render method, of course, is not optional, which is unlike any of the other call methods here. So the render method is the one function that we absolutely have to define. Now, technically, the render method is a lifecycle function. It gets called at some point during the lifecycle of a component. So here's what happens in our app. Constructor is being called, then the render method will be called, and we return some amount of JSX, and then that content becomes visible on the screen. After that, we're going to see a series of different lifecycle methods being called at different points in time. First off, immediately following a component shows up on our browser, a lifecycle method component didMount is called. So that means that if we define a function inside of our class, like right here, outside of the constructor, right above the render method, and if we define a method right here called, very specifically, component didMount, this function will automatically be called one time when our component first gets rendered onto the screen. So we could put some amount of code inside of here to set up or do some initial data loading that we might want to do one time when our component first shows up. And then after that, the component didUpdate lifecycle methods will be called automatically. Now remember, an update is going to come in the form of calling that setState method, right? Because anytime we call a setState and update our state, the component will render itself. So anytime that happens, the component didUpdate lifecycle methods will be called automatically. And then after that, our component might get another update. If it gets another update, the component didUpdate will be called a second time or even a third time. However many times our component gets updated at some point in time, we might decide to stop showing this component on the screen. We'll talk about these different scenarios that would occur later on inside the course, don't worry. But if for some reason we decide to no longer show some of our content, the component will unmount method will be automatically called. And then this method can be used usually if we want to do some kind of cleanup. And of course, we'll discuss that to get a better understanding of these different lifecycle methods coming up. But right now, I do want to implement component did mount and component did update inside of our component and just put some basic console logs inside of there. So back inside my editor once again, right above the render method, I'm going to define component did mount. And inside of it, I'm going to put a simple console log that says component did mount, just like so. And then underneath of that, I'm going to define a second lifecycle method, component did update. And I'll put a console log inside of it that says component did update. All right. So let's save all of this and go back over to our browser. And I just want to see these console logs. So the first console log is from the component did mount lifecycle method. And it's going to be called automatically anytime our component shows up on the screen. And we then saw the component did update method. So our geolocation request succeeded. And after that, component did update method was called. So in this case, I'm going to change location preferences to ask default, and I'm going to refresh the page. And as you can see, we don't have the component did update on our console because our geolocation request didn't succeed and the set state function didn't get called. And I click on allow, and here it is. The component did update lifecycle method was invoked. And all right. So we can remove these two lifecycle methods right here. And let's go to the diagram. So I just want to highlight a couple of notes on each of these different lifecycle methods. So first off, you've already seen the constructor, and I think you're already understanding that the constructor function is a really good place to do our state initialization, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. We can also do some initial data loading inside of a constructor. We can make a network request to some outside API, just like we did here, and we can make it inside of the constructor. It could be one possible solution, right? However, I distinctly remember when we started talking about component did mount, I told you that component did mount method is a perfect location to do some initial data loading for our component, right? Or even to do some fetching of an outside process like getting the user's current position, if you only have to do this thing one time. Now, in our case, we only want to get our user's current position one time, and the component did mount method only gets invoked one time. Sounds like a match. Yet you might now have noticed that we did the same thing for the component did mount method and the constructor. In both locations, we can do some data loading or call our geolocation stuff right here. So in truth, we could use either a constructor or a component did mount to do that data loading. However, if you read the official React documentation, and if you look at some of the community best practices, they're all going to say, do not do data loading inside the constructor function. All right, that's understandable. But you absolutely can. It's just recommended that you do it inside the component did mount method. Now, there is a very simple reason for that. If you always centralize all of your data loading stuff inside the component did mount method, as opposed to spreading it out between components, well, it's going to lead to a much clearer code, logically thinking, right? So if a new engineer ever starts working on your project, they can open up some new component file and understand right from the get-go that all the data loading code is related to a single component, and it's always going to be placed inside of the component did mount. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take that advice right now and define a component did method, and we're going to move our get current position call inside the component did mount lifecycle method. But right now, we're going to finish talking about these last few lifecycle methods. So next up is the render method. I think you already pretty well understand what's going on with the render method, yes? Inside of the render method, we're going to return some JSX in general, and that's the only thing that we do inside of there. We're not going to ever make a network request, right? Okay. We're not ever going to start up something like fetching the user's location or something like that. Render method is just about returning JSX and not doing anything else. Now, the component did update method gets called every single time that a component is updated for any reason. Maybe our state changes or our component gets a new props from its parent. So this would be a great location to also do some data loading that needs to be done every single time that a component is updated. So a good example of that would be if we wanted to make some type of network request every single time that a user clicks on a button or every single time that they enter some text into an input. Now, finally, component will unmount. The component will unmount method is used anytime that we are about to remove a component from the screen and we need to do some cleanup after it. Good example of that would be if we're making use of Google Maps, say, inside of a React application. Okay, so you guys get it. Now, technically, it's not the entire list of lifecycle methods. There are 3 other lifecycle methods called should component update, get derived state from props, and get snapshot before update. Now, the reason I'm not going to put them in the diagram right here is that, well, these lifecycle methods are very rarely used. And so as you're beginning with React and you're learning it all for the first time, it's best to just ignore these and focus on what's commonly used. All right, you look like you could use a break. I'll see you on the other side, and we're going to have more fun with refactoring. Oh, great, you made it back. Excellent. So we now understand that we usually put some initial data loading requests or code inside of the component did mount instead of the constructor function. And remember, there's not necessarily a technical reason for this. It's just considered a best practice. So at present, inside of our constructor, we've got this initial call right here to get our user's current position. And we're going to put this inside of a component did mount lifecycle method. Now, if we put it right in here, our application is going to work how it currently works. So I'm going to add a new function underneath my constructor function and call it component did mount. And then I'm going to find the entire block of code where we get our user's current position. And I'm going to cut it and paste it inside there. I'll save this and flip back over to our browser. We should see that our application still works as expected. So I can refresh the page and boom, it's working exactly as it did before. Okay. So now I want you to take notice of the constructor function. Its only purpose is to initialize our state object. Now remember that when we first initialized this, I mentioned that there were 2 ways to initialize our state. So now we're going to see that alternate way that does not use a constructor function. So let's have a look at it. I'm going to go outside of my constructor function, and I'm going to say state equals an empty object, and I'll put in there 2 properties, that is latitude is null and error message is an empty string. So what you see right here with a constructor function and this dot state equals, something we had written here, totally equivalent to just writing out state dot equals and then the same string, our state initialization. Now I did not put this dot state here. It's just state by itself. Now these 2 ways are identical. So I'm going to delete the constructor function entirely because we just don't need it now. Okay, so let's test this. Save this file and go back to my browser and I'll refresh the page and the application works as it did before. That is it. So I think this way is shorter and it's also cleaner than the way that we did it before. But now you understand the mechanisms involved. So quick break and see you in the next section. So in this section, we're going to continue to develop our application. Now remember that we've already created a component called hemisphere display. So in this video, I just want to import this hemisphere display into the index.js file. And then down inside the render method, rather than printing out the latitude right here, I want to show the hemisphere display component instead. So the goal here is not to show the user their latitude. The goal here is to show the user which hemisphere they are on. Okay, so let's do it, right? At the very top of the index.js file, I'm going to import hemisphere display from hemisphere display. Now remember, we already created that component and it's inside the same directory, which is why we use the // right there. So now down inside of my render method, I'm going to find where we are currently printing out the latitude. And I'm going to remove that. Instead, I'm going to create the hemisphere display component. And when we create this thing, we're going to need to tell the hemisphere display what the latitude of our user is. And then the hemisphere display component figures out whether or not it is north or south. So we have to take our latitude, which remember is stored inside of our state object, and somehow get that value of state, pass it down into the hemisphere display component. So what are we going to do? Good idea. We're going to use the prop system again. So I'm going to add on a new prop with the name latitude, and then I will assign it a value of this.state.latitude. So now we're taking a property from the state on the app component and passing it as a props down into the hemisphere display. And as you can see, the two systems of props and state are far more clear now. I hope you can see that. So we can take state from one component and pass it as props down to the child, in this case, the hemisphere display. So now the hemisphere display is linked with the app component. And I know you can remember that anytime we call setState, the component updates itself, and that's going to cause the hemisphere display to be updated as well. Because if that latitude property right there changes, the new latitude value is going to be put into hemisphere display. And then hemisphere display component will be rendered as well, like dominoes. So anytime we call setState, that component renders itself. But in addition to the component, it will also render any children that it is showing as well. We'll see some really good examples of this over time. So now let's go to our hemisphere display component. Remember also, anytime that we pass a props into a functional component, it's going to show up as the first argument to that functional component, and we always refer to it as props. So inside of that object, there should be a latitude property that contains our user's latitude. Let's see it. So I'm going to do a console log of props.latitude. Then save this and let's check out the browser. Okay, my latitude is right here. So now we've got that latitude inside of our hemisphere display component. We're going to start to write some code inside of this component to determine whether it's the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere. Can't wait. But we're going to take a pause right here before we go on to the next section. How's that for suspense? So in the last video, we got our latitude down into our hemisphere display component. Now the only other thing that we have to do is help it to figure out which hemisphere the user is in. So we're going to say that if the latitude is greater than 0, our user must be in the northern hemisphere. And if it's less than 0, that means that our user is in the southern hemisphere. That makes sense. So now we're going to put together a little bit of code to essentially determine the hemisphere. But before we get moving on that, I do want to make Well, we'll deconstruct our props a little bit so that we can write a cleaner code. So let me show you what I mean. As you see right here, now we passed props as an argument to this component, and then we get the user's current latitude inside of this props by saying props.latitude right here. Now, instead of doing that, we could simply remove that props argument and place a set of curly braces. And then inside of these curly braces, I'll just put our latitude. And then any time that we are going to want to use latitude inside of our component, we can just call it latitude instead of saying props.latitude. You with me? So we get the latitude property inside the props object thanks to ES 2015 deconstruction syntax. So maybe you don't believe me. So let's test it then. See if it's working as we expect it to. We're going to remove that syntax and just say latitude. Let's save this and flip back over to the browser. And, okay, you owe me a penny. It is working as it was before. All right. So now we might be able to determine which hemisphere the user is in. Now to do that, we're going to use a JavaScript ternary expression. So we're going to say const hemisphere is equal to, and then we put our ternary expression. Now, if the latitude is greater than 0, we will put here a question mark, which means that if that's the case, and then we will return the northern hemisphere. Follow? So after that, we're going to be able to put a semicolon here, which means that if it is not greater than 0, in this case, we are going to return southern hemisphere. So again, we'll turn to the JavaScript ternary expression. If this expression right here will be true, then we're going to return northern hemisphere from the overall expression. Otherwise, if latitude is less than 0, then we will return southern hemisphere instead. And then lastly, we're going to return the result of this entire ternary expression and assign its result to our hemisphere declaration right here. So let's go ahead and remove that console log here. All right, so now we need to customize how the hemisphere display component is going to look, depending on whether or not it is northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere. Now remember here that the ultimate goal is to show text on our browser, right? So I'm going to remove that hard-coded text of hemisphere display, and I will replace it with a set of curly braces. Now remember, we use those curly braces anytime we want to reference a JavaScript variable. In this case, we're going to put here the hemisphere variable, and it's going to say to us either northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere, according to the result of that ternary expression. So let's save all this, and we'll test to see if it's working. What do you think? Okay, so we're now seeing that I am in the northern hemisphere. Now, to make sure that it's working correctly, I'm going to refresh my application, and I'm going to make sure that the correct hemisphere is being displayed. And what do you know? I'm still in the northern hemisphere, which for me, yes, indeed, that is correct. Now, I could change my geolocation override down here. So I could say that I'm in Sao Paulo, which is in the southern hemisphere. So now if I refresh the page, I should see southern hemisphere. And so now we have that text on our screen. I think we got something here. Now, the last thing we have to do is just a little bit of styling inside of our hemisphere display component. All right, so that was a lot. So I'm going to give you guys a little break, and we're going to continue on the other side. So in that last section, we put together the logic of our project to show the user that they are either on the southern hemisphere or in the northern hemisphere. And I know I was pretty strict with you, sticking to the text. We still don't have an image here, and you probably distinctly remember that we went looking for some images. So let's insert some images into our React project. So I already have the image right here on my computer, and I'm going to just add that picture into our project file. And at the end of this section, I uploaded the finished instance of our application. So you may go and download it yourself. And after downloading the file, you can find the SRC folder inside the project, and then you may get the image folder inside the SRC folder, and then you can insert it into your own project. Or you might find some picture on the internet that, is somehow related. You just have to take it and put it inside of your project's SRC directory. All right, so you got that. So now I've installed my image folder on my desktop, and inside of it I have two images right here. And I'm going to take them and put them inside of my project. So I'm going to open up my project folder, which is just right here, and name it Hemisphere. Now, you may have installed your project folder somewhere else on your computer, so you just have to find it, and I'm trusting you to do that. And then inside of the project, we're just going to open up this SRC folder. Now I'm going to take this image folder and drag it inside the SRC folder, like so. Now we can flip back over to our code editor, and as you can see right here, we have our images inside the image folder, just like we uploaded. All right, so now remember that the idea here is to use these images inside of our Hemisphere display component. So in order to do that, we have to import it into this file. I'm going to say import, and then the name of the picture, and I'll call it Northern Pic. And then I'm going to import it from the image folder. And then I'll be able to pick the Northern Hemisphere.jpg inside of it. So I'm now going to do the same for the Southern Hemisphere picture. So that means I'll just have to copy this line and paste it just underneath, right? So I can call this Southern Pic. And now this time we're just going to get the Southern Hemisphere picture like so. Okay, so now what we really want to do here is somehow produce the name of our picture dependent upon our current latitude, and then pass this name as a source into an image tag in order to determine the picture that we want to show the user, right? I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so to do that, we just need to make use of a very similar expression like we used just a couple of videos ago in order to get our text. So let's see, I could say something like const picture is equals, and then if the latitude is going to be greater than 0, we will return Northern Pic. Otherwise, we will return Southern Pic. See, and then that will give me either Northern Pic or a value of Southern Pic, like so. All right, so now that we wrote both expressions to get our text, and now we can reference them into our image tag. So right here inside this div, let's say image. So we're not going to put in a set of double quotes like so. Instead, we're going to use that JSX interpolation where we are going to refer to some JavaScript variable, okay? So then inside of here, just going to reference the text that returned from this picture result either Southern Pic or Northern Pic. So to be clear, these two are a little bit of an identical ternary. Now the only difference is the values that get returned, right? Because in this case, we're going to reference this text here inside the JavaScript object. And of course, you remember that we are not referencing the string inside of the JavaScript object as a source to an image. Actually, I mean that we're not using any quotes inside of this JavaScript object, right? So I'm going to be able to save this now and flip back over to my application in the browser. And look at that. You can see the automatic refresh, and then we see the image appear right in front of our eyes. All right, so that looks good. So it says Northern Hemisphere. And we'll do a little quick test over here. And I will select the Sao Paulo right here and refresh the page. And we are seeing Southern Hemisphere. Bravo. In case you missed it earlier, Sao Paulo is in the Southern Hemisphere. So for now, let's just say that this is working well enough. All right, so we're going to take a little break here. And when we come back, we're going to talk about a little styling action. At present, our code's not really looking too good. But let me tell you why. First off, we have these two basically duplicated ternary expressions, right? So I think that we could probably do a better job of deciding what text and image name to display rather than putting two expressions in a row. The idea is that we're going to create a configuration object at the top of the file. So let's do it right now, and you'll see what I mean. So at the top of the file, I'm going to create a new object called hemisphere config. And this will be an object with two key value pairs inside of it. First will be a northern object, and the other one will be southern. And of course, it'll be an object as well. So now we have to make these keys inside of this object match up perfectly with the strings that we are returning from our hemisphere ternary operations. So we're going to change them as well. So I'm going to delete both of these hemisphere texts right here. So now these two objects are indeed going to tell us exactly what text and what image name we should use. If it's northern, we'll say text, it is northern hemisphere. And I'll designate the picture of northern hemisphere, and I say northern pick. So then what we can do is pretty much the same thing for the southern as well. I'll say text is, it is southern hemisphere, and I'll give the picture of the southern pick. All right, so now that we've got this hemisphere config thing put together, we can now remove these ternary expressions. So to get at either of those objects, this thing right here, the text and the picture name, we can reference them back down inside of our component. Hemisphere config with square brackets, and inside of it, I'll put this hemisphere like so. So that's going to return object with the text and the picture name inside of this object. So then we can use a little bit of ES 2015 syntax to pull out that text and picture name, and then very easily reference those properties inside of our return statement. So that means we are no longer going to have those duplicated ternary operations. So all the different options are very plainly separated right here. Didn't see that one coming, did you? So if a person ever needs to come back to this component and update the text or update the picture name, it's going to be really easy for them to do. Inside of my JSX, I'm going to fix here, remove that hemisphere thing and say text instead. And we are already referencing the picture right there, so there's no need to change it. Okay, so let's write in here the alt text. I will say hemisphere picture. All right, so without a doubt, this is a big improvement to the legibility of this component, yes? And now it looks pretty reasonable. Now, if we flip back over, we're going to see that our components are still working as expected. All right, so it seems like we don't have a problem, right? Not a care in the world. So now let's do some styling. So our app is a little bit different than we wanted it to be. So now we're going to use that, remember semantic UI? Those class names, and we'll also learn by adding custom styling to our app. So first up, we're going to create a CSS file to customize the background color, all right? So inside my SRC directory, I'm just going to create a new CSS file. I'm going to give it a name. Let's call it hemisphere.css. And that's going to indicate to anyone else looking at my project that the CSS file is modifying the hemisphere display component. So let's first add a class name to our outside div right here. And I'm going to give it a class name of hemisphere inside of JavaScript object. As we know, this is referencing the result of this ternary operation right here, right? So that means it's going to return to us either northern or southern, depending on latitude. And I do that because I want to use different styling for both different situations. So right now I'm going to save this file and go over to hemisphere CSS. And inside of here, I'll put on some styling for the northern and southern hemispheres. So I'm going to say northern. Inside of it, I'll say display flex, justify content center, align items center, height 100 VH, background color. Let's give it some of a pinky like color. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for southern hemisphere. I'll copy and paste it. So now I just want to change that color. So this time I'll give it a pretty color. Full disclosure, I did arrange this color before the lesson, so you don't have to know the hex code. Okay, so now I'm going to save this. Now the last thing we'll do is make sure that this CSS file gets linked up to our project. To do that, I'll go back over to my hemisphere display component, and at the top of the file, I'll say import hemisphere.css, like so. So now we are going to import that CSS file into our project. Okay, so let's save it all, and then we should see our updated CSS file inside the browser. Perfect. So now let's change the latitude over here again to the northern hemisphere. I'm going to select Moscow and refresh the page. And it's working the way that we expect it to. So right now, there's still a little bit more styling left to do. Can we quickly do it? I think so. And I'm going to find my div right here. So inside this div, I will say another div with a class name of UI raised text container segment. Now I'm going to take this image and text inside of this div. And then after that, I'm going to wrap this image tag with a div that has the class name of image. And I'm also going to wrap this text with a div with a class name of UI teal bottom attached label. And finally, I'm going to put this text inside a H1 tag to make it bigger. Okay, so I know we're going through the CSS a little quickly here, but just remember the entire goal of this course is really React and JavaScript, not CSS. And I'm also kind of assuming that you understand some of the basics of CSS. Now, if you're wondering about this class right here, you might have a look at the semantic UI documentation. How's that for a tip? All right, so now let's save the file. Okay, it seems pretty good. So let's change the location to Northern Hemisphere and then refresh the page. Booyah! Awesome. So I think this is going to work really well. So let's take a little break here. When we come back, the next section, that's when we're going to make one or two last little changes that, well, I'm not going to say they're going to change your life, but they're going to make it a whole lot easier. See you then. Ah, oh, there you are. I didn't see you there. All right, you came back. Great. I hope you had a good break because in this video, I'm going to show you the React Dev Tools. Okay, but before I go any further and show you those tools, I just want you to check out one thing. Now, in the last couple of tutorials, we created this component and it had one element that this div inside, right? The render method, this single div wrapped the other div. But what if we want to say, for example, after this div, we want to add h1 tag and say hello. Okay, so let's save this and see if it works. So let's come back to the browser and see that it's not working. What? So if we look into the console, you can see that we have got these errors right here. So let's have a look and see what's happening. So what's happening here is that we've got two top-level tags within the return statement. And React doesn't like that. Can you see that? Yeah. So it wants you to put everything in the return statement in one parent tag. So we can't do this, but by the way, we can get around it. And that's by doing a div tag at the top and then get the closing tag and put it at the end. You follow? So shift these, and now everything is contained within one parent tag. See how it works now? Awesome. So we can't actually add multiple elements, but we can put everything within one single parent tag. How's that? Pretty cool. So now I'm going to delete this whole thing. And now I want to show you some of the React Dev Tools. So I'm just going to zoom into the console right here, and you can see it on my toolbar that I have the React tab. Just click on it, and you can see our app components. And inside of it here, we can see our hemisphere display component. So it's showing the components in my application. And not only does it show the component, but if you click on it, it's going to show you the props and the state of that component. Now you can expand it to see what's inside. So now I want to show you how to download this React Dev tool. I hope you weren't clicking around on your computer and saying, hey, I don't have that. So you can use it when you're developing a React app. So what you want to do is go to the Chrome Web Store and search for React Dev Tools. Now it's right here. I have already installed it, but if you click on that, you should see an Add to Chrome button. And you just click on that, and then it's going to install it for you. So all you ever need to do then is just right-click the Select Inspect and then open up your console. And then go to React, and it's going to show you the different components in the application. So I think it's a really cool tool that you can download. It's really going to help you when you're going to develop React applications. All right, so that's that. Let's take a break right here, and guess what? You've come too far to quit now. Let's move on to the next section. Now, in this video, I want to very quickly do a review of everything that we've learned inside of this application. All right? So let's get to it. We first began by talking about the difference between functional components and class-based components. I hope you remember that I said that with class-based components, it's generally easier to organize our code. Now, the reason for that is that if you start to look at this index.js file, it becomes pretty easy to understand what's going on at first glance. So we can open up this file and then instantly see that we have a class called app. It has states, it has a component didMount method, and it has some optional methods here to decide what content to render. But if you open up our hemisphere display component, understanding what's going on inside of here is a little challenging when you first open it up. Am I right? So you see something here called hemisphere config at the top, and I don't know about you, but I go like, wait, what hemisphere config? What's this thing? But on the other hand, if we would have a couple of helper functions inside this file, it would be a little bit more confusing for us to decide which one is our component. As you can see here, it seems a little challenging to decide what's going on. Okay, so I had to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the file to finally see the component inside of here. And if we wanted to, we could definitely take that component out and move it up to the top like so. And we'd probably not run into any issues. So we could put the functional component at the top, but you're going to find that in a lot of standards, people generally want to put the config objects and the helper functions at the top and then the functional components at the bottom. It's, kind of a community convention to put the component at the bottom. So right now I'm going to remove this. And the next thing that we learned about class-based components is that they can make use of the state system, which makes it easier to handle user input. And the next thing we learned was that with the class-based components, we can make use of lifecycle methods. We then spoke about some big rules of class-based components. So we said that we have to define a render method that's going to return some JSX. And right here, we've got the render method, and we return some JSX. And we are going to learn more about state, and right now we can only use the state with class-based components, even though technically there are some exceptions to this rule. And then hopefully you learned that state is going to be a JavaScript object that's going to contain some amount of data that is relevant to a very particular component like this. All right, so next up, we had to initialize our state when our component was created. We first did that by using the constructor function. But then as we saw later on the constructor function, it wasn't really necessary for initializing our state, and that we can actually initialize the state as an instance property, as you see right here. So even though we're not defining constructor here, Babel gets it and puts it inside the constructor instead of making us do it. So actually, the constructor is going to exist anyway, so why not put it to good use? Then finally, we learned an important thing, that the only way to update our states is by calling the setState function. And then we saw an example of that inside of our getCurrentPosition callback right here. Now, we also went over the fact that when we call setStates, it would not overwrite, delete, or change our error message, and likewise for the latitude. This would only modify the latitude property, and it would not modify or change the error message. And then the last big topic that we spoke about was the component lifecycle methods. We said that the constructor function is the first function that gets called inside of a component. We can use it for data loading or for some kind of long-running operation, but community convention is to stick data loading requests into the component didMount method. The component didMount lifecycle method gets called exactly one time when our content first shows up on the screen. And then after that, anytime that the component gets updated by calling setState, the component didUpdate lifecycle method will be called. So we make use of that lifecycle method anytime that we need to fetch data or redo something every time that a component gets updated. And finally, there was the component willUnmount lifecycle method. We said that it's essentially used for doing cleanup. There's not a whole lot of other uses for it besides that. Now, hopefully you will remember that there are other lifecycle methods, but these are the ones that are most used, and the other ones rarely. So we're not really going to talk about those right now, because if you learn about them, you might start using them for scenarios where they're really not going to help you out much. So it's much better to get used to the lifecycle methods that we have right here. So that's a whole lot, but it is everything that we've covered in this section. So, hey, good job. You're sticking with it. We got more to get to, so why don't you take a break right here, have some rest even, and I'm going to meet you in the next section. All right. So this is the video that we are going to start talking about handling user events and fetching data from an API. And we're going to build an application to better understand those topics. So first off, we still don't have a lot of experience handling users' events like clicking on something or typing on something or dragging something around on the screen, whatever. So what we're going to focus on right now is pertaining to this application that we're going to build, right? And that is, let's focus on how React deals with user events. So far, we've been making use of static data, but in a real React application, we are very frequently attempting to fetch some data from an outside API or from some server and then pull that data out of some database maybe. So we're going to learn how that we can correctly fetch data from inside the React application. So far, we haven't really been building any lists of data. We've just been showing kind of individual elements and components one at a time, but we haven't been really rendering lists. So we are going to get a really good idea of how to show a list of records, okay? So let's take a look at the mock-up of the application that we're going to build. Essentially, what we want to do is show a text input at the very top center of the screen. A user should then be able to type in some text here like cars or flowers, plants, any term. And then after they type in the term and then press enter, we're going to do a request to an outside API that is going to find images that match whatever term that user has just entered. Yeah? So if a user types flowers and then presses enter, I would want to somehow get a list of images of flowers and then show them on the screen to that user. Now, there's not going to be a lot of styling right now. We're just going to focus on the handling of user typing, searching for images, and then showing that list of data, okay? All right, so that's the idea. Let's generate our app. I'm going to say create React app, and I'm simply going to call this image list. And then while it's installing, let's just take a break right here, and I'll see you in the next one. Great. So in the last section, we generated a new project, and I'm going to go into that folder now, and we called it what? Image list with cd image list. And then I'm going to say npm start, and it will run my React server. So now let's open up our code editor inside that new image list directory. And I'm going to select the image list right here. Oh, now before writing any code, I do want to do a quick overview on how we're going to, well, generally approach the design of our project. So let's go back to our mockup. And what we're going to do here is somehow we're going to get the user feedback and receiving the user interactions anytime that the user types a new search term into that search bar at the top of our application. So we need to somehow get that text and then do a search with that text, right? So once we get that search term, we'll need to somehow use that term to make requests to an outside API to get our list of images. Now, all we can do is throw the search term, and this outside API is going to give us back a list of images that match the search term. Then finally, we're going to take that list of images and then render them as a list on the screen. And by doing all this, we are going to learn how we handle search terms, user input, and fetching data. Now, we could build this entire application with just one component. That wouldn't be much fun, is it? But in general, we would like to break our applications into multiple separate components just to get a little bit more code reuse for the future. All right? So let's break this thing up into separate components, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a search input component, and anytime that a user types something into there, the search input is going to handle that typing event. We'll also have a second component called the image list, and the image list will take a list of images and just render them out as a list on the screen. And we're going to have an app component as always. You're always probably going to end up with an app component that's going to be at the very top or the most root component of your application. So our component hierarchy is going to look like this. Great. So the app is going to show an instance of the search input and an instance of the image list. All right, let's break it right here. Go over that, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, so now in this video, we're going to start putting this application together. Now, in that last section, we started our image list project and my new React project running on the screen, and we also started our code editor. Now, make sure that you have those open now if you took an extended break, because now I'm going to go inside of my code editor and I'm going to open up that SRC directory. So I'm going to highlight all of those and I'm going to delete them entirely. And then inside my SRC folder, I'm going to make an index.js file. And then we'll put together some of that same boilerplate that we put together inside the index.js file. So I'll say import React from React, import React DOM from React DOM. And then generally inside of here, we would create an app component. But this time, we're going to do things a little bit differently. Told you, learn something. So in total, we're going to end up with a decent number of files inside this SRC directory. So rather than just throwing all of these different files directly into the SRC directory, we are going to try to impose a little bit more structure in this project. Now to do that, inside my SRC folder, I'm going to make a new folder called Components, and we're going to end up creating all of the different components that we create inside of that folder instead of just the SRC folder. So now this includes the app component as well. All right, so we got that. Now, rather than defining the app component inside of our index.js file, we will make a separate file inside the components directory called app.js. Now, this is a very common pattern, even though we've been putting our app components directly in the index.js file before. But now we're going to end up having a lot of setup code inside of the index.js file besides the app component that we've had before. So rather than putting a ton of setup code inside of the index.js file and at the same time defining an app component, that's going to make a little bit of a mess, right? So we can kind of break these two things down to make it more understandable by putting the app component into its own separate file in the components directory. So now with all that in mind, inside of this new components folder, I'm going to make a file called app.js. And then inside of there, we can very quickly put together some scaffolding for this component and then import it back into index.js to show it on the screen. So I'll do a import React from React, and then I'll make a functional component. And this component will return a div with text, hello world. And I'll do an export default app, just like so. And then back inside of index.js, I'm going to import that new component. So I'll say import app from. Now, remember before with every statement we did for a file like that, we just said // and then the file name. But this time around, to get that app file, we would say in the current directory to // and look in the components folder and then get the app file. So in other words, I would say / components app, like that. All right, so now we've got the reference to the app component. Now we can show it on the screen with a React DOM render. So as a first argument, I will say app, and then I will pass a reference to our div with ID root. And that is shown inside the index.html file as the second argument. All right, so now I'm going to save this file, flip back over to our browser, and I should be able to see the text that we wrote. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a problem with this. Everything seems to be working well. Now then, let's make our search input component inside of the components folder. As I mentioned earlier, the goal of this component is to show our search input at the top of our application. So inside of search input, I'll do my import React from React, and then I'm going to make a class-based component. Now, I know that I need to make a class-based component because I have to use state at some point to handle the user input where the user is actually typing into the search bar, right? So I'm going to say class search input extends React component. Then inside of here, I'm going to define my render function and put in a return keyword. And then inside of a div, I will say search input. And at the bottom, we'll do an export default search input. Now, finally, I want to show this inside of the app component. So I'm going to go back over to my app.js file, and I'm going to import the search input at the top. And then rather than showing the text here, I'm going to show search input. Come on, let's flip back over to the browser. And I see search input. Okay, so that's good. All right, so we know that we don't want the text search input inside of here, right? We just need a text input. So back inside of the search input, I'm going to replace the text inside of there with a little bit of JSX. You guessed it. And I will say div, because I know this is going to be a multi-line statement. So inside of here, I'm going to place a form that's going to contain my input. And I'll say that the input type is text. And now I can save this, and let's go back and look at our browser. And sure enough, there it is. But of course, it needs a little bit of styling. So in the next section, we're going to hook up that semantic UI. And that way we'll be able to add a little styling. All right. So let's take a break here. I'll see you on the other side in just a second. Yes, indeed. We are here in this section that we are going to add just a couple of class names to get a little better styling than what we have right now. We're going to do it quickly because I don't want to spend too much time on it. You can spend as much time as you like. All right, so we are going to use the semantic UI, as I like to do, and I would like you to do to get the hang of it. So let's flip back over to our browser and search for semantic CDN. And it's right here, so I'll click on that link, press Command or Control F, and search for semantic.min.css. All right, so copy that link and go back inside of our code editor. We're going to open index.html file, and we're going to create a link tag and put it inside this link tag like so. All right, so remember to close this tag and save and close the file. Great. Now you might be able to recognize some of these steps, but here we are. We're ready to add some styling. So I'm going to find my search input component, and then the outside div right here. I'm going to give it a class name of UI segment. And then I will give the form class name UI form. Now, under this form element, I will open up another div with a class name field. And again, inside of it, I will put another div with a class name UI massive icon input. And I'm going to cut my input and then place it inside of this div. And I want to give my input a placeholder search, just like this. Now, finally, just underneath the input, I'm going to add an icon and give it a class name of search icon, like so. And the last touch that I want to do is inside of the app.js file, this div, which is wrapping our search input component, I will give it a class name of UI container. And I want to give it a little bit of a margin at the top. So I'll say margin top 30 pixels. Now I can just save this file and flip back to the browser, see what it looks like. Looks pretty good. All right, so that's enough for now. Let's take a break right here. So right back. So in this section, we're going to add some functionality to our user input. If a user starts to type something, we want to react to the user typing, right? So I'm going to define a new method at the top of the class. And I'm going to call this onInputChange, like so. So now I want to make sure that this method right here gets called anytime someone changes the text inside of our input. So in order to make sure of that, I'm going to create an event handler called onChange right here. And then I'll pass it a reference to the onInputChange method that we just created. And I'll say this dot onInputChange. And I want to highlight one point here. When we pass a method to a props like this called onInputChange, we do not put a set of parentheses at the end of it. If you were to put a set of parentheses on it, because I know what you're thinking, it means that onInputChange is going to be automatically called whenever a component is rendered. So we don't want to call onInputChange when our component is rendered. You follow? Instead, we want to call this function at some point in time in the future. So in other words, rather than calling this function with a set of parentheses, we're going to leave the parentheses and we're going to pass a reference to this function, to the input element, so that the input can call that function at some point in time. All right, so now what that means is anytime that someone types in something into the input, our callback is going to be invoked. And then this callback will be run with one argument being passed to it automatically. And we usually refer to that object as the event object. So this is pretty much normal JavaScript objects that will contain a bunch of information about the event that has just occurred. In this case, the user typed something. All right. Now there's usually just one property inside of this entire object that we care about, and that is the event.target.value property. So this right here will contain the text that the user just added to our input. So let's try to console log that and see what we get. All right, so I'll save this and then flip back over. And as I add text, you'll see that in my console over here, whatever text I enter gets console logged out. If I delete the text inside my input, the console shows nothing. So pretty clearly, anytime that we type into the input, and then the onInputChange method is going to be called automatically, and then we will be given whatever is typed into that input. So now, I'm sure a couple of quick questions have brewed up here, so let me see if I can address them. First off, you will indeed notice that we pass this callback function to a props on the input called onChange. It's a very special property name, and different events are going to be wired to different property names. In this case, we want to get a callback when we want to change this text input. So we use the property name onChange. There are several other property names for wiring up callbacks or event handlers, like onSubmit or onClick, of course. We might have probably seen those event handlers at some point in time. But the last thing that I want to mention about event handlers here is the name of the method that I put together that you see right here is indeed a community convention. So usually it's going to always be on, and then the name of the element that we are assigning to this callback, in this case an input, and finally the event that we are watching for, which is now the change event. So it's simply on input change. And anyone who reads this is going to understand when this function gets called, it gets called on input being changed. That makes sense, right? Cool. Now, let me tell you, too, that in some cases you may see a little variation on this, like handle input change, which means this is a function that is responsible for handling the input being changed. Personally, I like to use the on, and I think that it's slightly more popular, but to me it's more clear. But actually, the name of the callback does not really make too much of a difference. We can actually call this thing whatever we want, as long as we're going to change this one with the same name. I'm just telling you what the community conventions are so that, nobody calls you out. But this right here must be on change. If it's not, our function will not be called at any time. All right? So that is how to handle event handlers. So now we've got some value coming back from our user. Why don't we have a break right here, and we will continue what to do with it in the next section. See you there. Yes, indeed. So in the last couple of videos, I believe, we've been talking about event handlers in React. All we have to do is find some element that we want to watch for, and then add a props to it. Then we'll pass that prop a callback, and then that callback will be invoked at any time that the event occurs. So besides that, you probably see some different syntax for this callback right here. It's something like that we can pass an arrow function to this props instead of just referencing the method like this. So let me show you how to do that. So I'm going to remove this, and I will put this function right here, and then pass the event object as an argument to it. And we will say again, console log event target value. And I'm just going to remove this method right here. Okay, so now we can save it and go back to our browser and test it. I'm going to type something, and you can see that it is working just as it was before. Okay, so now we're going to continue talking about event handlers. So inside of our search input component, we have created an uncontrolled form element. In particular, this input right here is an uncontrolled form element. Capiche? Now, in general, as React developers, we prefer to work with controlled components. Perhaps even just the way you like to work with controlled components. So in this video, we're going to refactor our search input from an uncontrolled element into a controlled element. So first, we're going to do it, and then after that, I'm going to tell you exactly what the difference between the two of them are and why we would prefer controlled elements. All right, so let's get to it. So inside my search input component, at the top of my class, I'm going to initialize a state object. I'm going to say state is an object that has a single property that we will refer to as entry. And this is going to be an empty string. Then inside of here, I will say this dot set state entry. is going to be the event target value. Okay, so right now we are initializing our state, and it has a single property called entry that starts off as an empty string. You see where we're going with this, right? And then every single time a user types inside that input, we're going to update our state. So we're going to update that entry property with whatever the current value coming from the input is. And then as a final step on the input, I'm going to say a new prop called value will be equal to this dot state dot entry. All right, so I'm going to save this file, flip back over to the browser, and we're going to see that our components still work the same way as it did before, just the way we want them to. Perfect. So let's type something. Yeah, see, it seems like we don't have any problems. Okay, so now through this, you might have some questions bubbling up to the surface like, wait a minute, why are we using state? Why are we updating state whenever we change the input? And I don't know, why are we passing something called value back into the input? Well, don't worry about that. In the next section, we're going to talk about all of that, and we're going to discuss exactly what the differences are between uncontrolled and controlled elements are. So take a break right here, give your brain a rest. I'll see you on the other side. Here we are. This is what the other side looks like. In this video, I'm going to tell you what's going on with the code that we just wrote in the previous lecture. Then I'm going to tell you exactly what the differences are between an uncontrolled and a controlled environment. So first, I'm going to show you a flowchart to explain what's going on with that code inside of our component. So the first thing that happens is, when the user types in that input, then instantly our callback gets invoked. The one we are passing to onCharge right here. Then inside that callback, we pull the current value of the input or whatever the user just typed in, and then we update our state on our component by calling setState with that new value. So now this state entry is going to contain whatever the user just typed into that input. Remember, anytime that we call setState, the component is going to automatically render itself. So the render method right here gets called a second time the instant the user types something in there. Now, when the component renders, we'll take that value of this state entry right here, and we assign it to the value prop of the input. The value prop right there is going to essentially overwrite whatever text is already inside of the input. So now let me just demonstrate that to you pretty easily. So I'll change it to some random text, save it, and I'll flip back over to the browser, and you'll see that my text input right here now has all of whatever that was that I just typed in. So whatever we assign to that value prop is what the input is going to show. We take whatever the string is inside the this.state.entry and then push it into that input value, and then we show it in the input on our browser. So this entire series of flow is a controlled element with the refactor that we just did. And we had an uncontrolled element. Now let's talk about exactly what the difference is between the two and why we prefer controlled elements. So let's pull up another quick diagram here. Now this is a diagram of the code before we refactored it to be a controlled component. So let's first consider the older version of the code. On the left-hand side, I've got a diagram of what we called the React. This is essentially all of our components, all of our classes. And then on the right-hand side is the HTML world. And this is essentially all of the HTML that is showing up inside of the application and displaying some information to the user. Now, with the old version of our code, how would you answer if I asked you what's the value of the input right now? You see, with the older version of our code, the only way that we could somehow figure out what that value of our input was at any instant in time was to reach into the DOM to find that input element and then pull the value out of it. That was the only way that we could answer that question. So we had to reach into the DOM and pull out the value. Well, there was technically a time when our React component understood what the value of the input was. During all the periods in time, the source of data inside our application was inside of our HTML document, and it was not inside of our React component. And that is the most critical part to understand. We don't like to store information inside of our HTML elements. Instead, we want to centralize all of the information that we have inside of our React component. So we're not going to somehow store data inside the DOM. So let's have a look at the same diagram, but after we refactor it to be controlled. And now if I ask you the value of the input, you don't have to go over to the DOM. Instead, we can look directly at our React component. We can look at the state object and see my component has an entry of hello world. So what does that mean? It means that the value of my input must be hello world. So we will not be going into the DOM and finding the current value of the input. We're always going to just make use of our React component. And that's the difference between a controlled and uncontrolled component. So what's the best thing about this approach and what makes it so easy? Before I show it to you, let's change this value back to this state entry. So let's say, for example, if I ever wanted to render my search input with a default value. So now when my component first renders the input, it will be rendered with the value of hey, or whatever, right? So let's see it. Yeah, it's there. And I can change it and refresh, and it's right there again. So that's easy to do, yeah? Now, the other thing that we can very easily do is manipulate the whatever the user is typing in. For example, let's say that we want to force this text input to always have capitalized values inside of it, no matter what the user types. So to do that, we would find right here where we get the callback for the onChange, and we would say to uppercase, and we're going to take that value, and we're going to force it to be uppercase. So I'll save this. So now when I type in here, I am forced to enter capitalized letters. So it's very easy when you start using controlled components doing something like this, yeah? So, okay, I think that I bashed you over the head about controlled inputs. I think you'll be able to use them properly. So let's change it back to what it was before. Now, we don't want to have a default value, and we don't want to have forced uppercase text. So now let's take a break right here, and we will continue in the next video. See you there. All right, so in that last section, we talked about controlled and uncontrolled elements. And now our React components know what the user types in the input. Now that you know all that, we want to make sure that if the user presses on the Enter key after entering some, whatever the search entry might be, we're going to want to somehow trigger a search for some images and then show those images on the screen. So if I go back here and type in flowers and press enter on my keyboard, I want to somehow trigger a search. What is that somehow? See, because you'll notice that when I press enter, it looks like the entire page refreshes and our search entry disappears. So at present, you're seeing the default behavior of a form element. Remember, we have form element right here. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is disable that default behavior. And we don't want the entire page to refresh automatically anytime that the user presses enter. So to handle this, we're going to find our form tag right here. And I'm going to add an event handler to it under the name onSubmit. Then I'll reference a callback method inside of here called this.onFormSubmit. So then after that, I'll be able to put on my event handler up here. So this is going to be called with an event object, and I do not want the form to attempt to submit itself and refresh the page. So I will prevent that behavior by calling event.preventDefault, just like so. So now if we flip back over to the browser and enter some text and press enter, well, look at that. No longer does the page refresh. So we've now got some callback here, and that's going to be invoked whenever the user types something in and presses enter. Now, as a quick exercise, let's just make sure that we can console log out the current value of the input when the user presses enter and tries to submit the form. This.state.entry. Now I can flip back over and I'll enter in some text, hit enter. Now, when I do it, I see an error message right here, right? Do you? Yeah? All right. So this is going to lead us into, some kind of interesting JavaScript territory. So right now, I want to start to figure out exactly why we're seeing this error message, okay? The error message, and the reason for it is going to be the absolute most common error message that you will see in just about every React project that you're ever going to work on. Without a doubt, you're going to see this error message. You know what? It's not even an exaggeration to say all the time. So let's first examine the message itself, and then we can get a better idea of the root cause of the issue. So the message here says, cannot read property state of undefined. Now, it might not sound so clear to you, but actually, it wants to say something like, I cannot access the property state on the value undefined. So let me give you an example inside of my JavaScript console. As you know, undefined is a value inside of JavaScript. In fact, if you've ever tried to access a property on undefined, such as undefined.state, we're going to get the same error message that we just saw back over there. Cannot read property state of undefined. So this error message right here is essentially telling us we're trying to reference an undefined state. But as you can see with our code over here, it says this.state undefined. So the root issue here is that JavaScript, for some crazy reason, thinks that inside of this onFormSubmit function, this is not equal to our instance of the search input class. Instead, it thinks that this is equal to the value undefined. And that's the issue right there. So here's a diagram of our instance of the search input that is created anytime we render a search input to the screen. The search input has a couple of different properties, such as state, render, onFormSubmit. Any code that we write inside of the search input, we are referencing the this keyword back to the class itself. So when we say this, we're saying, give us a reference to the instance of search input that we are writing code inside of. Then we can use that to get direct access to our state, render, or onFormSubmit properties. So for example, I could say this.state, and it'll give me access to the state object that belongs to this particular instance of the search input. And we've already done that several times inside of our render method. So here is this.onFormSubmit. And in our case, we can't reference this line of code to the instance of search input class. So we have to somehow bind this to our search input class. And of course, just like anything else, there are many different ways to solve this. So what I'm going to do is I'll show you a couple. It'll be your choice. So let's see. So the first way to solve this, we can define our constructor function inside our class. So let's go ahead and define it. So I'll solve this by binding the this method inside the constructor. And to do that, I'm going to say this.onFormSubmit equals this.onFormSubmit and bind this. So when we bind a function, it's going to produce a new version of that function. Okay, so this right here creates a new function that's going to always have the correct value of this, and the value of this will be equal to our instance of the search input. So then all we have to do is take that new function and overwrite the existing kind of broken function, right? So let's go ahead and check it, see it's working. So this is the highly recommended way of solving this problem, and you're going to see it, what did I say earlier? Like all the time? Well, frequently, at the very least. All right, so also what I mentioned before is it's only one way to solve the problem. So let's remove this constructor function and have a look at a second way. So the second way we can solve it is to turn the function right here that we are assigning to onFormSubmit into an arrow function instead. Now, I'm sure you're aware that arrow functions with ES 2015 are always going to lead to a broken value of this. Yet one of the special features of arrow functions is that they automatically bind the value of this for all the code inside the function. So we can replace this default implementation right here with this usual syntax that we've been using so far with an arrow function instead. The only difference is that this time around, rather than assigning an object, we are assigning an arrow function. So the arrow function is going to automatically make sure that the value of this is always equal to our search input. So let's have a look quickly. Let's save this and let's try running the code. Flip back over to my browser and I will type something inside of here, and then I'll just hit enter. All right, we don't have any errors. All right, so that's what I wanted to show you. That's it for right now. Two ways in which we can solve this error. So I think that's enough for right now. I want to take a little break right now, and we will come back and move on in our next section. I'll see you on the other side. So now, when we type something here and press enter, we've got our search entry right here. Yeah? Now we know that if a user enters some amount of text, whatever it is, and hits enter, we're going to want to initiate an API request. And we intend to go find some images that are matching whatever we enter as text here. Yeah? So the first thing we're going to need to think about is where are we going to write some of that code to actually do that API request. Then after that, we're going to talk about a service to fetch some images. So when I look at the search input component, well, I think that the only purpose of the search input is to allow a user to type in some input, right? And then submit it by hitting enter. It's not really the search input's job to take this entry and then use it to make an API request or to find some images for that matter. Instead, I would argue that it's the job of the app component, right? For the search input, rather than doing any API requests, I think that we need to somehow take the search entry and pass it back up to the app component. And then the app component can be the one in charge of actually making an API request and somehow getting that list of images. So in this section, we are going to figure out how we can somehow get that search entry from our search input back up and into that app component. So this is definitely going to be a new thing for us to learn here. At this point, we've really only learned how to communicate between components through the prop system. And remember, the prop system only allows us to pass information from the parent component down to a child. We can only pass information from the app component down to search input through props. but we can use a little trick. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn the app component into a class-based component. And then inside of it, we're going to define a callback method called onSearchSubmit. And then whenever the app component decides to show our search input, it's going to pass that callback method as a props down to the search input. And the search input is going to call that callback anytime that the user submits our form with whatever search term the user's entered. All right? So, a lot of theory. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back, and in the next section, we'll start refactoring our app component. See you there. So, in that last section, we spoke about how we're going to communicate information from the search input to the app. So, step one is to refactor our app into a class-based component. Now, I know that we've already learned about refactoring a functional component over to a class-based component. So I'm just going to take this and I'll replace it with class app extends react.component. And then inside I'm going to define render function, and I'll put a curly brace on the other side of it, like so. All right, so now we can define a callback function on the app. I'm going to give it a name of onSearchSubmit. And I'm going to say that this thing gets called with our search entry. All right, so right now, let's just console log that entry and make sure that it shows up inside the app. So we can now take this method and pass it down to the search input as a props. So I'll say to my props, onSearchSubmit, and pass it to our onSearchSubmit method. And of course, I gave the same name to my props and this callback method right here. I'm going to call this callback with this same props name inside of my search input component. And I want to run this function each time that the search input component is submitted. So the onSubmit event handler is going to run this function. All right, then inside the onFormSubmit, rather than console log out our entry, we instead want to call the onSearchSubmit, which was passed in as props to this component. Yeah, you with me? Good. Now remember that anytime we pass a props down into a component that we're creating, we refer to that props with this name. So inside of this search input, to reference that props, we would say this.props.onSearchSubmit. Terrific. We're here. But there's one little issue that I want to bring up. Throughout this course, we have made use of props, but always in a functional component. Have you noticed that? This is the first time that we're going to make use of props inside of a class-based component. One little difference between the two: when we're in a class-based component, we reference the props object with this.props. That's it. Yeah, that's the only difference. Cool. Not a lot to remember. Now, to get access to the callback that was passed from the app down to our search input, we would reference this.props.onSearchSubmit. Then I'll call that, and when I call, it'll pass in this state entry as an argument, like so. That's it. So we're now saying that whenever a user submits the form, we're going to run onFormSubmit here. We take the event and prevent the default behavior that would cause the page to refresh itself. And then we look at our prop subject and we call the function that was passed into this thing as the onSearchSubmit. And then we invoke that function with this.state.entry. So this is the function that ultimately is going to be invoked. And for right now, we're just going to console log out some value. All right. That's good. So let's test this. So I'll put in some text here and hit enter. Now just notice that it was console from the app file. All right, so we're not done yet. So we're going to take a break, and I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we're going to start working on loading up some images into our React application. So let's get the general idea. Our application is going to be running inside of a user's browser, right? So once they enter a search term and they hit enter, we're going to make an AJAX request over to an API called the Pixabay API. And if we send them a request to get back a list of images with some keywords like flowers, cats, or dogs, whatever, the Pixabay API will send us back a list of records. So far, so good. We can then take that on and use it to render a list of images on the screen. So let's take a look at the pixabay.com and get a better idea of how it works. So I'll just open up a new browser tab and navigate to pixabay.com. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is sign up, Pixabay. So to do it, just click on the link, left-hand side right here, and then you can enter in some information so that you can create a new account. I'm not going to sign up, of course, right now because I already have a Pixabay account, but I'll wait for you to do that so you can pause the video and create a new account for yourself, and I'll see you when you're done. All right. So once you log into their service, we can now go to API documentation. And when we scroll down to the bottom, you'll click on that API link, and you'll be prompted to this developer page. Just click on the green Get Started link. Okay, so this page is the Pixabay API documentation page. You may look and, learn more about the Pixabay API if you want to, but we're going to just pass over it quickly. So scroll down a little bit more, and right here under the search image section, we can see the Pixabay URL and then the parameters underneath of it. So we're going to use some of them to fetch data from Pixabay. For instance, we're going to use this API key, and it's required. So this is the personal API key provided by Pixabay, and we have to use it inside of our code. So just underneath of it, we can see this Q parameter, and this is going to help us to search our input entry. As you scroll down a little bit more, there's an example of the Pixabay URL that is retrieving photos of yellow flowers. As I just mentioned, the Q parameter right here represents the search term, and in this case, the search term happens to be yellow flowers, and this is the unique API key that belongs to us. So have a closer look at it. It is just identical with what we have right here, so we can use it, just changing the search term right here with whatever the user enters in our search input. So we're going to use it to fetch some images. But right now, let's take a little break, and in the next section, we're going to learn how to fetch some data from outside services. We're going to speak specifically about how we're going to make a network request from our React application. So let's pause it right here and come back in the next section. And here we are. So in that last section, we looked up the Pixabay documentation for searching photos on the Pixabay API. Piece of cake, right? Now we need to discuss how we're going to make a request from inside of a React application, in particular, the one that we've been building. So here's a diagram. The first thing that I want you to understand is that it's not going to be the job of the React library itself to make the request over to that Pixabay API, right? React as a library is only about showing HTML to our users or showing content to our users and handling user interaction. So that means making an AJAX request to get some information is going to be the job of some separate piece of code inside of our app. And we've got a couple of different options to use inside of our app, so let's have a look at the options. I'm going to show you two of the most commonly used options in React applications that you'll come across at first. All right, so these are two different options. Axios is a third-party package that can be very easily installed into a React project using npm. And we eventually are going to be using Axios. Now, the other option is the fetch function. Unlike Axios, this is not a separate package. It is a singular function that is built into almost all modern browsers. So with fetch, we don't have to install any third-party packages, which means that our final application size, or the amount of code that we have to send down to a user's browser, is going to be slightly smaller, making use of fetch over Axios. However, Axios is a more basic and lower-level function to be able to obtain our data that we're looking for. So I'll put it another way. If you use fetch instead of Axios, you're probably going to end up having to write a lot of code that's already written for you in Axios. So if you want to, you could absolutely use fetch, but in this instance, I would recommend Axios because it makes the developer's experience a whole lot easier. Besides the fact that we're going to be using Axios in this project. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, all right? It might look more appealing because it's smaller, but come on, let's get with the program. So in order to do that, let's install Axios as a third-party package. And then we're going to make use of it to make a request over to the Pixabay API. So to install Axios, I'm just going to flip over to my code editor and find my running project right here. And now I'm going to stop the project with Control-C. And then I'll say npm install -- save Axios. All right, so it's going to be a little while. All right, so let's get our server back up with npm start. And now I'm going to go back to my app file, and I'm going to import Axios from Axios. Now we can make use of Axios to make a request over to the Pixabay API. So let's take a break right here. See you in the next section. All right, so we did a lot of prep. In the last section, we installed Axios into our project. We're now going to use it to make a request over on Pixabay and then console log out a list of images that we want to show the user. So I'm going to flip back over to my Pixabay documentation. And I see all the documentation here on how we search for photos. We're going to make a get type network request to this URL. Now, in order to make a search for a list of photos matching with this queue parameter, I'm going to change this static yellow flowers data to the search entry. As a reminder, please check that the API key is this one. If they're both the same, then you don't have to do anything. If it's not this one, just take this one and then put it inside of this URL. Okay, so I think Pixabay is doing that instead of us. All right, so let's copy this URL and flip back to our code editor. Now, in order to make a request with Axios, inside of the onSearchSubmit method, we will call axios.get, and then this get function is going to take our URL and paste it inside of here. All right, so now we have our access key right here. And we saw that key just a moment ago when we were looking at documentation. And remember, it's required to be able to fetch data from the Pixabay API. And then there's one last thing we have to do. And hopefully you'll notice that when we make a request to this URL, we have to include a queue parameter. And I think it's an abbreviation of query. So this queue parameter is going to contain the search query that we want to use instead of yellow flowers like it was before. So in our case, we want to add in a parameter of queue, and we want to set its value equal to the entry that was passed into the onSearchSubmit function as an argument. And because we don't always want to be fetching data for yellow flowers, we do want it to be fetch data of whatever the user types in the input. So in order to ensure that's what happens, I'm going to remove these quotes, and I'm going to use ES 2015 backticks. And instead of these pretty yellow flowers, I'll just put in our search entry. I will say $. Right after that, put a set of curly braces, and inside of it, I'll put the entry parameter like so. Now, if you're seeing these backticks for the first time, in our case, it will actually help us to add dynamic data into this string. It's going to add the search entry into the line, into this particular line of the request. Or in other words, this Q parameter will be equal to my entry. Make sense? So if we're searching for cars, that's going to be car. All right. So this right here is going to make a request over to the Pixabay API, and it'll make a search for a certain number of photos on Pixabay, and it's going to send back some photos that are found. So let's just go ahead and save the file and test it in the browser real quick. All right, so now I'm going to open my network tab over here, and I'll just clear the request log. So I'm just going to type in some search terms here, like flowers, enter, and see the requests appear. Now I can select it and then go to the preview tab right here, and I should be able to see some results for the data that was fetched. So let's open up results, and it's going to show me the first 20 images that were fetched from the Pixabay API matching the search term flowers. All right, so we've got our request to get the data. Now we're going to start to think about how we're going to get the data out of the requests and eventually render a list of images onto the screen of the user. But we're going to have a quick little discussion about how we're going to do this first. All right, so that's what's going to be happening in a time sequence of events, right? So in chronological order, we first start with rendering our application. The app component is going to render itself one time without any images. Remember, when we first load our application, we will have no images. So it's only when a user enters a search term and then hits enter, then the onSearch submit method gets called, and we make an actual request over to Pixabay API. When we make that request over to Pixabay, it's going to take some amount of time to get a response from that API. So we're essentially going to be waiting for a response. And then when we finally get a response, then we want to use that image data to update what our app component is showing. And in order to get our app component to re-render, we're going to have to call the setState function. And then setting our images as state on the app component will cause the app component to re-render, and then we can use that as an opportunity to show the list of images. So remember, when we first start that app, we had said earlier that we would make a new component called ImageList, and that would be responsible for showing the list of images. But right now, let's just print out the number of images that were fetched, because I don't want this particular video to be so long. So I'm going to find my onSearch submit function, and I'm going to mark it with the async keyword like so. Putting the async keyword in front of the function name, that'll allow us to use the async await syntax inside this function. And now in front of the network request that we make, we'll be using Axios right there. I'm going to put an await keyword. And then in front of that, I'm going to assign a new variable called response. So now I have const response equals await Axios, and then that entire request. Okay, so I can console log out the response in order to show the result. All right, so before I tell you anything more about this syntax right here, let's save the file and then run it so that we can see the result. I'll just put in a search term of cats and hit enter, and I see the result of that object right here. So this object contains all of the images that we're searching for, right? So when I click on it and open the data, we can see the array that contains 20 different images, which is cats, right? So let's console log out to see it more clearly. We'll say response.data.hit. Now let's look at the results again. I'll type cats and hit enter. All right, here we go. We can see the array of cats again. Good. So now let's talk about this async await keyword. So when we want to use the async syntax, we just put that async keyword in front of the method name. And then we're going to find whatever is returning or whatever is taking some time to resolve. In our case, it's the network request with axios.get. And we put the await keyword in front of that. And then whatever gets returned from this entire statement right here, we will assign it to some variable, in our case, this response variable, and then we can freely work with that variable later on. All right, so now we're able to get our list of images in here. So we're going to take a break, and we will continue in the next section. Wait, what? Are we back? So we are. Okay, so where were we? In the last section, we learned how to take the response from Pixabay API, and then we logged out the list of images that we got from that Pixabay API. So now what we want to have happen is, after we get that response from the API, then we set it onto our component state, which will then cause our component to re-render, and then we can print it out on the screen. So right now, remember, we just want to print out the number of images that we fetched. So to add in state to my app component, I need to first initialize my state at the top of this class. I will say state equals an object, like so. So now we have to decide on a property name for this state, and I'll just call it images, because we're going to store an array of some of these images inside of this state object. Then I'm going to put an empty array in here because we are going to use the map function that's built into the array object in JavaScript. Okay, so now instead of the console log, I'm going to update my state with this .set state. I'll put in here some images, and it's going to be a response data hits, like so. So now after making a request over to Pixabay API, we get the response, we pull out the list of images, and we set it on our state object, and that will cause our component to re-render. So then the very last thing to do is down here underneath the search input, print out the number of images that we fetch. So I'll just say we have, and open up curly braces, and then this state images length. Now here's another reason to default our images property to be an array, because if we had defaulted it to be null when we try to access this statement images at length, we would have seen an error message and it would say cannot access property length of null. And it would be right. So why don't we go ahead and save this, and I'll just flip back over to the browser and do a test. All right, so right now I'll see the default because we have no images, 0 bupkis. So I'm going to enter flowers in here and hit enter, and we get an error message. Bum, 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 bum. It says set state is not a function. So this error message, doesn't it seem familiar? Where have you seen it before? So it is an identical error message to one that we saw before, but it seems to be complaining that our value of this, or some property on this that we were trying to reference, is not as it appears. So why don't we go back to the code editor and console log the this in here. Console log this. So I'll save, and I'll do another search for flowers. Okay, so now we can see the console log, and you'll notice here that the value of this is onSearchSubmit. So in order to reach the state object of our app component, we want it to be equal to the instance of our app component. So this is the exact same problem that we went over a couple of videos ago. So in order to fix this, what do we need? We need to use one of those two strategies that we had done previously. We can set up a constructor function and bind the onSearchSubmit method, or we could set up an onSearchSubmit as an arrow function. Ding! Now you remember. So either one of those is going to work out just fine. So why don't we just fix it by assigning it as an arrow function. Now, before I do, I'm going to remove this console log here. We're going to turn that function into an arrow function, and this time it's going to be slightly different because we have this async keyword in here. So I'll first begin by removing this async keyword. Then I'm going to turn this thing into an arrow function just as we did previously. Then I'm going to put async as a keyword right before that argument list, just like so. Okay, so we'll save this, flip back over to the browser, and enter dogs. Okay, see? Now we have 20 wonderful images of dogs. So that's it. That is data fetching inside of a React application. It's very fetching, don't you agree? All right, doggy, go fetch. So why don't we pause here? Get it? Get it? Pause. And I want to see you in the next video in just a minute. And we are back. So we've got a list of images. Now we're going to start to discuss how we're going to create this image list component, and then render out a list of images that are going to show up on the screen. So let's get started. Inside the components directory, I'm going to make a new file called the imagelist.js. And inside of here, I'll say import React from React, and I'll define image list as a functional component. Then I'm going to return a div that says my images, and then I'll do an export default of image list at the bottom like so. Next up, we're going to import this thing inside of app component. So I'll flip back to the app component, and here at the top, I'm going to import the image list component that we just created. And then I'm going to show this component inside of the app's render method. So we don't need to have this thing show up anymore. So I'm going to replace it with the image list component. And then I'll save the file and go to the browser. Yep, sure enough, says my images. So the next thing we need to do somehow is communicate our list of images that we fetched down to the image list component. So we're going to do that communication from a parent down to a child component using the prop system. So that means I'm going to define a new prop on the image list called images, and I'm going to pass all the images that we have inside of our state object. So I'm going to say this dot state images, and then I will go back to the image list file, and I will put the props object as an argument to here. So let's console log it to quickly test it. So when my application first re-renders, I get the empty array because, well, we don't have any images yet. If I enter flowers, boom, there's my 20 images just like that. All right, so let's now show a list of images inside of our browser. So I'll just remove that console log, and then I'm going to do a map over props.images. just like so. So I'm going to put an arrow function into this thing, and this inner arrow function is going to be called with each image from our list of images. Okay, so now we need to use that image object to somehow return an image tag that has the appropriate source, like this. Okay, so now this image argument right here is going to be exactly identical to some of those different objects that we console logged out inside of our application. So we can look at the definition of each of these different images. As you can see right here, all images have links to different URLs. So inside of here, we want the web format URL, this one. So go back inside of our image list component to specify the image URL that we want to show on the screen, and we will reference image.webFormatURL, and then that's going to return that really long URL. Excellent, excellent. So finally, we're going to take this tag that gets returned from the map statement and assign it to the variable images like so. Now this images variable is going to contain all of the images that get returned from the array that we fetched. Pretty cool. Inside the div, I am going to remove this text and I will reference that image variable. Okay, so let's save all this and go back over to our browser. I'll do a search for flowers. Now we have a list of images. And if you've noticed that on our console, we got a little warning message. So why don't we pause right here and we're going to fix it up in the next section. Hey there, all right, so this is really coming together. In the last section, we got our list of images to display in the browser. But you might have noticed we got a little warning in our console. So actually, this is a warning. It's not an error message, and it says, each child should have a unique key prop. And then it also goes on to say, the source of this warning is the image list component. So let's talk about what this key thing is and why we're supposed to use it. So right now, we have a list of images. We have rendered this list of images, and we've shown it in the DOM, and it's visible on the screen. And then maybe at some point in time, our user comes along and decides that, well, they need to add one more picture to the list. To do so, we tell React to re-render our application and update our list of images with the incoming new picture. So React is going to take the list of images that we now have rendered as JSX, and it looks at each one of them, which is currently present in the DOM. So React is going to look at each one of the images and compare the current list to the new one. And it takes the new picture that we have added inside the new list and renders it inside the DOM. So it actually appends some new element to the DOM and skips the existing ones. Now, while React is doing this, it is also comparing the existing contents key with the newly rendered contents key. And by this method, React determines the new content and then renders it inside the DOM. And as you guessed, each one of the key values has to be unique. So see, that's the purpose of the key. Now, it's purely a performance consideration, and it's really going to help React to update the lists to be more precise and more performance-oriented. And no, we cannot apply the key for every element. It's only for lists of elements. And then one last little question, how can we determine the different keys for each image? That's a really good question. So let's look at the console, and I'm going to open up this image object, and it has a lot of properties inside of it. As you might have seen, we have an ID right here. So in this case, this ID is unique for every element of a list. So we're going to use it as a key value. All right, So now let's go back over to our image list component. So here's where we are rendering our list of items. We want to find the root JSX tag that is being returned from our map statement. So in this case, it's the image tag, and I'm going to add a key prop and give it an ID out of this image object. So I'm going to say image.id. I think I mentioned a second ago that we're going to add the key property to the root tag that we are returning inside the map statement. What I mean to say is that if we had div that wrapped the image tag like so, in this case, we would add this key property to that div instead of an image. So we only have to assign the key to the root element that we are returning from the list of records. So let's save this and flip back over to the browser. And I'm going to enter cars and see what happens. All right, so we don't have any warning message right now. I say that's success. So a quick break right here, and we'll continue in the next video. All right, my friends, we've finished up this image list application. Now, I know it seems a bit, ugly, but I'm leaving the styling part of the application to you, and you can improve it as you see fit. Go to town. I'm serious. We're going to learn a lot of stuff about React in the next sections, though, so I want you to feel good about what you got. So now, of course, it took a fair amount of time, but I think you'll agree with me that we learned a heck of a lot about React in this application, right? So before we move on, I do want to do a quick overview of some of the really big things that we covered in this app. So we're going to first start off with these search input components. We learned more about event handlers. Now remember the event handler, this one in particular, inside the input tag and form tag, we had passed in a callback function. And then whenever that tag emits that event, the callback function will be called. And of course, one issue that we ran into when this callback function was called, the value of this inside of them. But you also saw the errors we ran into inside the app component. And this is, of course, an issue that you're going to run into just about, well, with every React project that you work on. And remember, the rule to keep in mind is anytime that you have a callback function, just to be safe, you can use this arrow syntax like this. And that's going to automatically bind this function and make sure that it always has the appropriate value of this inside of this function. Oh yeah, so the next thing that we covered with our search input component was with a prop system. We only communicate from a parent down to a child. And that eventually ends up being an issue because we wanted to communicate the search entry from the search input up to the parent component of the app component in this case. So in order to communicate from a child to a parent, we pass a callback from the parent to the child, and then the child will call that callback identical system to what we're doing with these event handlers down here. Okay. And then the next issue that we ran into was inside of our imagelist.js file. We learned a little bit more about how to render a list of images. So the key thing to keep in mind here is the map function from JavaScript. Every time that you want to render a list, you're probably going to be reaching for that map function. And then after we rendered our list, we saw a little warning. We fixed it by defining a key on the root element that we are rendering into that list. So we should use a key that has a value that is consistent and unchanging for each record between renders. And so if you're ever working with data that has an ID property, then you're always going to use the ID of each record as the key property. Wow, that was a lot. So I hope you enjoyed learning this application and building it. So right now, I'll have a little bit of a break, and we'll continue in the next section because we got some exciting stuff in store. And here we go. Now, so far, we've been using React to show only one page in the browser, right? Most websites, guess what? They have several pages. So how do we implement different pages in React? So React applications are single-page applications where only one HTML file is sent down to the browser from the server. So what happens when we do want to see different pages, like a home page and an about page or a contact page and all that stuff? So from the start, if we are in a browser and we make a request to the home page, we will make that initial request to the server, and then we get a response, which is the index.html page that goes to the browser. Now, React is going to look at this thing right here and say, okay, I know you want the home page, so I'm going to load up the home component. So app.js is just sitting at the top, and that is the root component, and that will always be showing in the browser. But React is going to inject the home component inside the app.js, right? So we see that home component when we go to /home. And this is what the React routers are doing. Okay. Now, how do we make the next request inside this component? For instance, we have a nav bar in our app, and we want to click a link on it and then go to an about page. How does that work? All right, let's have a look. We make that request, but it doesn't go to the server. Instead, the React router catches requests and doesn't send them to the server. It's going to serve up the about component, and it injects it into the app.js. So that's what the React router does. It stops requests from going to the server because we only need that index.html file every time, so there will be no point in sending it over and over and over again. So instead, it just injects the component it needs to. So this is the main point of the React router. All right, so to see how we work with the React router, let's create a new project. Now I'm going to flip back over to my editor and open up my project directory. And I'm going to say create React app, and I will give it a name of React router, just like that. And I'm going to end this right here. We'll take a bit of a break, and in the next video, we're going to put together our application. Stay tuned. All right, so here we go. In the last section, we created our React application, and so now let's start up the application. And I'm going to go inside of my project directory, and I will say npm start. And then I'm going to open up my code editor, and inside of it, I am going to open up our newly created React application, React router. Okay, so the last thing for setting up our app, we're going to add semantic UI library to our app. That's what we usually do, right? So I'm going to open up a new browser and tap and navigate to semantic UI CDN. I'm going to search for semantic.min.css. And right there, I am going to copy this link and put it inside of our index.html file. So I'm going to open up my index.html file inside the public folder. And I will put a link tag after this link element and paste it inside of this href attribute. And again, remember to close that link. Okay, so now I'm going to open up my src folder. And now we've got all the default files inside the source folder right here. And of course, I'm going to delete all of them except the app.js and index.js file, because we already learned how to set up the React application, and we've done it a couple of times already, so let's quickly put together some code to better understand this React router. So I'll get rid of all this stuff inside this div right here, and I will say app inside of it. And I'll get rid of this import statement. And let's save it and look at the browser, see if it's working. Sure enough, it seems everything's working okay. So now I'd like to demonstrate the React router for you. To do that, just going to need a few different pages. So I'm going to very quickly mock up 3 components. One for the About page, one for the Home page, and one for a Contact page. And this third page is going to have some really basic content. So we'll have a few different components, and I don't want to create them all in this directory right here. So instead, I'll create a new folder, and I will put my components inside of it. I'm going to call it components, like so. And I'm going to use this kind of structure because the more your applications grow, you will need this kind of structure. So you may use different folders for your components. We'll just keep all of them inside of here. Now we'll create a new file, and I'm just going to call it home.js. All right, so this is going to be a functional component because we won't be using states. I need to import the React library from React. And then down below, I'm going to create a functional component. And I will say const home is equal to an arrow function. And inside that function, we're going to return some JSX. Okay, so in here, we'll do a div, and this is going to have a class of UI raised very padded text container segment. This is a semantic UI CSS class, and it's going to keep our content with a central column on the page. I'm also going to give it an inline style of margin top 80 pixels. Inside of this div, I'll do h3 tag, and this is going to have a class name of UI header, and it's going to say home inside of it. Now underneath of it, I'll just do a p tag, and then I'm going to put some text inside of here. Let's export the function down here. I'll say exports default home. Cool, so we've done that component. Now let's save it. So now I'm going to copy all of that, and I'm going to paste it inside another file that I created called about.js, like so. And then I'm going to select this home, and I'm going to change all those to abouts. All right? Okay, so if you don't know how to select multiple elements, I can show you. I selected this one, and then I just hit Command or Control D, just like this. All right. Love shortcuts. So now we have an about component, same as the home component. We're just changing the text right here in the H3. And the name of the function and the thing we export. But everything else can remain the same. So save all that, and we'll do one more new file. We'll call this contact.js, and paste that in again. Select this, and change all the occurrences of home to contact, like so. Yeah, that's it. So we now have 3 components here, and these are the 3 components that represent our 3 pages in the application. So if someone goes to /, we will load the home component. If someone says / about, we will load the about component. Yeah? So we have all those now, but we need to link them. Now to do this, I'm going to create a nav bar, and then set up the React router. So I'm going to create another component here, and this is going to be called navbar.js. All right. So again, this component doesn't need state, so we'll just make it a functional component. And at the top of here, I will say import React from React. And then underneath it, I will create the function component. Const navbar, set that equal to an arrow function. And inside of here, again, we'll just need to return some JSX. All right. So I'm going to say nav as the surrounding element. And this is going to have a class of UI raised very padded segment. And it's going to create some kind of wrapper. And inside of here, I'm going to put an anchor tag. And I'll give it a class of UI teal inverted segment. So it's basically just a kind of title in the navigation, yeah. So I'm going to take away the href for now, because we don't need that here. And I will call it, yes, I'm going to change it to Gloria. You'll see. So then just underneath of it, I will put a div that has a class name of UI right floated header. Then inside of here, we'll put a button and give it the class name of UI button. And inside of this button, I will put an anchor tag again, and I will say href /. And then inside of here, I'm going to say home. So this button will now navigate us to the home page. So now I'm going to copy this line and multiply it 2 times. And I will change this to / about, and this as well. Change the next to contact, like so. All right, so now we just need to export this navbar. So I will say export default, and then the navbar. Awesome. So we've created that navbar, and now I want to import that into the root component right here. So we can nest it inside the root component, and it displays on all pages. So I'm just going to import the navbar from ./ and the components folder /navbar. So now we can just nest that right in here by saying navbar, like so. So if we save all this and go to the browser, we should be able to see that navbar at the top of the screen. We have Gloria here, and we have these 3 links as well. Excellent. So now I want to set up the router so that when we click on one of these and we go to / about, we actually want to see the about component. Or if we go to / contact, we want to be able to see the contact component. So right now, even though we're just going to be able to see the URLs, we will not get the content on the screen. So that's why we need to install right now the React router. So I will open up my terminal, and I am going to open up a new tab in our project dictionary by saying cd react router. Then I'm going to say npm install react router DOM. Please make sure that you are in the correct directory. In this case, React router is my folder. And there is another alternative. You can always stop your currently running React server by hitting Control-C and then load up the npm install react router DOM package and then start your server again. All right. So now we are installing the React router DOM, and that is the package that allows us to set up the router inside of this application. So now let's import it in order to use it in our app. Now we're going to import a series of things. I'm going to say import and open up some curly braces. First thing we'll import is the browser router, like so. And this is going to be from React Router DOM. Now we need to use it inside this application so that we can use the routes. So the way we do that is by surrounding our entire application inside the JSX with a browser router tag, like that. Now we can add routes. So we want our routes to be inside this application, just loaded in below the nav bar. So right here, this is where we can set them up. And to do so, we will need to import the route parameter down here. And let's set these routes up here. So I'll set up the first route, and I will say route. The path is going to be equal to /. And then the component that we want to load in for this is going to be the home component. So the React router doesn't know this home component, so we need to import it into this file. So we'll say import home from, and it's going to be ./components folder, then the home component. And there we have a route setup for the home component. So first we set up the browser router and wrapped the whole application. So this application can use routes. And then we're saying that we want the routes to be loaded in below the navbar. So grab the component for this route and load it in right here. And we say whenever a user goes to this route, /, then the React router is going to load up that home component. So if we save all this and go to the browser and check out the home page, then we can see we get the home component. But what happens if we go to the About page? We get the home component. And if we go to the Contact page, we get the home component again. All right, so of course we don't want that. We're going to want to load up the different routes for the different contents. So in order to do that, I'm going to just flip back over to my app component. And I'm going to copy this line and paste it just underneath. And in this case, a path is going to be /about. And this will load up that About component. And of course, we can do the same for the Contact page. And I say Contact component like so. Now let's import these two components as well. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it twice. And this is going to be the About component. And this one will be Contact. Okay, so that's good. Now let's save it and test it. So if we go to the home page, we get this. If we go to the About page, we get Home and About pages. And if we go to Contact, we get Home and Contact. So it's kind of strange behavior. Why do you reckon that we're getting the home content on every single URL? Okay, I'll let you know. The way the React router works is that it sees that we're still in a subset route of home. Okay. So if you look up at the URL bar right here, we still have present, right, in this, the /. And because it's present, the React router is saying, okay, it's a subset of this. And it shows both components on the browser. All right, so if we change this to the /home inside the app.js and do the same thing for the navbar component and save it, okay, Now let's go to the contact page, and we don't get that anymore because home is not part of this URL. So let's go to the About page and Home page. Okay, so it looks like it's working now. So the reason we were getting the Home component loaded in on the About and the Contact pages, because we were saying for it to look for any routes that is just / and then load it in. So now the contact has that / within it, so it holds the home page. Now, I know it's a little bit weird behavior, but this is the default behavior of the React router. So that means the way that we get around that is either by doing what we just did, by changing the link to home, but I can understand that you might not want to do that. So we'll change it back to just the / there, and we'll change this back to just / as well. And then the way that we can get around this is by saying, okay, make this an exact match. So the route has to be the exact path equal to /. Now, of course, / about is not exactly the same as /. So that means it won't load in the home component. So if we save this and flip back over to our browser, let's get to the contact page and About page, and then the home page. Okay, that's it. So we've set this up and we're getting the right components, but there is one issue here. You know what it is? Notice what happens very quickly on the page when we click on a link. It reloads the component and then sends it to the server. So we don't really want that, right? We don't need to make a request to the server every time and reload the page. We want to receive back the same index.html file. So before we get into all of that, why don't we take a break here and we'll look at how to dissect that in the next video. All right, so we set up this application with a React router. We're getting the right component loaded on the page whenever we go to one of these URLs. But I know that you notice now, every time I click on a link, it's sending off a request to the server to get that index.html page back. We can tell that because we get a little refresh up here when we click on a link. Now, if you wanted to, you could open up the DevTools and you could check that request out in the Network tab. But the question is, how do we prevent this behavior? Because we don't want to send a request to the index page over and over and over again, right? We already have it. We don't need to change it. We don't need to make that request. In fact, we just want to load in the component. So the way we do that is very, very simple. And I'm going to go where we have the nav bar. And instead of using anchor tags directly, we're just going to use something that is built into the React router. So let's import this. Now, first of all, at the top, I will say import, and then we're going to import a couple of things. So open up curly braces, and then we're going to import the link, and then the nav link. Now I'll explain the difference between these two in a minute, but for now, let's just say from React router. So we want to change these things right here from anchor tags directly to link tags. So let's just go ahead and change this to a link and close that link off as well. Now the way we do this is by adding on a to property, and this is going to be where we want this link to go, just like the href attribute. So we want this to be to /. And now let's do the same for this thing. So I'll say link to about, and then close off the link tag. Then finally, I will say link to / contact, and close that off. All right, so now we've changed all those anchor tags to links, and if we go to the browser, and it still looks the same. Have no fear. I am here. If we inspect this in the dev tools, then you're going to see it actually outputs an anchor tag. So what does this link tag do differently than the anchor tag that we've already put in there? What's the difference? All right, I'll tell you. The link tag over here that we imported from the React Router DOM prevents the default action from occurring when we click on one of these anchor tags. So as you know, like we did a prevent default on a form submission to prevent the page being reloaded. And the link tag behind the scenes is doing something similar. It says something like, okay, prevent that default action of going out and making a request to a server. Well, we don't want that to happen anymore. Instead, I'm going to tell the React Router DOM to take over and just load in the correct component based on the URL. Okay? Okay. So if I click on Home, then we get the home component, but you'll notice we didn't refresh the page or send another request. So I'm going to click on About and then Contact. See, now it's looking a lot smoother and quicker because we're not making that request anymore. That's fantastic. We always should use the link tag, even if we want to link to a page rather than anchor tags. So I said that we also imported this thing right here, the nav link. So let's see the difference. So if I type in nav link instead to a link, and I'll do the same thing for contact, and I'll just leave the top one as it is for now. Okay, so let's save this and go back to our browser. Now, if I go to one of these, for example, about, and it works the same, but if I inspect this element, now we have this class applied to the element because of the navlink class of active right here. We didn't get that with the link tag. If I click on home, you can see that we don't get that on the home link right here, but we do when we use the navlink. When we use a navlink to output an anchor tag, we get this active class. So this is very useful if we want to start applying some different styles to the active links, right? So now, I think we've made it about as clear as mud how to use link and navlink to link to different pages or components. I'm just kidding. You can go back and rewind and play around with it all you want. You'll be able to see if you haven't already. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a little break and we will come back in the next section. Okay, so here we are. This must be the next section. So now I'd like to show you in this video how to programmatically redirect a user to another URL. So first of all, let's go to our contact component right here. And now I want to show you something which I think is pretty cool. So if we take in the props right here, we have automatically added to the props what we now know is the router information. And that's because this is one of the components that the router loads up. Well, any of these things right here, the router attaches some extra information to the props object. So let me show you that right now. If we console log this props object, then we're going to see that extra information about the router on the props object. And let's save it, and we can view this in a console over here. So now if we go to the contact page, now, do you see it right here? These are the props objects, and we can see that we have the extra information already added to the props. So the router has done that automatically. So we have the history right here, and we have all of these different methods and properties. We have the location, so it says right here, the current path name. Now it also says that we're on the contact page, which is, boom, exactly where we are. So for now, we want to redirect the user to a different page. For example, if we are at the home page and then after we wait, let's say 2 seconds, then we are redirected somewhere, right? Maybe to the About page or the contact page. So how do you do that? Well, in order to do that, what we need to do is use this history object on the props object. So if you look down here, we have this push thing right here. So the history in itself keeps track of our history, obviously. And if we push a route to that history, then it's going to add another location to the history and essentially pushes to that location. So I'm going to show you how we do this. So instead of logging this to the console, I'm going to set a timeout. And then this is going to wait for about 2 seconds. And then after 2 seconds, it's going to fire this function. So we'll say that props.history.push. Good. Now remember, it was on that history object, then the push method right here. So right here it says we can take an argument, which is the path. So the path is going to be /about, and it's going to wait 2 seconds. So how do we make it 2 seconds? Right here, I'll just write 2,000 milliseconds. Okay, yeah, so that looks right. Let us save all this and see if it works. So let's click on the contact page and wait for 2 seconds. And as you see, after 2 seconds, it sent us to the about page. All right, so let's try again. Okay, so that is programmatically redirected. So we just say props.history.push, and then where we want to go to. So I'm just going to delete this right now because I want to try this in a different component. So I want to try it right here in the nav bar. Let's see if it works here. So I'll say set timeout again, and it's going to do exactly the same thing. Function, and inside of it, I'm going to say props.history.push, and we're going to push it to the about page again in 2,000 milliseconds. So now after 2 seconds, no matter what page we're on, it's going to redirect you or me or whoever's on the page to the about page, right? So let's say that and see if it works. Okay, so hang on. Yeah, so we get an error. It says cannot read the property of push of undefined. So apparently prop.history is undefined. Now, why do you suppose that is? Well, let's log the props to the console. We'll say console log props. Save that and view an empty object. So because previously we had all of those nested properties on the props added by the React router, I said that the React router automatically applies those properties to the props on any of these routes right here. Then it's going to add those properties to the props in these components. And now the nav bar is not in a route, so it doesn't receive those props by default. But we can always add them in using a higher order component. Now, a higher order component is something that basically wraps another component and then sort of gives it extra powers, right? So let's do this. We have to import this higher order component right here, and it's called with the router, and it's from React router DOM. Then we go to the bottom where we export, and this is where we apply the higher order components. So I can say with router, and it's a function, and we'll pass our component as a parameter into that function. So now it's wrapping the component. Now, this function is a higher order component, and it's applying these properties to the props. Then it's returning that supercharged component right here. Now you can see that we have those things in our console. So let's test this. Click on Contact, navigates us to About, click on the Home, and again it sends us to the About page. That is the programmatic redirect in a nutshell. So I'm going to pause it right here and come on back and we'll do something else in the next section. All right, so in this video, we're going to talk a little bit about route parameters. But first of all, I'd like you to explain to me exactly what they are. Okay, after I explain it to you. So, they're a part of a URL that can be changed. So we usually see them on URLs for individual records such as profile routes. For example, we have a route like this, mysite.com/user, and then / whatever the username is, / Alex or / Wilma, like so, and the rest of the URL stays the same. But these things are in the end, they change to show the different data for each individual user. So they show a user profile page, and then the page template is going to be the same, but the data they show is different based on this URL. The same components, but inside those components, we're showing different data based on the URL itself, or based on the ID or the username, or, well, whatever else is the route parameter. So these things right here are the changing parts, right? And these are the route parameters. So we're going to look at how we can deal with them in React right now. So imagine that we have a couple of cards like this on this page, and each one of them represents one particular person. So we want to click on one of the cards, and then it's going to take us to a URL, which is / and then the name of whatever that post is, right? Okay, so how do we set up a route for this kind of behavior? Well, first, let's go to where our routes are set up in the app.js file. We can see our different routes down here. All right, so now then what I'd like to do is place another route at the bottom, and then this route is going to have a path, and it's going to be equal to something, and we'll come back to that in a second. And then I'll close that route off, and we're going to pass this as a component just in a second as well, but I'm just giving you a brief overview. So now the path right here, we want it to be a route parameter. So something that is going to be variable and can be changed. So what I'm going to do is say /card / and then whatever the username is. And now the way that we define a route parameter is by a colon, first off. And then we give that route parameter a name. Now this can be whatever you want, but obviously in order to make this logical, I'm going to call this user. So now we're saying right here that we are expecting a URL, which is going to be / and then a route parameter called user. So let's say that if that user then is Alex, then the user name would match the Alex card. And if it is Wilma, then the user would match Wilma. Okay? Okay. So we'll get back to this in a second. But for now, let's create this component, which is going to show a single card. So in the components folder, I'm going to right-click here, and I'm going to create a new file called card.js. So in here, we need to define a component which is going to be a single card. And I'm going to use state in this component, so I will do it as a class-based component. And I'm going to import React from React. And now I'm going to create this class. So I'll say class, then call it card extends React dot component. Now inside of here, I'm going to create a render method and then return some JSX in here. And we already have cards inside of our component. So I will open the contact file and copy this, and then I can paste it inside of the card component. In this case, I don't want to show any text right here, so I'm going to delete this paragraph and delete this contact text as well. I'll just say card instead. And then this is where we're going to output the route parameter. So let's just export this component. Export default card like so. Okay. So now what we're going to do is when this component is loaded up, We're going to try to identify what the route parameter is because we need to know that username in order to know which card we want to show here. So we need to know the name of that post so we can request it. So we'll save that and then go back to the JS app because we need to import that component right now. And then ./components and then /card. So now we want to show the card component inside of here when we go to /card/ and something that is the name of the user. All right, so let's save this and try it out now. I'll go to a browser and go to /card/123/4. And then we can see this thing right here. That's the card component. So how do we then identify the route parameter inside this component? Okay, so let's go to the card.js. And this is where we want to identify what the route parameter is. And I think a good time to do that is in the component did mount lifecycle method, just like we use for fetching data. Except now we're going to find out the route parameter inside this lifecycle method. So why don't we go ahead and create that component did mount function. And then inside of here, I will say, let user equal. And the way we find the route parameter is by using that extra bit of information that the React router provides to us on the props object. Remember when we first started looking at the React router? We got all the extra information attached to the props object about our route. So we can actually grab that by saying this.props.match.params, and then the name of our route parameter. So now we called it over here as a user. So then all we need to do is say .user. But before we do that, I would like to show it to you. So I will say console log this.props. Save this, and let's have a look at our console. So remember, when this component is being used as a route, then we get access to that extra information on the props object automatically. If we open up the console over here, then we should be able to see that we have this thing right here. Okay, so we have the match property, and then down here, we have a property called params, and we can see that we have a user parameter, which is grabbing the value of this thing right here. Actually, it's really perfect. That's how it works. So inside a component, we can identify what the route parameter is. So I'll create a state object, and inside of it, I will store a property called user. And when the component first loads up, it's going to be an empty string. But then when component did mount fires, we're going to grab that username from the URL, and we're going to set the state so that the user then becomes the user from the URL. This set state, and inside of here, user is going to be the user that we just grabbed right here. Now, if you have the same key value pairs like this, ES 2015 allows us to write just one of them like this. Okay, so now what we can do over here is output the username, this thing right here. So I'm going to say const, then inside the curly braces, user equals the this.state. Now I get the user inside the state object and assign it to this variable. And I'll just put it inside this h3 tag like so. And let's save that and go to a browser. I'm excited, aren't you? So now we can see that user is logged right here. And if we change this to user, then we're going to see that down here. So I'm going to change it to Danny and see that down here. So, all right. Now we know how to use route parameters and how to grab that route parameter inside a component. So that means that the last thing we're going to do is set up the links for these route parameters. So now I'm going to create a couple of cards, and I'll do it inside the contact file. I'll open up a new div and wrap this card. And then I'm going to take this one and copy it and then paste it one more time. First thing is I want to do, let's import the link from React Router DOM. I'll say import link from React Router DOM. So then I want this H3 tag to be a link. Now we'll select all of those and change to the link. So right now I want these links to navigate us to the card components that we just created. And we want to show each individual card inside this card component. So I'm going to say this link will navigate us to /card/Alex. So now I'm going to do the same for this one. So I'll say /card and /Wilma. Let's change this text as well. So I'll delete this contact and I'll say Alex, and then right here I'll say Wilma. All right. So now we have the link set up and the route parameters are set for each individual user. So anytime that we click on this link, it will navigate us to /card/Alex URL. And in this case, the URL navigates us to the card component. So just as you see right here, our card component has the path of card/user. And in this example here, our user is going to be Alex. And when we click on it, the card component will grab that username. It sets the state to Alex, then shows that data in this card component. Okay, fingers crossed? No, I'm just kidding. All right, so let's save it and test it. All right, so I'm going to click on the contact page and click on Alex. And it will navigate us to this page. It says Alex. Let's go back to the contact page again. This time I'll click on Wilma. Now we can see a different user card. Bada boom. Okay, that's it. Now we've learned how to use the route parameters and how to grab that route parameter inside a component. And I think we also learned how to show different data based on the URL. And, well, so much more. We'll, of course, review it in a little bit. But that's basically the route parameter in a nutshell. That's pretty cool, I think. So let's take a break right here. And when we come back in the next section, guess what? We're going to learn the last important thing about React Router. And it's really important. So come on back. See ya. All right, so in this video, I want to show you one little last thing about React Router. So for that, let's go to the app.js file, and inside of here, let's delete this /card. And let's do the same thing in the contact.js file. I'm going to delete these two as well. And I'm going to save all this, flip back over to the browser, and let's see what happens. All right, so when I click this About link, we encountered a little problem right here. And when we go to /contact, we get the contact component, but we also get this individual card component as well. Why do you suppose that is? Well, it's because in this case, the contact URL right here, well, it matches this route for /contact, but it also matches this route for /user. So because, as you might be able to guess, this one is interpreting the /contact as a username as well as this about thing right here. So what we need is a way to only load up one of the two. Now, one way to do this would be to change this to /card and then /the user. just as we did a few seconds ago, because in this case, there's no way to match these two or with this. But you don't have to do it like this. So let's get rid of it. We can fix this with a switch tag. So let's just import this and set this up. Then I'll explain to you what it does. So we're going to import it from the React router DOM. Then what we're going to do is surround all of these routes right here with the switch tag. All right, so what this does, at any point in time, it'll only show the one of these routes to take precedent. It won't match two at the same time. So now what's going to happen is when we type something in up here, or when we link to something, it's going to look at the URL right here, and then it will start at the top of these routes here and go down from there. Now, does it match this one? No. Does it match this one? No, it doesn't. This one? Yes, it does. So it's going to load this component and then stop there. It won't try to match the next one. If we didn't have the switch tag, then it would carry on and it would match as many as it could possibly find. But the switch tag right here, we're only going to be able to match the first one we find, and in this case, the /contact. So let's save it and try it out. Now I'll go to the contact page, and this works, and about page, and it works there too. So that's how we can use the switch tag to only load up one component. Cool, so let's take a break here, and we'll come back in the next section with a pretty amazing new topic. In fact, I'll tease it by saying that we're going to talk about React portals. Whoa. So now let's get some rest, and maybe we'll go on to the next section. Or if you can't wait to get started, let's do it right now. Hey, you're back. So in this section, I promised you what we're going to talk about, something called modal and how to create modal window with React. Wait, you're saying I thought we were going to talk about portals? Be patient, my young apprentice. So modal is a window, and it essentially prompts the user to take some action. I can very quickly show you an example of a modal. If I open up the dribble.com and click on this sign up button, I will see a window appear right here on the center of the screen. I can still see some of the content of the page faded out behind it, but I can't directly interact with it until I do something with the modal window. So that's what we're going to do. So actually creating modals with React is a little bit challenging, but you know everything about React now, so I expect you to keep up. So what I'll do is I'll show you first exactly why modals are so challenging with React. So let's go to the diagram. So this is a diagram of our React application. And this is our React component hierarchy. And at the very top of any HTML document, we have this body tag. And inside the body, we usually have a div with an ID of a root. And we are rendering our entire React application into that div with an ID of root. So inside that div, we've got a provider, and we've got the app, and we've got the different routes inside the app component. And we're going to create a modal component inside this about route, and then maybe some input or button inside of that modal. So just as we see right here in any React application, all of our elements are nested inside of that div with the ID of root, and that is a normal operation of React. And now we're going to use something called React portals to kind of get around this requirement of having to nest all of our different component elements inside of this div with the ID of root. Now, before I tell you how a portal works, you will really need to understand why we want to use a portal in the first place. They are kind of dangerous things, if you know what I mean. So I'll first show you how challenging it is to create a modal if we use traditional React layouts. All right? You with me? Well, let's do it. So I'm going to do it inside the about.js file. So we're going to write up our modal example inside of this file with a normal CSS. First of all, right here, I'm going to open up a div and cut this thing and paste it inside this div. And I'm also going to put my modal inside this div. So I'm going to open up a new line here and then create a div with a class name modal. And as you've guessed, this div would be our modal. And it'll serve as that kind of gray background. Then inside of that, I'm going to open up another div with a class name modal content. And this would be the content, some content anyway, that appears on the very center of the screen, right? So that means inside of it, I'm going to say something like, I am a modal inside the H3 tag to make it a little bit bigger. All right, so let's very quickly add in some CSS just to get these elements into the correct position. And inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new CSS file called modal.css. All right, so inside of here, I'm going to add on some selectors for modal and modal-content. I'm going to start off with modal. I'm going to give this a height of 100% and a width of 100%. And I'll give it a position fixed and background color of gray and top of 0, left 0, and give it a little bit of opacity, 0.9. All right, so now I think that ought to be enough for the background, and we'll add in just a little bit for the modal content as well. So I'm going to put the modal content selector. So I'm going to say background color white. And I'll give it a margin of 300 pixels for the top and the bottom. And then auto, which is going to center this window on the screen horizontally. And we'll give it a height of 40%, width of 40%. And finally, I'll say text align center. Okay, so now I'm going to save this and go back to that about component and import the CSS file. So I will say import and then CSS file, modal.css. Flip back over to the browser. Okay, so now it seems we've got some sort of issue here. I see the modal on the screen and the white modal content in the center of the window. But you notice here, the issue is that we've got this about card still at the center of the modal. So what we would like to see is the about card behind the modal, and it should not be displayed on the modal. And we're going to fix this issue with a feature called Z-index. So the Z-index is a CSS rule that's going to control what element gets rendered on top of another element. So we'll assign Z-index properties integer values from negative values all the way to positive values. So the higher the Z-index value, the higher the priority for display on top of the screen. So right now, if we give our modal a Z-index of 10, it will be displayed on top of the about card, which by default has a Z-index of undefined. So to fix this up, I'm just going to give the modal class Z-index, make it 10, like so. So now this has a higher Z-index than the about card, and our modal should be displayed on top. So I'm going to save it, and I'll flip back over. And now we can see the about card goes away. And there it is in the background right here. So it's just that our gray background is on top of the about card. So it looks like it's working out for now, but it's not actually so good as it seems. So let's pause it right here. And then in the next section, we're going to discuss why this is not as good as it seems. In other words, why isn't it a perfect solution? You were promising perfect portal solutions. I'll see you in the next video. Hey, so in the last section, we created a modal right here, and we talked about that it's really not a very good way of doing modals, is it? So now I want to talk to you about a really big issue that we probably would encounter at some point in the future. So remember, this modal right here is always going to be deeply nested inside of our application. We might have a tremendous amount of JSX with a ton of styling parents to that modal component. So this modal is going to be wrapped by maybe 2 or even 3 divs inside of the about component, or maybe even another div inside the app. And every one of those divs can have a certain amount of styling being applied to it. So let me just quickly show you what I mean. I'm going to go back over to my editor, and I'm going to wrap my modal element right here with a new div. And I'm going to give that div a class of wrapper, and then I'll add in a selector for it inside my CSS file. And I'm going to say that the position is relative and the Z index is 0. So I'm going to save all this, and I'm going to flip back to the browser. And now we're back to the previous case. The about card appearing on top of the screen. So wait a minute, now why is that, you might ask? Notice that we still have the modal right here with a Z index of 10, which is higher than the about card, which has a Z index of essentially undefined. So let's take a look at a diagram and understand why we're seeing the about card on top. So we have our body element at the very top. We have the about card with the Z index of undefined. We now have something called the wrapper element right here that has position of relative and Z index of 0. And as a child to it, our modal with a Z index of 10. So you see, here's the issue. Whenever we place a div with a position of relative and a Z index of, well, some defined value, even if it is 0, it creates something called a stacking context. Now, there are many different ways to create a stacking context. We now created a stacking context by using a position of relative and a Z index of 0. But that's just one of the many ways of doing this. When we create a stacking context, it essentially creates a new way of comparing different sibling elements that have assigned Z index values that might want to be rendered on top of each other. So essentially, when we create this stacking context right here, we're no longer comparing the about card's Z index with the modal's Z index. No, instead, we are comparing these about cards with the stacking context that contains the modal. Ouch. So in our case, it's the about card with a Z index of undefined against the wrapper element with a Z index of 0. And in this particular case, the about card effectively wins. You can see that the indexes are about the same, but the about card element occurs later. So then the about card is written out. So if there is an element listed later on the inside of the body element, if the indexes are the same, then whichever element occurs later will be the one that's displayed on top of the other. So that's why the about card is now being displayed on top, because we are creating this new stacking context. Okay, so you're probably thinking, hey, well, you know what? Now that I get it, it's probably pretty easy to fix. You might think that you want to take out this div with a class of wrapper and change the Z index to 100, and now that's going to definitely beat out the about card. And yeah, that's pretty good thinking, but here's the issue. So remember, when we have a React application, we've got all of these different divs, all these different elements, all these different components, And all our modals might be deeply nested inside of this div with ID of root. So at some point in time in the future, you might work on an application that already has hundreds of components inside it. And let's say you might have a super deeply nested component structure. And so it's not always going to be quite so easy for you to just say, I just need to change some parent CSS, because there's always going to be a possibility if you change it, you might break the entire application. So that's why it's not always such a good solution to change the Z index. But instead of doing that, we're going to follow a little different way to fix it, and follow along. I'll show you what I mean. So here's what we're going to do first. Rather than showing our modal as a child of the wrapper, we're going to instead show the modal as a child of the body. Now remember this diagram right here? Let's go to the diagram. So this is essentially how we have to put the React applications together. So rather than follow the normal rules of React, where we nest all of our components underneath of each other, we're going to do this by using React portals. So we don't have to stick with this type of component hierarchy where everything is a child of the ID root. Instead, we try to render the modal component as a child of some other element inside of our HTML body element. So that's why the React portal is absolutely important, and that's pretty much what it does. Okay? So again, we would like to do this to get around all of the rules of stacking context or some CSS issues that you're definitely going to run into. So what do? Make use of portals. Cool. Let's take a break right here, and when we come back, I'm going to show you how we create a React portal. So in that last video, we spoke about why we use portals. Now let's try to create a new modal element with portals. So we're going to build this as a reusable component, and we can show any content that we want to show inside of it. So let me just get to it. So I'm going to flip back over to my code editor, and inside of my components directory, I'm going to make a new file called modal.js. And then inside of here, we're going to put together a functional component. So I'll say import React from React, then I'll say import React DOM from React-DOM. Now notice here we're importing React DOM inside of here, which we normally don't do. You probably remember that we usually import it in the index.js file. So after that's complete, I'll define my functional component. So I'm going to say const modal, and open up the curly braces. Then I will put in here my props object. Okay, so then let's just quickly export it at the bottom, because sometimes I forget to put it here. Export default modal, like so. Okay, so now at this point, we were always returning some JSX from our components, right? But this time, when we create a portal, the return value of our component is going to change just a little bit. So we're going to return React DOM.create portal. Now this function is going to take two separate arguments. First argument is going to be JSX. That's what we're going to show on the screen. So I'm going to put it as the first argument, div, with a class name of UI dimmer show modals visible active. So this class name is coming from Semantic UI library. So then these are all the class names that are required to get a modal to display on the screen. Okay, so then inside that div, I'm going to place another div with the class name UI raised very padded text container segment. And then inside of that, I will say I am a modal. okay, inside the H1 tag. All right, so this is going to get that modal to show up. So now we need to make sure that these two divs right here are rendered directly on our body element as opposed to being deeply nested underneath the other page or something like that somewhere else. So in order to do that, we are going to attach that modal to the body element, and we're going to provide a second argument to create portal. So now I'm going to put a comma right here, and then as a second argument, I'm going to provide a reference to the element that I want to render this portal into. So I'll show you what we do. We're going to go into our index.html file, and we'll create a new div with some ID, and then we will target that div to place in our modal. So inside the index.html file, I'll place a div with an ID of modal, like so. Okay, so now we're going to provide a reference to this div to our create portal function. All right, so now let's save all this and go back over to our modal.js file. So I'll provide a selector for that div by saying document.query selector pound modal, like so. Boom. That's the React portal. So now, anytime that we render our modal component on the screen, rather than showing up as a direct child of the parent component, we will render it into the div with an ID of modal. Now, the last thing that we're going to do is show this component on the screen. So I'm going to just open up my contact component, and I'm going to import modal from up one directory modal. I'm going to place my modal component like so. Okay, so now anytime that we show the contact page, we're going to render our modal. So now we can save this and just flip back over to the browser and see how it works. So I'm going to go to localhost 3000 /contact because we import our modal from there. And you can either write the URL here, or you just might be able to click on this contact button, and that will navigate us up to the contact page as well. I'm going to click on it, see if it works. All right, that's great. And now our modal appears on the screen successfully. Excellent. So the modal is definitely working as expected. And that's how to put a modal component together. So my friends, this has been quite a journey. There's been a lot of learning going on, and I think this has been a huge success if you've made it this far and you've been able to follow along. And hey, you know what? You can always review stuff. And in fact, if you have any issues at all in this course, please share them with us. Thank you so much for participating, for engaging, and for seeing it through. Thank you again, and I'll see you next time. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn React hooks as well as React context. So first of all, I want to start by explaining what the React hooks and React context are. I'll first give you some general information about these topics, and then after that, we will start up with a React context API. And then after learning how to use React Context API, we are going to learn React hooks. Then finally, by combining these two topics, we're going to learn how to use these two concepts together, because of course they play very well together. So at the beginning of the course, we're going to create an app called Context API. And that way we can learn React context. And after we do that, we'll start to learn the basics of React hooks. And finally, combining these two, React hooks and React context, that'll be our first app, the Context API. So for this reason, I don't want you to delete the Context API application that we will first create, because we are going to combine all of the information that we're going to learn throughout the entire course in one single app. All right? So now, just to sum up, what we're going to learn in this tutorial is, first, we're going to learn how to create context with class-based components. So in this part of the course, we will learn how to create context with context type and context consumer structures. Then immediately following that, we will dive right into React hooks. We're going to learn the most important hook functions like useState, useEffect, and useReducer. And then we're going to learn how to use React hooks and context together. So I know in these lectures, they are action-packed, and we're going to learn a lot of stuff. We will learn how to create context structure and some terminology with context, like dispatch actions and reducer. And also, we're going to learn how to use useReducer and use context hooks. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lecture, we installed React. Now we can go ahead and go inside of the Context API app directory by saying cd context API. And then let's say npm start to start the local dev service. So it should open up in a browser, and we should be able to see that in a second. So let's open up our project in Code Editor and organize the file structure. All right, here we go. These are the React boilerplates. So let's edit this boilerplate just a little bit to begin our React project. First, I go into the source folder, and I'm going to get rid of a few files. I'll get rid of the app.css file. So I'm going to get rid of the test file. We won't be using that at all. And also the logo, we don't need that. Okay, so I'm going to open up the app.js file. And we don't need this app.css or logo imports anymore in the app.js file. We need React library right up here at the top. And inside component, we'll just delete most of it right here, because we really aren't going to be needing or using any of that stuff. We'll keep the surrounding div with a class of app and remove all that other stuff as well. Okay, so now we are ready to create our project. When creating our project, I don't want to waste too much time on the CSS side. So we're going to use Semantic UI CSS classes to create our project. To include Semantic UI to our project, let's just go to the browser and search for Semantic UI CDN. Then I just click on the CDN.js link here. Okay, so inside the CDN.js page, I just hit Command F, Control F for Windows, and I am just going to search for semantic.min.css, like so. All right, so let's copy this semantic min CSS link and go back to the code editor. And I'll open up the index.html file under the public directory. Inside this file, I'm going to create a link tag here and paste the link that we copied inside href attribute. And here, don't forget to close link tag. Okay, so now we can use Semantic UI inside our project. So let's save all this and close it. All right, so now under the src directory, I'm going to create a new folder. I will create a components folder under the source folder, and I will put all of my components in here. Right after that, I will create two components. I'll create one for navbar and one for to-do list. All right, so let's create the navbar first. I'm going to say new file and call this navbar like so. All right, so first of all, let's import the React library. And to do that, I'm going to say import React from React. Then I'm going to create class component. To create a class component, I will say class navbar extends React dot component. Inside the component, I will say render, and inside the render method, our component will return some JSX. Still with me? So inside the return statement, I will say nav, and this nav will be navbar. Cool. So now inside the navbar, I will create h2 tag, and inside it, I will say Oak Academy. Now this is going to be the header, and I'll just give it Semantic UI class. I will say class name, and classes will be the UI-centered header. This classes are semantic UI classes. We've already uploaded it into our project. Okay, so now we're going to have, 3 buttons inside the navigation bar. So to do that, I just open up a div under the H2 tag and give it a class name of UI3buttons. Now I can create 3 buttons. So I'm going to create a button tag and give it a class name of UI button. Okay, so this is our first button. And I'm going to copy it and then just paste it twice to create the other buttons, just like so. And I will say overview for the first button. And for the second one, I'll name it contact. And for the last one, let's say support. So of course, I'm just putting these buttons here for visual effect, just so that we've got something to work with here. We've got some kind of working template or application to work with when we start to learn about the Context API. So let's export our component to use inside the other files. So I'm going to say export default navbar to export navbar component, like so. All right, so now let's import this navbar component inside app.js to see it in the browser. I'm going to open up the app.js file and import navbar at the top. I'll say import navbar from ./component/navbar. All right, so now we have imported the navbar, and we can use it inside the app component. So I'm going to put the navbar and the to-do list components inside of a container div. To do that, I'm just going to open up a div and give it a class of UI, raised very padded text container segment. And this will be the container div. And now I'm going to put navbar inside this div. All right, so you see we're nesting the navbar inside the app. Okay, so we have now created the navbar component. Let's create a to-do list now, and that'll be our component to, list out some to-dos. I've got enough to do. Okay, so let's do one more component file. We'll call this to-do list.js. And again, this is going to be a class component. So let's import React first. And I'll just say import React from React. So now let's create another class component, and this one is going to be called to-do list. And I'm going to say class to-do list extends React.component. Then open up a set of curly braces inside this class, and I will call the render method like so. And then this is going to return some JSX. And inside the return statement, I am going to open up a div with a class name of UI list like so. Cool. Then inside this div, I'll create the p tag and give it a class of item. I'm going to copy and paste it 2 times. And then these are just going to be different to-dos. Told you I didn't want a lot to do. Now, for the first one, I will say plan the family trip. For the second one, let's go shopping for dinner. And all right, let's throw in another one, go for a walk. Okay, so we've got 3 to-dos. And for the last thing, let's export this component, export default to-do list. Okay, so now we've done this component as well. Well, let me save that and import it into the app.js. Import to-do list from ./components. And under the components, I'm going to import the to-do list component like so. All right, so let's nest this component inside the container. I will put the to-do list component under the navbar. So let's save all this and view it in a browser. So both of these components are now showing up on the page. But there is one more thing I'd like to do, and that is to just add in a little CSS. So I want to just move it a little down and Yeah, so let's flip back to the code editor, and I'm going to add some CSS properties to this app class to just bring it down a little bit. So all the CSS is going to go into this index.css file. So we go over here. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this because we're not going to be using that rule at all. Okay, so I'll put the app selector here, and inside it, I will say position of absolute. Top will be the 20%, and for the left is 50%, and transform translate minus 50%. Okay, so these will take the app container down 20% and centralize it horizontally on the page. So let's save it all and preview. So yeah, we've created a dummy application with React. So we're now ready to go. In the next lesson, we are going to dive right into the context API. So we'll take a short break here and we'll come back and hit it in the next lesson. Okay, so we have created our first app. So now the first thing I'd like to talk about is this context API. So what is context API? All right, it's that time. Context API gives us a way to share state up and down a component tree quite easily. Sounds pretty good, huh? Actually, you can do that without the context API. You can do that with props. But see, sometimes that can get a little bit messy, especially as your component trees and applications become bigger, right? So the context API aims to solve this issue, and it's going to do that by giving us a central place to store data or state, then share it between components without having to pass it down as props. So it's going to make working with shared data much, much easier. Now, if you're familiar with Redux, this concept might seem a little familiar. It's an alternative to Redux, I would say. When we use it alongside hooks, it can behave very, very similar to the way Redux behaves. So imagine that we have an application with this component tree right here. So we have app component sitting at the root level, and we have the home component and the about component inside the app. And inside these components, we have some other components as well. Not too complicated components tree, just a few components. So then imagine we also have some state defined in the root component right here, and we want to share it with these subcomponents. Well, it's a bit of data that, maybe we just want to share with some of our components in this tree. So for example, we want these 4 components: list view, menu, comments, and about contents components to use this data. So in order to make that happen normally, what we'll do is we pass that down as props right through every single component until it reaches every component that wants to use it. So it's these 4 here at the bottom. All right, so that's fine. We can do this, but what we're doing here is passing props everywhere, even through components that don't necessarily use those props. These components are acting as carrier components for props. They're just carrying the props from one component down to another. So it's okay. You can still do this. It's fine. But this approach can sometimes get a bit boring, and especially when there's a lot of components in the chain and the application gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I think you get the point, right? So the context API solves this problem of having to pass props down to every and through every level, even through these components which don't use them directly. So what we could do instead of using this approach is to create a new context in a new file somewhere. A shared state could be initially defined and set up. So then when we create a context, we then have to provide it to our component tree so that the components in that tree can actually, access it and get the data that's inside of it. So for that, we are going to use the context provider, which is just a React tag, and it wraps whichever components need to access this state data. For instance, every component inside this tree, could have access to the shared state or data, but we don't have to use that data in each of these components. So no longer do we need to pass props down through the components. These components are not going to carry the data that they will never use. So we're just directly accessing the data from the context in the components which need it. So that's the basic sort of context or concept of Context API, right? You get it. It can make working with shared data so much easier in a whole lot of cases. So if we have a quick look at the context page here on the React website, we can see when we can use context in an application, because it might not always be the best solution to use. So look at this. It says right here that it's designed to share data that can be considered global for a tree of React components, such as the current authenticated user, theme, or preferred language, or maybe some other kind of data which is considered global from that particular tree of React components. All right. So if you're ever in a situation where you're unsure as to whether you should use context or not, just ask yourself this question. Is the data that I want to share global? And is it going to be used in several of the child components? And then if the answer is yes, then yeah, context probably is a good solution. If no, there might be other options which, well, will serve you better. For example, you can use props to share data between components, right? Context is just for global states that's shared between many different components in a tree. All right, so one more thing though before we start coding. In this course, I am going to be using the React developer tools for Chrome. It's just going to help us when we're inspecting states and props inside the application. So if you want to download this first, just go to the Chrome Web Store and search for React developer tools, and then click the Add to Chrome button and go ahead and install it. Then you'll be able to use it when I do. All right, so we've learned a little bit about the Context API and why we need it. We'll take a short break right here, and in the next lesson, we're going to create our first context and provider. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, my friend, we've learned what context is and why we use it. So now we can create a context for this application. All right, let's set it up. So we have these two components, navbar and to-do list, right? Now what I'd like to do is use some shared data inside these components. And of course, we're going to use more components a little bit later on because we're going to create a whole lot more in the future. Okay, so the data that we're going to use is, well, it's all going to be about the theme of the application. So is it a light theme or is it a dark theme? We'll create a context called theme context in order to figure this out. First of all, I'm going to create a new folder under the src directory, and this will be called contexts, because I want to keep all of the different context files in one place, and it's going to be in this folder. You know, I just like to keep things organized. All right, so now I can create a new file, and I'll call this themecontext.js, because our context is going to be related to theme. So now inside this file, this is where we're going to create our theme context. So the first thing that we'll need to do inside this file is to import React. So I'm just going to say import React from React. And we'll also need to import create context as well. So this is a function which is going to, well, create a context for us. So I'm going to say export const, because ultimately we are going to export this context. And I'm going to call this context theme context. You can call it whatever you like. And I'm going to set it equal to create context and invoke that function. So this is going to create a context for us, and it's going to be stored in this constant theme context. Right now, it's not going to do a whole lot on its own. We've not defined any data for this context, and we certainly haven't provided it to the different components. So at the minute, it's not doing nothing. It's just kind of hanging out. So what we're going to do now, though, is create another component, which will be a class component. And then inside that component, we're going to have some states. And that state will be the data that we want to share between the different components. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. First of all, I'm going to say class theme context provider extends React.component. And then I will open up a set of curly braces. So I call this component theme context provider. You can call it whatever you like again. And I normally call it whatever the context is called, and then I'll just put provider on the end. I just like to, keep it simple. But anyway, inside of here, this is where we want to state, and this is going to be shared data that we want to supply to the different components. So I'll just say state equal to, and open up a set of curly braces, and we will add some state property in just a minute. But for now, let's create a render method. And inside the render method, I will say return. And we will return context provider here. Okay, so let's go ahead and export this component. So let's say export default theme context provider. Okay, so we have state here, and we will keep all the data. That's all the data that we want to use in our application inside this state. So we'll have a few different properties inside this state. But first of all, I'll create a property called isDarkTheme, and that's going to be a Boolean, so true or false. I'll set it to true to begin with, and this is going to determine whether we are going to be using the dark theme or not. So if it's true, then we will use the dark theme. If it's false, we will use the light theme. Okay, so we also want another couple of properties, one for light theme and one for dark theme, which are going to be two different objects with different properties describing the colors of those themes. So let's create a property called light theme, which is an object. And the first property inside of this will be the text. And this property will specify the color of the text in the light theme. We'll set that to a color 222, which is kind of like a black. It's just going to be for all the text inside the app. Alrighty, then the other property is going to be background. And as you probably guess, it's going to be the background of the light theme. So that means we'll set this equal to #D8DDF1. And it's kind of a light blue. Okay, so for the dark theme, we have the same properties as well. So let's say dark theme, and open up an object again. And for the text, we'll say #FFF. So the text is going to be white in the dark theme. And for the background, we'll say #5C, 5C, 5C. So that makes it kind of a dark gray, right? So we have our state now, and this is the data that we want to provide to two different components and share between them, right? So now that we have that, we will need to provide this data to the different components. And those components are these two. Remember, navbar and to-do list. So when we create a context, we have to also create a provider, which is basically a tag that surrounds whichever components we want to be able to use that context inside. In our case, we want to use context data inside the navbar and the to-do list components. So we should provide the data to these components. Okay, so in our theme context file, what we need to do is return a bit of JSX, a template which is going to contain that theme context, and we'll call it provider tag. Provider is provided by the context itself. So inside of here, we'll do a tag called theme context.provider, like so. So whenever we create a context like this, we're going to give this thing the provider on that context. And this is, well, ultimately the thing that's going to wrap our different components so that the data can be used inside of these specific components. All right, so let's take a break right here. And then when we come back to the next lesson, we're going to provide this context data to our components. See you then. All right, so in the previous lecture, we created the theme context as well as a context provider. So to sum it up, first, we created the context by saying create context, and we call that function. And we store the returning function in this constant theme context. Then after creating the context, we will need to provide the context data to the components. And to do that, we have created the context provider tag right here. And this provider is provided by the context itself. It's pretty clever. So remember that when we create a context, we have to create a provider, which is a tag. And that surrounds whichever components that we want to be able to use in that context inside. Okay, so on the provider tag, we also need to specify a value property. And this value property is going to take whatever data we want it to, because it's going to be provided to the components that is in this wrap. All right, so we want to basically provide this state object in here. So to do that, let's do another set of curly braces, and then we'll want to provide whatever properties that we have inside the state. So I'm going to use a bit of spread syntax, ... and this .state. So this spread operator takes all of the different properties inside the state, and it's going to take all of the key value pairs in this state right here in, these three things. And that way it will spread them out into the new object that we will provide inside this value props. Okay, so this is the data that's going to be provided to the different components that this context provider tag wraps. So we want this context provider to wrap these components, navbar and to-do list. So let's first use the context data inside these components. So that means I'm going to save this and import the theme context provider into app.js, and then surround these components. Inside the app.js, I'm going to say import theme context provider from /contexts/theme contexts, like so. And now right here, I'm going to create a new tag called theme context provider and surround these two tags. So I'm going to copy the closing tag and paste here. All right, so I'll just save all that. And now, of course, nothing much is going to be happening, right? Because what we need to do is up here, in order to use these components inside the theme context provider, we want to output these two things inside the theme context component. So when we surround components like this using another component, these components are attached to the props of this thing right here. So inside the theme context provider component, we can access navbar and the to-do list components by saying this to refer to this component, which wraps the two children navbar and to-do list. And then we say .props.children, and then this will refer to the children that this component wraps. All right? So when we surround the other two components with this context component right here, it returns this JSX, which is the provider, and then it takes those other two components from app.js that it surrounds and places them here. And then this context provider tag provides all the data inside this value props to its children. And that makes the children these two things. All right, very cool. So that's our overall template. So let's save all this and we'll go to the browser. We still see the app. Now, if we're going to go to the React panel, then let's expand this. And we can see the theme context provider in here. Now, if I select the context provider, we can see that, yes, it has children, props, and inside of it, we have the to-do list and navbar components. And I think you can also see here that we have value object. Now, it has all the value in our context state right here. Let me show you in here. So inside this provider, we have the dark theme, we have the light theme. All of that stuff inside the context state. We have is dark theme, the property right here, and that's set to true. So I'm going to just toggle that to change the UI theme, okay? So right now, these are the two children components, and they are able to access data provided by this context theme, all of this data right here. That's pretty awesome. So in the next lesson, we're going to see how we can consume that data in those two components. So we'll take a short break here and we'll come back in the next lecture. All right, so now we have theme context provider, which is wrapping these two components right here, navbar and to-do list. So what we want to do is we want to consume that context from these two components. And we want to access the data that we pass into this provider. And remember as well that we have passed the data as value props to this provider tag. So then how do we access this context data from inside these components? Okay, so there's a couple of different ways we can do this inside a class component. And the way that we're going to learn in this video is by using the context type. So context type can be used in a class component, but not in functional components. Okay, so let's get into the navbar first of all and look at how to use it. All right, so we're now going to use the data inside the context from this component. And the way that we'll do this is by saying static, and it needs to be called context type, just like that. And we can set it equal to whatever context that we want to consume inside this component. So we want to consume the theme context that we create here. So I'll say theme context, and we have to import this context into this component. So at the top, I'm going to say import, open up some curly braces and theme context. And now we're going to import theme context from /contexts and inside the context folder. I'm going to import theme context like so. All right, so this is the theme context, not the theme context provider. Right, I mean, you get the difference. The theme context itself is here, and there is a big difference. So this is the theme context. We create this, and this is the provider, which provides the context. So in here, we're saying that the context type of this component that we want to use is the theme context right here. And then what this does is looks up the component tree, and it finds a provider for this context. So if it goes one level above this component, it's going to come to app.js. And it's going to find that theme context provider right here. Then it's going to access the data provided by this, which is the data that we put into the value property right here. So what it does is take all of this data that we pass into the value property, and it attaches it to a context property inside this component. So let's see that context property inside the navbar. Okay, so inside the render method, let's say console log, and say this to reference this component.context to reach out to this thing over here that we pass through into the value. So if we go over to the browser, right click and inspect the page and look inside the console, and we can see the data right here. And this is what we mean when we log it out, and it's exactly the data that we pass through into that provider. So now we have access to all of this shared data inside this navbar component. And yeah, that was pretty easy, right? So all we have to do is say static context type is equal to theme context and import that up here. Then we have access to all that data on this .context. So what I'm going to do now is I'll show you just a bit of destructuring to get properties from this context. So we have these three properties: is dark theme, light theme, and dark theme. And I want to store all of those in separate constants. So I'll say const, and then curly braces. And then I want the properties is dark theme, and I also want dark theme and light theme. So we're getting all of these properties now from this .context. All right? So this is just destructuring. And all we're doing here is getting these properties from this context object, and we're storing them in these variables. Okay, so we have access to these three variables now. So the first thing that I want to do is figure out if we're going to use the light theme or the dark theme inside this component. And we can figure that out by evaluating this isDarkTheme Boolean. Remember, it's true to begin with, but it could be false. So I want to figure out what this is. And if it's true, then we are going to say the theme is dark theme, and that's what we're going to use. And if it's false, we're going to use the light theme values. Okay, so I'm going to use a ternary operator to decide this. I'll say const, and we'll call this theme, and that's going to represent what theme we're going to use. So I'll set it equal to isDarkTheme. And this is what we will evaluate. Then I'm going to put a question mark here. If this is true, if this isDarkTheme constant has the value of true, then it's going to return the dark theme value over here, in which case we want to use the dark theme. Then we say colon, which means if this is false, then it's going to return the second value on the right side of the colon. And that is going to be the light theme. All right. So if this is true, then theme will be dark theme. And if this is false, then theme will be equal to light theme. All right, so now we have those different properties stored in this constant, and now we can output those inside this component. So let's style the navbar component. First of all, let's do a style property. Now I'll put a set of curly braces, and it takes an object. So the first thing I want to style is the background, and that's going to be the theme, which is right here. I will say background and set it equal to theme.background, because remember, these have the background and the text property. So we're using these properties for our CSS. So that's the background color of the navbar. And then we also want to color the text. So let's say color, and this will be the theme.text. And I just want to make this navbar a little bit higher. So to do that, I will say height is 120 pixels. And for the last thing, I want to remove this semantic classes instead of this classes here. And I'll say style and text align center to center the text. All right, so now we're coloring this navbar right here, and pretty much that's all. So let's save all this and check it out in the browser. All right, so we can see that our app is colored according to the theme that we currently have. We have the dark theme applied to the navbar now, and we have changed the color of the text and the background of navbar. So if we're going to React DevTools over here, and we open this up to go to the content provider, we can see in here that theme is true. And that means that we're using the dark theme. But if I change this to false, it's going to use the light theme. So that's pretty cool. And that's about it. That's how we use context data with static context type. Now we are going to dynamically change this later on. We'll add a button later on too, so that a user can change this without going into React Tools. Okay, so let's take a break right now. And in the next lecture, we're going to do a similar thing inside the to-do list component. See you then. All right, hello friends. In the previous lecture, we learned how to access context data in components, and we used the context data inside the navbar component. So now let's do a similar thing inside the to-do list component. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, but if you have not done it yet, I know some people like to jump ahead. I'll show you step by step. So let's first import the theme context in here. And I will say import theme context and import it from contexts/theme context. All right, so now we can consume the context data. And I'm going to say static and context type is equal to theme context. Then we're going to get the data from theme context. I'm going to do a bit of destructure again. Inside the render method, I'll say const, and we want is dark theme, light theme, and the dark theme. And we get all those from this dot context. So now we need to say const theme is equal to is dark theme. If this is true, we want to return the first value, which is going to be the dark theme. And if not, we'll return the light theme. Same as we did in the navbar component. All right, so we are now storing data inside theme constant, and we can now output it and use it to style this component. So what do you say? Why don't we style this component? So I'm going to say style is equal to, and then open up curly braces. And inside here, I'll say background is theme.background. Color is theme.text. And this will be the text color. And again, I'm going to give it a height property to this component. The height, let's say 140 pixels. And then lastly, I will say text align center to center all the text inside of this. All right, and we don't need this semantic class, so I can just remove it. Now, our inline CSS would be enough for now. So let's save it and flip on back to the browser, and we'll see our results. Okay, so now we have applied the dark theme in both components. We are currently on the dark theme, and we can change this to the light theme. So I'm going to open the React Components tab and set is dark theme to false. And now currently is dark theme is true, and we are applying the dark theme now. And if I change this to false, as you see, the theme has changed to light theme. Okay, so remember that's happening because of this ternary operator. So let me sum it up for us. How are we changing the theme? What we have is a property is dark theme in our context state right here. Every time this data changes in the context, and every time the state changes, this component re-renders itself and renders all of its children. So when this component is going to render, these navbar and to-do list components are going to render as well. But this time, these components are going to render with the new value props. So for instance, if we change this is dark theme to false, these components are going to render with all of its children. And this time, children components are going to take the new value of the context data. Inside the navbar component, this is dark theme is going to be false. And if it's going to be false, the light theme is going to be applied instead of the dark theme. All right, so this component is going to update with the new value, and the to-do list is going to update as well because we are using the same operators in here. So when this updates from true to false, this ternary operator returns light theme, and when it's true, it returns the dark theme, and we output those particular colors. Okay, so that's one way to take data from context and use it in our different components. In the next video, I'm also going to show you another way to do this. All right, so we'll take a break here, and we'll come back, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, my friends, so far we've seen one way to consume context inside a component, and that's by using this static context type. So we're saying static context type and setting it equal to whatever context we want to use. Then we get access to that context object on this, and these are all fine to do. There is another way I'd like to show you, and you can use it as well to consume context. So this other way is by using a context consumer. Now, doesn't that make sense? So let's just open up the theme context just like this. We have this provider given to us on the theme context when we create it up in here. We also get a consumer on this theme context, and that's what we're going to use this time inside this component. So let's see the inner workings here. So I'll use it on the navbar component again. Let's open it up. And now we're going to consume the context with context consumer property. Okay, so first of all, let's delete this static context type. We don't need that anymore. I'll keep these theme context import at the top and deconstruction right here, because I'm going to use them in a minute. Right now, we're going to use the consumer on that theme context. So in the return statement down here, instead of just returning this JSX, I'm going to want to return the theme context.consumer, like so. And then inside this consumer tag, we'll put all of this different template. But first of all, this consumer expects us to pass in a function. So I'm going to open up curly braces inside the theme context, and then open up normal parentheses and call a function. So this function takes in a parameter, which is the context, and this parameter is going to help us to reach context data. We're going to see that in a minute. So then this function is going to return some JSX, and what I'm going to do is just grab all this stuff and paste it inside of here. All right, so now what we're doing here is we're using the theme context consumer right here. And what this is going to do is consume this theme context so that we get access to that context data inside this function right here. All right, so now inside this function, we are returning some JSX and then reaching out the theme context with this parameter. And we can use any of the data from this context inside this template, just like we did before. But this time, we just have this parameter instead of this context. So I'm just going to copy this stuff right here and paste it inside this function. All right, so now we need to change this context to just context, like so. All right, so now we're doing exactly the same that we did before. We are reaching out these data from theme context and deciding to which context that we want to apply on our component with the ternary operator. Then we're going to apply that theme to the component over here. How's that sound? All right, so let's save all this and check it out in the browser. All right, see, so it still all works just like it did before. And if we open up console, I'll right click and select inspect. And then I'm going to go to the components tab. All right, so now we can see context consumer right here. And we can also see all the context data right here as well. And right now the dark theme is applied to our components. And we can see that here it says, is dark theme true? All right, so again, all we're doing here is using the consumer of the theme context that we have created in here. And inside of that, we are using a function which takes in that context as a parameter. Very good. And then therefore, inside this function, we have access to that context object with destructuring some values from that context. And then see, we're setting the current theme. Then we're just using that theme to output some different styles down here. So this is just another way of using context inside a component. So now that we've seen these two different ways, let's just review a little bit. We've seen the context consumer as well as the static context type. Now, you may be asking yourself, which one am I going to use? Well, both approaches have some pros and cons, but typically I prefer using this approach, the context consumer. Um, that's the approach I like to use when using class components. So even if this context consumer approach seems a little messy in contrast to the static context type, the good thing about it is we can also use it in functional components. We haven't got there yet. But I'll give you an example. Let's say that we want to change this into a functional component. Well, it's still going to work because the context consumer works in both functional and class-based components. Yeah, so another benefit of this approach using the consumer is that we can consume multiple contexts in one component. But we can't do that by using the other approach, and we're going to see that later on. That's why I wanted to teach this in depth right now. So those are the two different ways to consume context in a component. All right, so we'll take a little break right here, come back in the next lesson. See you then. All right, so where are we? We've seen how to consume a context in a component. We can access this context data. That's good. But at some point in time, what if we want to change this data? How do you do that? Well, in this lesson, I'm so glad you asked, because we're going to learn how to change this data. So what I'm going to do in order to demonstrate this is create a button inside the to-do list component. So the purpose of this button would be to let the user to just click on it to change the theme, okay? So when the user clicks on the button, we're going to toggle that is dark theme property between true and false. So when it's false, we'll see the light theme. When it's true, we'll see the dark theme, right? Just like we did before, but in the developer console. So to do this, first of all, I'm going to create a function in here to toggle this is dark theme property. And I think this is the best place to create that function because all the child components could reach out to that function to change the state. And in fact, we can create that function in our navbar and to-do list components, but we want to centralize a logic in here, right? We don't want to create the same function again and again and again and again and again. So we're going to create it in here. And if any components would like to change the data, the only thing we need to do is just call that function inside that component and change the state. Okay, so let's create that function. So I'm going to say change theme and create an arrow function here. And then inside of here, we're going to just toggle the is dark theme state. And then this will set the is dark theme property to opposite of its current value. Now, when this function is invoked, this will set the is dark theme property to the opposite of its current value. So if it's false, it's going to be true. And if it's true, it will be false. So when we call function inside of a component, this state object would be changed. And if the state changes, this component will re-render, and this value props are going to be updated with the new value of the state. And thus, all child components would re-render with the updated value props. So if this is dark theme property changes to true, this dark theme values are going to apply the child components. And if it's going to be false, and this light properties are going to be passed to the child components as props. Okay? So now let's call this function from child component. Now, first of all, we should pass this function to value props to reach out from the child component. So inside of here, I'm going to say change theme, and it's going to be the this.change theme, just like so. All right, so now we have added the change theme function, and now we can access that function inside the child components with either static context type or context consumer. So we should have access to this function inside any component which consumes this context. So when we save all this and then go to the to-do list component, so now once inside of here, we're going to create a button, and when we click on it, we will call that function. So underneath this P tag, I'm going to create a button. And inside the button, let's say, change the theme. And let's give some semantic UI classes to this button to make it a little nicer. And I will say class name is equal to UI button primary. Then we should give this button to click event to call that function. So I will say on click and open up a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, I will put that callback. But before that, we need to get that change theme function from this context. Remember, when we add something to this value props, it's automatically attached to the context. So inside here, I will say change theme. And now we can call this change theme function with this click event. So the on click event, let's say change theme to run that function. All right, so we're ready now. So I'm going to click this change the theme button right here, and this will invoke that on click event, and on click event is going to call this change theme function. And then when this function is going to be called, this will toggle the isDarkTheme property in state. And when the state is updated, this component would re-render, and it's going to pass the updated value props to all of its children. And the children components, which is consuming the context data, would then take the new context state and would use it as theme. All right, that's the path. So let's save all that and check it out in the browser. So here's the big moment. If I try to toggle the theme, oh, what do you know? Everything works. Okay, so that's how we can interact with the data and change it. So all we do is define a function inside this class which can edit the states, and then we just pass that function into the value props of the provider. But then when we consume a context, we can have access to that function and then do something with it, right? Seems pretty simple now, huh? All right, so let's take a short break here and we'll come back in the next lesson. All right, my friends, so far we've seen how to create a single context to store some data, and then we've used that data in the navbar and the to-do list component. We've also changed the theme of the navbar and the to-do list components with this context data. We did that using this provider right here and passing in this value. But what if we want some different kinds of data? For example, what if we had some authentication data for the currently logged in user, like email, name, something like that? Would we put that in the same context in here? Probably you're thinking it's not a good idea because this is for the theme and it doesn't make much sense to put some kind of authentication data inside this context. So what do? What we can do is just create multiple different contexts. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to create multiple contexts. So if we have some kind of data and that is for one part of our application, we could create context for that. If we have some other kind of data, which is going to be global for another part of the application, we could just create another context for that. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I'll create a new file and I'll call it auth_context. So then inside of here, I'm going to import React. So I'm going to say import React from React. And again, we'll also need to import create context because that's the function that we'll need to create a context. And then down in here, I'll say export const, and I'll call this auth_context and set it to equal to create context. All right, so we are following the same steps like we did in the theme context, just like we did in here. Okay, so now down in here, let's do a class component. So I'm going to say class, then I will call this as auth context provider extends react.component. And inside the component, we're going to use the state. So state is equal to just an empty object right now. And we're going to just add some properties to the state in a second. The state is just going to hold simple data. So I'm going to keep this really simple because I don't need to demonstrate how to use authentication, right? This is a series about using context, and this video is about using multiple contexts. So I'm just going to keep it as simple as possible just to show you how we can use multiple different contexts in our application. Okay, so let's say is logged in. And this is going to be a Boolean. And let's say false to begin with. And we're going to check to see if the user is logged in or not with this Boolean property. Then I'm going to create a render method. This will return some JSX. And lastly, let's export this. So I'm going to say export default auth context provider. Okay, so now I need to create a function so that we can toggle this is logged in property. So I'll say change auth status, all right, because that's what we're going to do inside this function, and set it equal to an arrow function. And then inside the arrow function, I'm going to say this dot set state. And the thing that we want to set is this property is logged in. So let's say is logged in, and we want to change it to the opposite of whatever it is now. So exclamation mark, then this dot state dot is logged in. So if it's false, it's going to turn it to true. And if it's true, it's going to turn it to false. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is return some JSX. And this is going to be very similar to the theme context over here. So let's say auth context over here, and we have the provider. And we will wrap all components that we want to use this context inside. And to do this, I'm going to say this dot props dot children in here. And we're going to nest components in here that we want to provide this state or function to. Then we have a value props that we pass into data or functions that we want to share. So let's say value and open up parentheses. And I'm just going to add data in an object again. So inside the object, I'm going to say this state and spread out all the values in state with spread syntax. And change auth status is going to be this dot change auth status, like so. All right, so now the next thing that we want to do is wrap this navbar and to-do list component with this auth context provider to grant them reach into this value props. So what we need to do is take this context and nest it inside of our app.js file so that it surrounds the components that we want to use this context in. Okay, so inside the app.js file, we're going to wrap these navbar and to-do list components with auth context provider, because these are indeed the components that want to use that data and that function. So first, I'm going to import auth context provider at the top. So I'll say import auth context provider from context / auth context, like so. So let's create auth context provider tag, and I'm going to say auth context provider. And we could nest the auth context provider inside the theme context provider like this, or we could put it outside of it like this. It really doesn't matter in this case because they're both still wrapping these components. So I'm going to put it outside. So let's close that tag off. Okay, so now we have both of these context providers wrapping these components, yeah? And these components should have access to both different contexts, yeah? Okay, so let's save all this and go to the browser. Okay, so let's inspect the page. And in the developer console, let's click the Components tab. All right, so now we can see both contexts in here, Theme Context Provider and Auth Context Provider. And if we click on Auth Context here, we can see the value as well as the is logged in being false. All right, so right now we can go ahead and start to consume that second context, the auth context, inside these components. All right, so that means that the next step is to figure out how to consume the multiple contexts in one component. Why is that? Because, for example, inside the nav bar over here, we might just want to consume not only the theme context, but also the auth context. And, there are many more examples after that. I am going to show you how to do that, how to consume multiple contexts in one component, but after a short break. So we'll take a break here and we'll come back to that in the next lesson. Okay, so in the previous lesson, we have created Auth Context Provider and wrap these components to make them reach the auth context data. So in this video, I'd like to show you how to consume two different contexts inside of a single component. So far, we have seen two separate ways to consume context. I've shown you this way where we say static context type is equal to whatever context we want to use. Or we say consumer like this, and then get the context object in this function. So if we want to use two separate contexts inside of a component, how do we do that? Because let's say for now we have two contexts, and we have the theme context and the auth context, and we want to use both of them inside of one component. Okay, so inside the to-do list component, if I wanted to do, say, static context type equal to auth context, I couldn't say static context type is equal to auth context, right? We couldn't do this. And it's not going to work because we have two static properties with the same name, right? So that's not going to work. So we have a couple of options here. One option is we could use one context. So this way, using the context type property, and then the other one is going to use the consumer tag down here. And I mean, we can use the static context type for the theme context and then the consumer tag for the auth context. That might make sense. And the second option is we can just use consumer tags, and then we can nest one inside the other. And that's the way I want to show you how to do that in this video. So I'm going to do it inside the navbar component for now. Okay, so we have one consumer tag here, and we're going to create another one for auth context. So what I'm going to do here is surround all of this right here with auth context consumer. Now to do that, I'm just going to go up here and import the auth context. So let's copy this and paste it in here and change these to auth context. And that's because both are under the same directory. And then I'm going to create auth context consumer tag here. And I'll close that off. So this expects a function. So let's open up an object and inside of it, call that function. And it's going to return some JSX. Okay, so now this function is going to take in a context object. So I'm going to call this auth context. Now I'm not calling it context because we already have that down here, right? So let's call this one theme context. All right, so we'll change this one. Okay. So now inside this top function, all we're going to do is return some JSX. Okay, so I'm just going to return the JSX inside these parentheses. So what we want to return is all of this stuff right here. So let's just copy and paste that in here. Okay, so now we have access to two different contexts inside this component. So we can access auth context and theme context. Okay, so I'm going to do a similar thing to destructure some information from auth context. Because remember, we had this stuff right here is logged in, and we also have change auth status, and we have passed both of those into the value property. So let's do our little bit of destructuring in here. So to grab those, I'll say const, and we want is logged in, and we also want change auth status. And we're going to get all from auth context. So now we have access to both of those things, change auth status, callback, and is logged in value. Now we can use these values in this JSX blocks. Okay, so let's use these values in here. So underneath the H1 tag, I'm going to do a P tag, and inside of that, I'm going to output whether the user is logged in or logged out. So to do that, I just evaluate this with a Boolean value. If this is logged in value is going to be true, we're going to show logged in as our text. Otherwise, we're going to show logged out for the text on the browser. And again, I'm going to use a ternary operator. And to do that, I'll just open up curly braces in the P tag. And I'll say is logged in, which is going to be evaluated to be true or false. And if it's true, we'll say logged in. And if it's false, we'll say logged out. Okay, so now we can add a click event to this P tag. And whenever we click on it, we're going to call this change auth status callback, and then toggle this is logged in value. Now remember, this change auth status callback is toggling the is logged in. So I'm going to give the onClick event to the P tag. And then whenever we click on this P tag, I'm going to call this change auth status callback like so. Okay, so initially this is logged in is false. And in this case, we're going to show this logged out text on the browser. Then if we click on this P tag, we're going to call this change auth status callback, and this will toggle the is logged in state. Then we will pass the new values as props to this thing, and then we'll grab those values in here and we'll show the other case in the browser. Okay, so let's save all this and we'll test it. So go back to the browser. And now we can see logged out as we toggle this. It's logged me in and out. It seems to be working. What do you know? Now, it's not actually logging me in or out, but it's just changing what we display right here, right? And everything else still works as well. That's good. The theme context is still working. And that's fine too. Okay, so now we're consuming two different contexts in one single component. And that's how you consume a couple of different contexts in a single component. And sure, okay, so that's fine, but it actually becomes a lot easier to do all of this when we use the Context API in combination with React hooks. Remember that? Well, I mean, we didn't go over it, but I teased you with it, all right? So that means that we're not going to have to do all of this consumer stuff right here. So we're going to talk about React hooks and how they work with Context API. We're just going to make working with all of this kind of stuff even easier. So we'll pause right here, and then in the next lesson, we'll dive right into React hooks. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, friends. Now we've got an idea of what the Context API is, and we know how to use it. And I know you're going to like it a lot more when you start to use it with hooks. So why don't we just get into using hooks? Well, this is a lesson. We're going to start this new topic, and it is indeed React hooks. So hooks. It's a new addition to the React library. and they cause a really big impact in the React world when they first came out. So let's have a look at what they are and why they've caused such a big impact. So basically, hooks are just special functions, but they allow us to do things inside the functional components in React that normally we'd only be able to do inside of class components. For instance, using state or lifecycle methods. Normally, we could only do that in a class component, but by using hook functions, we can access states in functional components. So if we want to use states in a component, now we don't have to use a class component anymore. We can now write a functional component, which sometimes is much easier to read and can be more reusable in the future. So, class components are not going to go anywhere. They're still very widely used and they're going to have their place for a while. But hooks, it's just a different approach that we can use now for fun and efficiency. So there are a few different hook functions in React which do different things, and I'll show you some of the, important hook functions. So for example, we have a useState hook, which allows us to use states inside of a functional component. And we have this useEffect hook, which allows us to run code whenever a component renders or re-renders. And we have a useContext hook, which allows us to consume context in a functional component. Okay, so there's a few, and we're going to be taking a look at all of these different hooks going forward. But first of all, why don't we just set up a new React application to learn the hook functions? What? Why are we going to have to create a new application? It's cool. I just like to create a new React application to explore hooks because I don't want to use context for now. And I just want to separate these two topics, and you'll see why in a little while. But please don't delete the Context API project, all right? You'll see where we're going soon. So I'm going to keep this Context API application, and we'll come back to this Context API a little bit later on because we're going to start putting the hooks and context together. We'll combine hooks and context in the Context API project, and then therefore we're going to see both use cases of Context API. All right, so you can see that I am in this directory, so I'll set up the application on my desktop, and I'll say npx create react app, and I'll call this app hooks. So I'll just press enter and start the creation of the application. All right, so while this is installing, let's just take a short break here, and I'll come back to you in the next lesson. All right, so in the previous lesson, we created the hooks project, and now let's start the local development server. So I'm going to say cd hooks and npm start to start project. So let's open up the project in code editor and clean things up a little bit. So I'm just going to delete a couple of things that I don't think we're going to need. And I'll just delete app.test.js. And we can also get rid of app.css. We certainly don't need the logo SVG as well. All right, so let's go to app.js and get rid of the logo SVG and CSS import at the top. So I also want to get rid of most of this inside of here as well. All right, so let's delete that and save it. So now what I'll do is create a new folder called components because I'm going to create my own components. Under the src directory, I'm going to create a folder called components. Now, inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new component, and that is going to be called todolist.js. So now inside of here, we're going to create to-do list component, but first of all, let's import the React library. So I'll say import React from React. Then down below, I'm going to do a functional component. So I'm going to say const to-do list, and this is going to be a functional component. And inside the component, we'll just return some JSX. So I'll say return. And inside the return statement, I will open up a div, and inside of it, I will create an unordered list. Then for each to-do, I will create an LI tag. All right, so for the first to-do, I will say pay bills. And for the second, I will say do your homework. And the last one, let's say feed the dog. Okay, so have 3 jobs to do. Hopefully they're not too stressful. So now we can export this component as well. And at the bottom of the component, I will say export default to-do list. So now we have created the to-do list component and we want to display it on the browser. So let's save all this and import to-do list from app.js. Inside the app.js, I will say import to-do list from, and I will import it from /components and to-do list, just like so. Then let's nest the to-do list component inside the app.js to show it on the screen. Okay, so let's save this and preview it in the browser. All right, so now we have created our to-do list component and we are ready to start learning hook functions. So we're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back in the next lesson, we're going to start to learn the nitty-gritty of hooks. See you then. All right, so in the previous lesson, we created this functional component right here, which renders some to-dos. So now I'd like to store these to-dos in states. So I'm going to store these to-dos in the state, and then I will map over to-dos array and output them in here. So as you may have guessed, in here, my main purpose is to show you how to use states in functional components, and that's why I'm going to do this, right? Okay. So normally, in order to use states inside of a component, we just have to use the class component, but with React hooks, like I've told you before, we can now use states inside of a functional component as well. And we can do that by using a hook called useStates. UseStateHook is a function, and it's going to allow us to use a piece of state inside this functional component. So why don't we start off by importing that hook up at the top. Okay, so I'll put a comma, and I'll open up a set of curly braces, and we will import useStateHook from React library like so. Okay, and then we can use this hook in here. So we'll say useState, and we're just invoking a function. Then this hook accepts an argument, which is going to be the initial value for this piece of state that we want to use, just like we're doing in a class component. So we'll say something like, state is equal to an object where we define the different properties. So we're essentially doing the same thing in here as well. We're defining a property of the state inside this function. So for now, I want to define some to-dos inside an array. And that's going to be the initial value of this state. So I'm going to do an array of to-dos in here. So inside the array, I'm going to create objects, and each object would then be each to-do, right? So I'm going to say text as a key. And for the first to-do, I'm going to copy this one and paste it in here. As you may guess, each list item should have a unique key prop. And I'll say ID, and ID will be 1. Okay, so for the second to-do, I'll say text. And text will be do your homework. So I will copy and paste it as well, and this time the ID will be 2, just like that. And what was the last one again? Oh, can't forget to feed the dog. And ID will be 3. Okay, so each of these are objects, and each of these objects represents a single to-do, and each one has a unique ID as well. So now we have these 3 objects stored in this array as the initial value. So this function returns an array, and that array returns us 2 values. The first value is going to be the actual data, the state itself. And the second value is going to be a function, which we can then use to edit that state. You with me? So it returns those two values inside an array. So we're going to use array destructuring to get these two different values. So I'm going to say const, and then array is equal to this thing, this useStateHook. And then for the two properties, we can call what we want. But generally, we will name them whatever the state is, whatever the state defines. So for example, I'm going to call the first property to-dos, and this is the state itself. And the second one is going to be set, and then whatever I call the state. So set to-dos. This is the function which we can use to edit this state. And we generally will name the function like this. It's kind of a community convention, but, you know, it's pretty clear to me, and I would definitely recommend you to do the same. All right, so in this example, we have the state itself and also a function to change the state. And now we can use this state data inside this component instead of the list items. So I'm going to delete these list items. Now we can use to-dos to reference this array of data. And we can cycle through that array inside the template down here. So we don't want to hard code it, right? So I'm going to open up a set of curly braces and I'm going to say to-dos.map. And that's because we are going to map it to a new array of HTML templates. And then inside this function, we can take each to-do. This map function is going to cycle through the array, and in that array, we'll reference each item to this to-do each time. So now we can return some JSX for each item. And I'm going to say return, and then in parentheses, create an li tag. And inside the li tag, I want to output the text property of the to-do. So I'm going to say to-do.text. And then when we cycle through things like this, React expects us to provide a unique key property for each element as well. See, that's why I added this ID property right here. So let's add a key property, and then I'm going to say to-do.id. So now we're cycling through that state and outputting each list element. So why don't we just check it and see if it works? So I'll save it and jet over to the browser. All right, see, so we can see all of these things in the browser. So that's working. Now we can use state inside of a functional component just using this hook, useState. And I don't know, I'm kind of beside myself. I think it's pretty awesome. I'm sure you will too in time. But what if we want to change the data? For example, if we want to add another to-do to state, how the heck do you do that? Well, let me show you a little trick I'm going to demonstrate. So I'll create a button down here. And when I click on it, it's going to add a new to-do in here, all right? So first of all, let's create that button. So under the UL tag, I'm going to say button. And inside the button, I'll say add a to-do. And we'll need to attach an on-click event handler to do this. And that is going to reference a function called add to-do. So let's create this function over here. We'll say const add to-dos and set that equal to an arrow function. And inside this function, what we want to do is change the state. Now remember, we said that this function will be able to get back from the use state is used to change the state data. So we're going to do that right here. All I do is say set to-dos, which is what we called the function. And then inside of here, we pass whatever value we want. So we want this data to be an array because we are mapping it in here. So we pass in an array, and this is going to completely replace whatever the current value of to-dos is. All right? So inside here, we can't just add something extra into this because it's going to completely replace it with this thing. So for that reason, we need to use the spread syntax like this. And that way we're going to get the current to-dos and spread them into this array. So we're going to grab each one of these and put them into this new array. And then we're going to want to add an additional to-do in this new array. And that's going to be a new object, which will have a text property. And this is just going to be new to-do. So I'm going to say text. And for the new to-do, let's say learn hooks. And then we need a ID property because we are mapping over the to-dos array in here. And as I mentioned before, when mapping over some elements, React demands us that we give a unique ID to each list element. So that's why we have these ID properties. We have 1, 2, 3. So when we click on this button, we're going to call this function, and in this function, we will get all the to-dos with the spread syntax, and then add a new to-do into this array. So when we click on this button, on each click, we have to add a new to-do with a new unique ID. So on each time to give a new unique ID to the new to-do, I'm going to say math.random to create an ID. So we will give the random numbers to new list items on each click. And yeah, you might be thinking it's not necessarily the best practice because, well, random numbers can match and we could get a warning again. But right now we've got a very tiny to-do list example here. And it's a little difficult, the probability to get the same numbers. But if you want to, you could use UUID npm as the package to create a unique ID. Or you may find another ID generator package to create an ID in a more secure way. But you know what? I don't want to get too distracted and waste too much time doing all that to install new packages in the lesson. So that's why I'm going to do this right now. But you get the idea. All right? So let's save all this and get back to the browser. And I'm going to click on Add To-Do button. And we're going to add a new to-do over here. So I add a new to-do again, and a new one, and a new one. Okay, so it works. So what do you think? We've now used this useState hook to use some state inside of our functional component. And we're just calling this the useState hook here and giving it an initial value. And then right after that, this hook function returns us an array. And in that array, we're getting two items. The first one is the actual value of the state. And the second one is a function to change that value. That's pretty cool. And that's all about the useState hook. And I think it's pretty awesome because we could never do this in the past. We'd always have to use a class component to use state. But now all we need to do is use one simple hook function to do all of that in functional components. This useState hook. All right. So tuck that under your hat and we'll take a short break here and we'll see what to do in the next lesson. All right. So now we've learned this useState hook. What do you want to do now? So in this lesson, I would like to show you another example of how to use state hook to practice it more and to get a little deeper. So in the previous lesson, when we click on this Add a To-Do button, each time we are adding the same to-do to state, right? Well, let's say I don't want to do that anymore. What I would like to do is when a user types something into an input field, I want to put in state whatever the user types into that input field. You with me? So that means that then we will show that user entry in the browser. You see where I'm going with this, right? So we're going to do that right now together. We're going to create a form to add a new to-do. And then they type in a to-do that they want to do, and we'll store that in a local state using useState hook. Okay, so to do it, let's create a new component. First, I'm going to create a new file, and we'll call it add_new_to_do.js. And inside this component, we need to import React. So I'll say import React from React. We also want to import useState because we will need that hook. Okay, so then let's create a functional component. So I'm going to say const add new to do. And this will be a functional component. And inside this component, I will say return. And we will return some JSX here. And then we will export this component. Okay, so let's create the form. So I'll create a form tag. Inside this form, I'm going to create input, and the type will be text. Then create a submit input. And then I will add a label for this input and add HTML4 property to do, and I will add the same text as ID to this input. Okay, so let's save it and import it inside the to-do list component. Once inside the to-do list component, I'm going to say import add new to do from /add new to do. Now, what I'd like to do here is nest this component inside the to-do list component. And then at the bottom, instead of this button, I'm going to remove it and I will say add new to do, like so. All right, so let's save all that and go over to the browser. Okay, so now we've created the submit button and input field. So yeah, right now nothing's going to happen, but what we do want is to attach some kind of event listener to this form right here. And then when the user types something in here and submits the form, that way it's going to output that entry right in here. Okay, so let's go back to the code editor and implement that. So I'll say on submit, and then set it equal to something, and define this function later on. But we also want to track what our user types into this input field. So we can do that in React just by saying onChange. So whenever the value inside this input changes, and whenever the user starts typing something in here after each keystroke, this is going to fire a function in here. So now this function is just going to be an inline function, and I'm going to create an arrow function, and we'll be taking the event object. Okay, so now what we want to do inside this function is store whatever the user types into some kind of local state. So to create that local state, we are going to use this useState hook. Okay, so I will say useState and call that hook. So now we need to pass in an initial state for this state. So in our case, it's going to just be an empty string. Okay, so now when a user types into this input field on every change or after each keystroke, we want to update the state with whatever the user has typed in. So do you remember we get back an array from this useState hook with two values? The first one will be the actual value, this state itself, and the second value will be the function to update state. So first, let's say const, and then square brackets is equal to useState. And the first one is called to-dos, the actual value. Then I will say set to-dos for the function to change that value. Okay, so now what we want to do inside this function is actually use set to-dos to update this piece of state with whatever the user types in at that moment. So we're going to do this on one line. Inside here, we'll just say set to-dos, and we want to pass in the value that's currently inside this input form. So we'll use the event object. I'll say event.target to get this input field, then .value. So that's going to get us the value of whatever's inside this input field and set that value as the to-do state in here. Okay, so it's going to apply it to this thing here, this piece of state. So we're now keeping whatever is inside this input field into state, right? And I'm also going to attach a value property in here and set it equal to do, like so. Now we're setting it equal to whatever's in the state. So to begin with, when we first render the page, it's going to be empty. So if I save this, right, nothing's going to happen because when we change this, all we're doing is updating the state. But what we want is get this text and send it to this add a to-do callback as parameter and add it as a new to-do to this state inside here. And we can do that by passing this add to-do callback as props to this component. And that way, when we submit this input field, we will call that callback function with this to-do state. So let's do that. First, we'll create a function to handle the submit event. So I'll call this as, we'll just call it handle submit. And then up in here, we'll define that function. So const handle submit and set it equal to an arrow function. And we're going to take the event object inside here. And the first thing I'd like to do with it is I will say e.prevent default. Just to prevent that default action of the form when we submit a form. In other words, we don't want to refresh the page when we submit the form, right? We don't want that to happen. Okay, so now what I want to do is just log out the to-dos, whatever user is typed into this input field. So I just have to say console.log to-dos. So let's save all this and preview it in the browser over here. So now as we type something in and go over to the console, we'll press add to do, and we can see this is in the console. All right, so now that we can see it's working, what we'll do with it is take this and output it on here. So we want to add it to this data in the to-do list component over here. In order to do that, to change this data, we need a function, which is going to take what a user types in here and then add it to this data. So we already have a function here, and we defined it in the last lecture, and we called it add to do. And that'll take all of the current to-dos and output them into a new array with this spread syntax, and it adds it to a new one. All right, so now we are hard coding new to-do. So what we want to do is output the text that we type in here. So we can take that in as a parameter here. We'll just call it text, and then we'll set text equal to text. Now we can use a bit of ES6 shorthand for this because the key and the value are the same. So we can just say text like so, and that does the same thing. All right, so now we need to pass this add to do function into this add new to do form component so that when we call this function from this form component, it'll submit the form. And when we do that, we're going to pass in the text, so it will receive that text. And then it adds it into the to-dos array. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm just going to come down here, and I will say add to do is equal to add to do. So we're just using a prop right here. So let's save that, and then we need to accept it up here. Props will appear as an argument in here, as an object. So I will say add to do, like so. All right, so now we're logging this into the console. So instead of that, let's say add to do, and we want to pass in the text, which is this data, which is exactly what the user will type into the input field. So let's save all this and see if it works, or double check perhaps. So I'll say test and hit submit. And look at that, it does work. So I'll say new to do and press enter again. And yep, it works again. Terrific. So now one thing that I like to do is clear this field when a user types something in and then presses a submit button, right? Because at the moment, if we want to add another one, we just have to delete that first one and then add the new one. So that's a little cumbersome. So I want this to auto clear. How do you do that? Well, I'm just going to say set to do, which is the function. We can use it to update this over here, set to do, and we're going to change that back to an empty string because this value of this input field is kept in sync with this piece of state. So when we do that, we update this piece of state. Then this input field is going to update as well with that empty string. So let's save all that and go back to the browser and let's type in something and press submit. Yep, it works. Okay, so that's great. That's one really nice use of useState with input fields inside of a component. So why don't we take a short break here and we'll move ahead in our next lesson. Okay, so now we've seen the first hook useState. So I want to move on to the next hook, and that one is called useEffect. So in this lesson, we're going to learn the useEffect hook. So first of all, import that up here, useEffect, like so. Now all hook functions generally use this naming convention, use something, right? So you can think of this useEffect hook a little bit like a lifecycle method that we would normally use inside of a class component in React. So when we use functional components, we don't have access to those lifecycle methods. And if we wanted to run some code when the component updates, we normally need to use a class component. But now we can use this useEffect hook instead in a functional component. So why don't we just use it down here? UseEffect is a function. And again, it will take in here a callback function as parameter. And that callback function is going to run every time the component renders or re-renders. So every time the data inside our component changes, it will also change the initial render. So you could use this useEffect hook to do something like communicate with a database or an API endpoint or something like that. So let's see how it works. All I'm going to do is log something into the console. So I'm just going to say console.log, and I want to say useEffect. And then I want to output the to-dos. So let's save this and flip on back to the browser. So when the page first loads and it first renders, we should see this function firing here. And then every time the data here changes inside the component, then the component will re-render. And on that re-render, this function is going to fire again. So every time the component renders, this useEffect hook will be called. So if I add a new to-do, then we should see it again, like so. Now we see the useEffect hook run again, this time with the extra data. Let's just type in some random stuff there again, and we can see the useEffect hook run again. Perfect. So this useEffect is running every time the component renders, or every time the data updates inside the component, and when it first renders as well. Okay, so now I want to demonstrate another use case of useEffect hook. So let's imagine that we had lots of different data inside this component. So anytime any of that data is updated, then this hook is going to run. So let's demonstrate. For instance, let's create some more states by using the useState hook. I'll say const, and this will be count and set count. And we will set that equal to useState, and we can use the useState hook or other hooks as many times as we want to inside a component, in fact. Right now, we're just storing different values, like this one to do state, and this one is count. So I'm going to give it 0 as its initial value. Then I'm going to create a button, and when we click on that button, it's going to increase the count by 1. So let's do that at the bottom down here. And I'll do a button in here. Now, inside this button, I'll just say score, semicolon, and open up a set of curly braces, then count. And we will print count as the score on the browser. So to begin with, this will be 0. But as we click on this, we want it to start adding 1 by 1 and again. So let's add the onClick event handler. And inside of here, we'll just do an inline arrow function, and we want to call setCount. And we'll take the current count and add 1 to it. So basically, the new value is going to be whatever the current count is plus 1. And that should then update the state. And therefore, we'll trigger a re-render. And therefore, this should run as well. Okay, so let's save all this and preview it in the browser. So we can see it's currently 0. Add 1 to count. Score goes to 1. And you see the useEffect hook run. Now I'll do it again, and it comes up again. So this data is not changing the to-dos, but all right, that doesn't matter right now. Some data inside the component is changing. Therefore, it re-renders the component. When the component re-renders, it's running that useEffect hook. But now, I'll show you, though, in this case, we might not want to run this callback function every time that any data is updated. For example, we only wanted to run this function when this data changed and not this data. So how do we do that? I'll show you. If we come over here, we can see that it still runs when we add some data because it's running after any kind of data change. But what if all we want to do is fire it only when we change the to-dos data, not this one? So we can do that by passing a second parameter into the useEffect hook. And that second parameter is going to be an array of data that we essentially want to watch. So we only want to run this useEffect function when the data inside this array changes. So for example, I could pass in here to-dos like so. That means we only want to run this callback function in the useEffect hook run when the to-dos data changes, not when the count data changes. So if I save this and come over here and add 1 to the count, then it's still increasing the count. The data is changing and the component is re-rendering, but this is not running all the time. We only get it on the initial render. So if I start to add a to-do, then we get that callback function. So that's great. We're now limiting this function when we use this callback function. So as I mentioned before, we can use a useEffect hook as many times as we want inside the component, just like a useState hook. So let me just copy this and paste it down here. And again, I'm just going to change this one to count and change this one to count as well. So that means only run this callback function when count is changed. So in here, instead of to-dos, we will output the count right here. So let's save all this and come back over here. All right, so first of all, we will see 2 callback functions have run, one for the to-dos and one for the count, because they will both run on an initial render. Now, if we add a new to-do, then we get this one for the to-dos, but we don't get the other. If I start adding 1 to count, then we get the other hook function running, right? So that's making a lot more sense, and that's how to use this useEffect hook. Now we are using the useEffect to run some code every time the data changes, or whenever the component renders. And this is how we limit it to only run based on certain data. Okay, so that's the basics of hooks covered. In the next lesson, I would like to move on to using hooks alongside context. So review any of that if you need to, and we'll take a break here, and we'll come back in the next lesson. I look forward to seeing you then. All right, so far we have learned what hook functions are. We've also learned the most important hook functions, useState and useEffect hooks. We've already learned Context API in class components, remember? So now I'd like to come back to the Context API project, and in that project, we're going to see how we can use these React hooks within context. So to do this, let's go back to the Context API app, and I have opened Context API in my code editor and in the browser over here. So you can pause the video here and open it up in your code editor and start your local server by saying npm start in the project directory. Cool, so after it opens up in your code editor and your browser, we can start to learn how to use these two hooks and context together. So we're going to start to consume context using React hooks. Now, at the moment, we have these two contexts, auth context and theme context. And we consume these in different components in navbar, as well as in the to-do list component over here. And to show you how to use hooks and context together, I'm going to refactor these components with new React functional hook components. And then we'll be able to see the usage of both contexts on the same pattern. And of course, we're going to see which usage of the context is cleaner and more readable. Okay, so let's do that. First of all, I'm going to come into this to-do list component, and I'm going to start from this component. Okay, so we can see that we consume the context right here using static context type. Now, remember that we said if we were to use a functional component, we can't use this method of consuming context. We can't do that in a functional component. We can only do it in class components. So what if we wanted to turn this into a functional component and use the context? Can we do that? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But we can consume context with this context consumer in functional component. We can absolutely do that, so let's use it in a functional component. But I'll tell you what, there is another option, and we can do that in functional components in a cleaner way. So we can do that with the help of the useContext hook, all right? So let's learn how to use it right here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is import that up here, useContext. So this is just another hook function that we can use inside of a functional component. Now I'm going to rewrite this component in a functional way using a functional component, and then we're going to use this hook right here to consume the context inside it. So I'm going to keep this here for reference just for now, and I'll come down here and I'm going to create a functional component. So I'm going to say const to-do list, and this is going to be a functional component. Now inside this component, I will say return some JSX, and then we will export this component again as well. So inside here, we will still want to return the same JSX right here. So now let's copy all that and paste it inside here, like so. All right. So the next thing I want to do is use this hook to consume context inside this functional component. Because, just as we said, we can't use this inside a functional component. We could use this context consumer inside a functional component. But I like using this useContext hook because I think it's much cleaner. So that's what we're going to use. All right. So how do we do it? All I'm going to do is come down here and I'll say useContext and then pass in the context that we want to use inside this component. So we want to use theme context inside this component. And we imported that right here, theme context. So let's copy that and paste it in here. Okay, so we are saying here that we want to use this context. And this is going to provide us with that context object with all of these different properties in it. So let's open up the theme context. And it's going to provide to us everything in this state, all these properties, and also this change theme function. So what we could do is destructure those from this use context hook, just like we did in here. So I'm not going to write it again. I'm just going to copy this and paste it in front of the use context. So now this use context hook returns to us everything that appears up on the value props of this theme context. So now we're just grabbing these properties from this thing. And that's all that we have right here, okay? All right, so now this time we are going to just be using a hook to get that context object, and we're destructuring these different properties from that context object. All right, so now that we have those, and we can also do this logic right here to find out the theme, so I'll copy that and paste it down here. So we're still evaluating the theme in here. If this is dark theme Boolean value is going to be true, then we will turn this dark theme property. And if it's false, this light theme would be returned. So we turn in either light or dark, depending on that Boolean for the theme. And then we're just using those properties to output some different colors on these different UI elements. And look at that. I mean, that's all you need to do to use context inside of a functional component. So what do you think? I think it's much cleaner, easier, and also it looks a whole lot nicer, even though it's only a couple of lines shorter. Also, I think even, when you compare these to this one, when we use the consumer tags, it seems to me just a little messy. But over here, look at this. It's very simple, very clean. So what I'm going to do is just delete this one. And I'm going to delete this old class component. We don't need that anymore. So let's save all that and go back to the browser and see if it all works just like we think it will. And we'll go back to the browser and watch it. Okay, so that's good. See, nothing has changed, and well, I didn't expect anything to change. I just want it to work the way that it did before. The functionality should be just the same, right? But it's the coding that's different. So that's perfect. So there we go, my friends. That is how we can use context inside a functional component using the use context hook. And hey, wouldn't you like it if the world was that easy? So let's take a short break here and we'll come back in the next lesson. All right, so in the previous lesson, we've learned how to consume context with the use context hook. Now in this lesson, we're going to learn yet one of the other advantages of the use context hook. Okay, so one of the cool things about this use context hook is that we can use it as many times as we want inside a component. For example, we can consume as many different contexts as we want inside this navbar component using the use context hook. So now we are consuming two different contexts inside the navbar component. We have the auth context and the theme context. So what I'm going to do is change these contexts to the use context hook. And then what that'll do is turn this into a functional component, because currently this is a class-based component. So what I'm going to do here is remove these consumer tags, and we're going to consume these contexts via the use context hook. All right, so to do that, first of all, let's import use context. And then we need to turn this into a functional component. So now I'm going to keep this component here for reference, but then come down here and create a functional component. So I'm going to say const and call this navbar again. And then inside this component, we want to return some JSX. So I'm going to grab all of this stuff in here. Let's cut and paste it over here. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to do is consume context inside this functional component. So we have basically learned how to use the use context hook. Let's come down in here and I'm going to say use context. And first of all, we want the theme context. And remember that we are destructuring some of these properties from this, and the things that we want are these things here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here. Now we're saying const and destructuring is dark theme, and light theme properties from theme context. This theme context returns to us this object, and we're grabbing those properties from theme context. Now we can do the same thing for the other context, the auth context. So I'm going to grab these because that's what we want from the auth context. So let's copy these is logged in and change auth status properties and set it equal to use context. And we can use this as many times as we want inside a component to consume different contexts. Now, this time we're going to want the auth context like so. Okay, so now we're consuming these two contexts. Now what we want to do is this thing right here where we check which theme we're actually going to be using. So let's copy and paste it down here like so. Okay, so that's it. It's exactly the same thing with this one. And we're still outputting information from these theme context and auth context. We're getting all the information we need from these contexts and then determining which theme to apply. And I think that looks much nicer than all of this where we had these different consumer tags. So perhaps it may look a little confusing after a while, I think, when you have several different contexts. I mean, I just wanted you to get the bare mechanics of it. So that means that we can get rid of all of this class component now. We don't need any of that anymore. All right, so let's save all that and preview it in the browser. So let's toggle the theme. That's good. And we'll toggle the auth status. Okay. All right, so you see that nothing has changed. Everything still works as it did before. But we really couldn't see any change because we still have all the same functionality. In fact, if we saw any change, that would mean that we made a mistake somewhere, right? We converted that class component into a functional component, and it uses the useContext hook instead of the consumer tag. So what do you think about all that? It's a great way to work with context in a functional component, right? So that is how to use multiple contexts inside functional components. And I think it makes it a whole lot easier to read, and it makes the components appear neater as well. Anyway, that's how I prefer doing it. So why don't we go ahead and take a short break here, and we'll come back in the next lesson. See you in the next lesson. All right, so far, when we create contacts, we've been using class components like this. And we've done that because we wanted to use states in this provider component so that we can pass down that state in different components inside this value. But now we've learned how to use state in a functional component. So now if we wanted to use a functional component, we can use that hook to define some states inside that functional component. You follow? So I'm going to turn this auth context component into a functional component. Now, by the way, we don't have to do that. Class component is also fine, but I just want to show you that we can do this as an alternative or if it becomes your preferred method. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. First of all, we need state inside this component, and I'm going to import that from React library. And I'm going to import useState like so. Then let's turn this component into a functional component. So I'll say const, and I'm going to call this component auth context provider again. So I'm not going to change it. And this is going to be a functional component. And remember, when we want to use state in a functional component, we should use the useState hook. Okay, so I will call that hook useState like so. Now this useState hook expects us to provide an initial value. And so that means we're going to pass the same value that we have here as the initial value, let's say false. And the state is going to be for the isLoggedIn property. I'm going to say const, then open up an array. Inside this array, let's say isLoggedIn for the state itself, and set isLoggedIn for edit this state. Okay, this change auth status is going to be a function. So I will say const change auth status, like so. Then we're going to set the state, not in this way. So let's remove it and call set isLoggedIn as the function to set the state. And I'm going to say set isLoggedIn. And now we're going to toggle the state. So I will put an exclamation mark, and then I'll say isLoggedIn, like so. Now when we call this function, we're going to set the isLoggedIn state with the opposite of its current value. If its current value is false, we're going to set it to be true, and if it is true, we are going to set it to be false. Okay. Now we don't have the render method in functional component. Let's remove it. And inside the value props, we added this state object, but now we can't say it like this. We have this isLoggedIn property in state, and we should add it in here like so. And we've also added this change auth status function in here. But this time we can't say this .change auth status. We can access change auth status just by saying change auth status, because we're not using that class component anymore. And if the key and value property of an object has the same value, we can shorten it by removing this value. And we can just say change auth status. And again, inside a functional component, we can't say this .props to reference a component itself, because we can directly access it. So we can just remove this keyword from the props object and add this props as an argument to our functional component. And again, we can destructure this children from the props object. So let's remove this, open up a set of curly braces in here and say children, like so. And yeah, let's remove all this as well. All right, so now we have converted this auth context provider from a class component to a functional component. So we can save all this and let's preview it in the browser. All right, so let's click on the change the theme. Okay, that's perfect. And click on this auth status, and it's changing as well. All right, so you can see it's working just as it was before. All right, my friends, we can create context with functional components like this. So now that you know that, let's take a break in here, and we'll come back in the next lesson. All right, so far we have learned the hooks, use state, use effect, and use context. We've learned all about React context and all about React hooks. So what I'd like to do now is take everything we've learned so far and put them all together. And doesn't it make sense that while we're practicing everything that we've learned so far, we're also going to pick up a few new things, and we'll see what you can do with those. So if you look inside this to-do list component, we can see these to-dos are hard-coded. And what I'd like to do is create a context for that to-dos and get that to-dos from context state and output them in here instead of these ones. And after doing this, after getting all the to-dos from context state, we're going to learn how to add new to-dos and how to remove one of the current to-dos in here. Okay, so first of all, let's start creating a new context for these to-dos. So let's right-click to context folder and create a new file and call this to-do list context. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is import React. So I'm going to say import React from React. And we also need to import a couple more things, create context. And also we want to use state, so we'll import the useState hook. So for the first thing I'm going to do here is export const to-do list context and set it to equal to create context and invoke that so that it creates us our context. Now I'm going to create a functional component to provide this context to all child components. So here I'm going to say const to-do list context provider. And this is going to be an arrow function. Then inside here, we want to take in the children props because remember when we want to output this context, we use the children props. In a class component, the children props are attached to this dot props, but in a functional component, we take them in as a parameter. We take the props object as a parameter and deconstruct it in here and get the children property inside it. All right, so we have those children props now. Okay, so now inside here, we want to use the state to define some data, and that data is going to be an array of to-dos. So I'll say use state, and inside here, we're going to pass an array, and what I'm going to do is just paste in some to-dos here. I'm going to take the same to-dos in the to-do list component. So let's just copy these to-dos, like so, and paste it inside this array. So each to-do is going to be an object, and each one has a text property and a unique ID. So remember, this returns two things inside an array, the state itself and also a function to update the state. So let's grab those const, and then we'll call them to-dos and set to-dos like so. So now we have this data defined. All we need to do is return the provider down here. So let's do that. I'll say return and to-do list context.provider and close it off like so. Then we want to attach the value property so we can pass down the to-dos. So I'll say value, and I'm going to place them inside here like so. Now we're passing down the to-dos, and inside here we want to say children. So now we are wrapping the children inside the provider, and so all child components can access this value property. So the last thing we need to do for this context is export it, and then provide this state to the to-do list component. So let's say export default to-do list context provider. So we've exported this context. Now all we need to do is import this into app.js so that we can wrap the components that are needed to use this context inside. So I'm only going to use this inside to-do list component, and I will wrap it with to-do list context provider. But first of all, we'll need to import it at the top. So I will say import to-do list context provider from /contexts/to-do list context provider. So let's wrap this to-do list component with a provider tag. Under the auth context, I'm just going to create a to-do list context provider tag and close that off like so. All right, so now inside our to-do list component, we could consume this context. So why don't we do it? What I'm going to do is use the UseContext hook again in here. And to do that, I'll just say const, and then we want the to-dos property from to-do list context. So I'm going to destructure that, and that's equal to UseContext. We're going to grab this from to-do list context. So inside here, I will say to-do list context. Now we need to import it. So I'm going to say import to-do list context from. And under the context folder, I'm going to import to-do list context, like so. Okay, so we have accessed this to-dos array in here. Now all we need to do is, instead of outputting these, we want to map through the to-dos and output those dynamically instead. So first of all, let's open up a set of curly braces, and inside of here, again, I'm going to use ternary operators to output to-dos. So I'm going to say to-dos dot length, then question mark. If to-dos array has length, that means if we have any to-dos, in this case, I'm going to output all to-dos to the browser. So I'm going to say to-dos dot map. And then for each to-do, we want to output a template. So I'll say to-do, then let's open up a function, and we want to return a template for each to-do. And that's just going to be this p tag. Let's copy one of them and paste it in. Okay, we still want to keep this style based on the theme, but instead of outputting this text right here, we want to output the text of the to-do. Remember, we have a property called text for each to-dos. So in here, I'm going to say to-do.text to output text for each to-do object. And we need to attach unique key props to each list element. I'm going to use ID property for each to-do. I will say key is equal to to-do.id. Okay, so if this to-dos array has a length, we're going to output these to-dos. Otherwise, if it doesn't have any to-dos, let's put a semicolon in here. We're going to say you have no to-dos in a div tag, like so. So if we have any to-dos, we're going to map over that to-dos array and output them. And if we don't have any to-dos, we are going to say you have no to-dos. Okay, so that's it. So let's delete that stuff right there. And we'll save all this now and see if it works. All right. Well, that's fine. We can see all of this data right here, and everything still works. Whew. What a relief, right? So now we are grabbing all of these to-dos from context state. And it is pretty simple. We've just created a to-do list context in here, and then inside this context, we've defined a state, and it has some to-dos inside it. Then we grabbed those to-dos in the to-do list component using this UseContext hook and output them onto the browser. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to add new to-dos and then delete one of the current to-dos from this to-dos array. So we'll take a short break here and come back in the next lesson. All right, friends, here we are in the next lesson. But to refresh your memory, in the previous lesson, we created the to-do list context, and we sorted all the to-dos inside the state of this context. Then inside the to-do list component, we reached all the to-dos using this UseContext hook, and we have mapped over the to-dos array and output them onto the browser. So in this lesson, we are going to add new to-dos to this to-do list. Okay, so these to-dos are inside the to-do list context in here. We stored all the to-dos inside this state. So we have two things in here. We have the actual data, which we call to-dos, and also we have set to-dos, which is the function we are going to use to change the state. And for this reason, we can add or remove to-dos inside this to-do list context component. All right, so we're going to define two functions inside this component. The first function is going to be to add a new to-do to the state, and the second function will be to remove a to-do from the state. All right, so first, let's start by adding a new to-do to data. Say that 3 times fast. So I'm going to say const add to-do is equal to an arrow function. Inside here, we'll take a parameter, the to-do, the new to-do that we want to add. And inside this function, we need to add this new to-do to this to-dos array. Remember, we use this set to-dos function to change the state. So we need to call that set to-dos function. And inside that function, we need to completely replace whatever data is inside here. So we pass in an array, And this is going to be the new array of to-dos. We need to spread out the current content of the to-dos array into this, so we don't want to override it. So ... to-dos, and I'm going to spread all to-dos in here, like so. Then a comma, then a new object, which will be the new to-do. All right, so now we have a text property, which is going to be equal to the to-do we take in as a parameter in here, and ID property, which is equal to the math.random function. And we're going to create a random ID while we are adding new to-dos for each to-do that gets added. You may use UUID npm packages or another different package to generate unique IDs. I did this just like so. Okay, so when we want to add a new to-do, we'll call this function, which is now passing the new to-do as a parameter. And it's going to take that new value and assign it to this text property right here. And we're also generating a unique ID for each newly created to-do. Thus, we are adding a new to-do object to this to-dos array. Okay, so now that we know that, when we call this add to-do function with a new to-do parameter, it's going to add that new to-do to this data. All right, so now what we want to do is call this function from the to-do list component. And to do that, first of all, we will need to attach this function to value props of this context provider. So I'll say add to-do right in here. Now we can reach out for this add to-do function from the to-do list component. And let's save it and go to the to-do list component. Okay, so now we can grab that add to-do function from this to-do list context. And I'll put a comma here and deconstruct that add to-do function. Now we need to pass a parameter to this add to-do function, which will be the new to-do that we want to add. So to do that, we're going to create an input field and an add to-do button. So that way we'll be able to type a new to-do into the input field that we're going to create, and then click on an add to-do button that we will also create in a minute. Now, when we do that, we're going to get the new to-do that gets typed into the input field and pass that new to-do into this add to-do function as a parameter. Make sense? So I'll show you how we're going to do that. First, I'm going to create a form in here. And inside the form element, I'm going to create an input field. And this will have type text. And I will create a submit button to be able to submit this form. I'll say input, and type is going to be submit. And it looks like that. So let's take this semantic UI class from this button and add it to the submit button to make it a little bit nicer. Okay, so let's add a label to this form element, and I will say label. And inside the label, let's say add to do. All right, so now we need to add HTML4 as an attribute to this label. So I'll say HTML4 and to do like so. Then we need to add ID property to this input to attach it to this label. So I will say ID is going to be to do, like so. Okay, so let's save it and preview it in the browser. Right, it's fine, but inside this button, let's say add to do instead of this submit text. So to do that, I will add value props to this submit button and set it to be equal to add new to do. All right, let's save that and flip on back to the browser. So now what we want to do is we're going to type something into this input field and hit that button, and then we're going to grab whatever the user has typed in and pass it as a parameter to this add to do function. Can you feel the tension building? So this add to do function gets that parameter in here and creates a new to do with that user entry. Okay, so to grab that user entry, I am going to add an onChange event to this input and attach it to handle change as a function like so. And we will create this function in just a bit. So whenever the user types something in an input field, this onChange event will automatically fire, and this onChange event will call the handle change function. So let's create that function in here. So let's say const handle change, and this is going to be an arrow function, and we get that event parameter in here. So the input value will be attached to this target objects of this event. So let me show you that in the developer console. I'll say console log e.target.value. Let's save it to go to the developer console. Okay, so let's right click in here and say inspect to preview developer console. So now when I type something in here, we can see it in console right here. Okay, so let's take whatever we have typed in and pass that into the add to do function. To do that, first of all, we'll need to store that data in this component state. So let's create that state. So I'll just say use state and give an empty string to this state for an initial value. Then this will be equal to const and open up an array for the first value. I'll just say to do. And for the second, I will say set to do to set this piece of state. Then in here, I will get this target value and set the to-do state with that value. So I'll say set to do and call that function. Inside this function, I will say e.target.value. Okay, so we are now getting whatever the user has typed in here and storing it, that data, into this to-do state. Okay, so now we should import the useState hook in here. Don't want to forget that. And now the only thing we need to do is pass this state to the add-to-do function. And I'm going to pass it when this form is submitted. So I will add an onSubmit event to form. So when we submit this form, I'm going to call handle form submit callback. And we can create that callback in here. I will say const handle form submit, and this function will be called with the event parameter again. And this is also going to be an arrow function. So as you know, when we submit forms, we need to call the event.preventDefault to prevent the default behavior of the form element, like so. Otherwise, the page will be refreshed on each form submit. Don't want that. Okay, so now we can call this add to do function in here. And I will say add to do and pass new to do as parameter to this function. That's it. So now we are getting whatever the user types inside this input field with this handle change event and storing that data inside this to do state because it will be the new to do. Then when we submit the form or when we click on this add new to do button, we are calling this add to do function with the new to do parameter. This function call will trigger this function inside the to-do list context. And then this will receive the user entry as parameter and updates this to-do state with the new to-do value. Now inside of here, we will spread out all of the current value of state and add new to-do to it. And when we update this state with new value, we will pass the updated to-dos array into this value props, and then we will receive the update to-dos array in the to-do list component as well. Make sense? Because then we will map over the updated to-dos array in here and it'll render the new to-do list. Okay, so let's save it and preview it in the browser. All right, so let's just type in new to-do here and press Add New To-Do button. Okay, so we have added a new to-do. Let's type in Hello World. All right, so we've added the Hello World as a new to-do. But I think that we should fix this CSS issue. Did you notice it? The buttons are overflowing in here. Now, I know why this is happening. Do you? Well, it's because we just gave a fixed height to this container here. So let's just open up our code editor and remove this height property. So now it should work, right? Okay, so let's type something in here and press enter. Yeah, see, it works. Then let's type something again. Okay. All right, so that's how you add a new to-do to the context state. Let's take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to remove a date from context state. Sounds intriguing? I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so in the previous lesson, we learned how to add data to context state, and we previewed that data in here. So in this lesson, we are going to see how to remove one of these to-dos, and we're going to click on one of these to-dos, and then we'll remove that in here. So how are we going to start to do that? Well, it's kind of sort of similar to what we did in the add to-do function. So we're going to remove to-dos from in here. Now, because we have to-dos as an array in here, that's going to be the right place to manipulate this array. Okay, so now we have to add to-do function right in here. And then next we'll do the remove to-do function. So I'm going to say const remove to-do is equal to a function. This time we're just taking the ID of the to-do that we want to remove, and that's what we'll be using to filter out the to-dos. So we'll use set to-dos again, because we're going to need to update the data at the end. Then we're going to return a filtered new array. Then we're going to say to-dos, which is the current value, the current array. And then we're going to filter that array. So what the filter method does is cycle through the to-dos array, and it performs a callback function on each item in the array. Then if that item matches a certain condition, then it will keep the item in the array. If it doesn't, it will remove it, and it'll return a new array. So let's pass in an arrow function up in here, and inside this function, we'll get a parameter, which is the individual to-do that we're currently iterating. And inside here, we're going to return true or false. We're going to return true to keep the item in the array and false to filter it out. So we want to return to-do.id, which is the ID of the to-do that we're currently iterating. And we want to see if that is not equal to the ID that we pass in right here. Now this ID happens to be string, as we see it in here, but it ought to be a number because we're generating new IDs as random numbers, right? So let's turn it into a number. So if these are not equal, if the ID we pass in is not equal to the current book ID, then we're going to return true, and we keep that in the array. How's that? So if this is equal to this ID, then this is going to return false, and it will remove it from the array. So again, if we're going to find this ID in this array, we're going to filter it out from the array and set this state with the new filtered array. All right, so we have done this function. Now we need to pass this function into this value prop because we want to reach this remove to-do function from the to-do list component. So we're going to reach this function from the to-do list component, and then we'll pass the ID of the to-do that we want to delete and send it back in here. And when this remove to-do function receives that ID, it's going to filter that out from this to-dos array. So I'm going to say remove to-do in here. Okay, so let's open up the to-do list component and use that function. So we have the data we need inside this UseContext hook. We just need to deconstruct remove to-do function in here. So I will get the remove to-do function from this to-do list context, like so. Okay, so now what we want to do is when we click on one of these to-dos, I want to delete that to-do. So that's good. We're now cycling through that state and showing it in the browser. But like I said, when we click on one of these to-dos, I want to delete that to-do. To do so, we'll put it on the to-do list. No, we need to attach an on-click event to this p tag because each of these p tags represent each of these to-dos. So I'm going to say on-click, and inside here, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to name it handle remove to-do. And then I'll create that callback. I'm going to say const handle remove to-do. And this will be the arrow function. And we're going to take the event parameter in here. Okay. So when we click on one of these to-dos, we're going to call this callback function. And inside this function, what we want to do is call this remove to-do function with the ID of the to-do that we just clicked on. So I'm going to say remove to-do and call that function. Now we need the ID of the clicked element to pass in here. We need to pass in an ID to this function. Remember, because inside the to-do list context, we are taking that ID, and that's how we filter the to-dos array. So let's just go ahead and pass in the ID of the current to-do. We have the ID property for each to-do. So let's first add the ID property to each to-do, and then when we click on that to-do, we're going to grab that ID inside this function. So I'm going to add ID property in here, and ID will be the to-do.id, like so. Okay, let's grab that ID in this function. So to get that ID in here, first I'm going to say const ID is equal to, I'm going to assign ID to this constant, and then we will get ID by saying e.target.id, like so. Okay, now we're getting that ID, and the only thing we need to do is pass that ID into this function. All right, so we're going to click on one of these to-dos in here. Then we will call this handle remove to-do function. And inside this function, we're going to get the target or clicked to-do's ID. And then we will pass in that ID to this remove to-do function. And when we call this remove to-do function, this will invoke this function with whatever the ID that we've passed in. Actually, the ID will be the ID of the clicked element, right? And this function will filter out that element from this array. So let's save all this and let's jet on over to the browser to test it. Okay, so if we click on one of these, it's going to remove it and remove this as well. So it goes down to 0. And now we can't see any to-dos. It says you have no to-dos. Whew, that's a good feeling, huh? No, because right in here we have said if we have no to-dos, display this text. So I'm going to add a new to-do, and I will say new to-do, and then delete that one again. All right, so what do you think? It seems like it's working perfectly. Well, at least as expected. Okay, so that's how you manipulate context data, and I think we're making some pretty good progress. So why don't we take a break right here, and we'll come on back into the next lesson. All right, friends, so now we've almost finished this application, but there is one last thing that I want to introduce you to, and that is the UseReducer hook. Okay, so first of all, reducers, basically it's just a pattern of code which centralizes all of our methods for changing states into a single function. Now, you might be familiar with some reducers if you've already worked with Redux. So right now, this to-do list context provider component has two functions right here, add to do and remove to do. These are the functions, right? And they both interact with the state. So imagine that, let's say maybe in the future, if we were to make a bigger app or maybe even extend this app, we might have 4 or 5 functions that interact with the state. Yeah? And all that functioning might do different things, and then we'd have to pass each one of those functions into this value property in here. And then when we consume this context, we'd have to get all those functions separately in our components, which use them. And you see where I'm going with this, right? It would be kind of an extra job. It seems a little extra. So instead, what we could do is we're going to combine all of our functions into one single reducer function, which is going to make the app easier to maintain in the long run. So actually, it's just a coding pattern. And to be more clear, you don't have to use reducers if you don't want to. But if you want to, you absolutely can, because it may save you some time. Maybe on the other hand, you might want to centralize your functions. So there you have it. Okay, so let's see how you can use reducers in this project right here. So we broke down reducers into 3 different parts, right, to examine it. First, we have a reducer function, and that contains all of our state manipulation logic. It interacts with the state and changes the data in the state. Then we have our action object, which describes a type of change that we want to make inside the reducer function. For instance, we could have a type property with remove to do, and that's saying that we want the reducer function to remove a to do from the state. Then lastly, we have a dispatch function, which sends the action to the reducer. So we call this dispatch function, and we pass in the action, and that action goes to the reducer, and the reducer makes the change to the state. So imagine that we have our components and we want to remove a to-do when a button is clicked, just like we did in the previous lesson. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create an action object which describes the type of change that we want to make. And then we can also pass in a payload in here, which is a second argument, and that's the ID of the to-do that we want to remove from state. So I'm saying that in here, I want to remove a to-do from state, and the to-do that I want to remove is this ID. Okay. And then the next step would be to dispatch that action to the reducer using a dispatch function. The reducer takes in the action as a parameter, and it also takes in the state that we're manipulating. So if the state is going to be the to-dos, this is going to represent the to-dos state. So it takes in those 2 parameters right here. And then when we dispatch an action, it runs this reducer function. And the reducer function looks at this thing right here, the action. It looks at the action and checks the types of action. Now remember, type is this thing, and then based on that type, it runs some different logic to update the state object. So in this case, it would be remove to do from state. So it would take this state and looks at the type and the payload in action, and it says, okay, I should remove a to do, which has an ID of 2 from state. All right, I can do that. So if it was an add to do, if the type was add to, then it would check the action type and then add a to do to the state. So in this case, the payload would be maybe some text that we want to add as to do. So once we've updated the state, we return that state, and that goes back into the provider value props. So when we provide it to so many different components in the future, they will all consume it. And when it updates over here, they're going to get that updated value. So that's the long and short of it, or at least the basics of how Reducer works. In the next session, we're going to actually apply it, and I'm sure we're going to understand it a whole lot better when we start applying this logic. So let's take a short break right here, and we'll come back in the next lecture. All right, so in the previous lesson, we learned a little bit about reducers. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to use it and hopefully understand them a whole lot better. So let's get into it. Let's look at how we can use it. First of all, what we could do is import a new hook, which is going to be UseReducer. And let's say we're going to use the UseReducer instead of useState. So I'm just going to delete the useState in a second. Just hold on. But if you have a look over here, we can say UseReducer, like so. And now remember that we pass in two parameters in here. The first parameter is the reducer that we want to use. And that is going to be the to-dos reducer. Now we're going to create that in a minute. And the second parameter is going to be the initial value of this piece of state. Now I previously set it to this, and I'm going to take that initial value again. So I'm going to take this as the initial value like so. And I remove useState because we don't need that anymore. So let's also remove this useState import as well. So when we first load the application, this is going to be our initial to-dos. Okay, so just like the useState hook, this UseReducer hook will return an array, and in that array, we will receive two parameters again. So I'm going to say const, and then open up an array, and inside this array, the first parameter is going to be state itself, and again, I'll just call it to-dos, like so. And for the second parameter, it's going to be, remember, a function called dispatch. Okay, so this is the context state, just like we saw it on useState hook, and this is the dispatch function, which will help us to send an action to this reducer. Then this reducer function will get the action, and it will manipulate this piece of state, just like we did with these functions. But with the reducer function, we're going to do the same thing that we did in here, but we will centralize this state manipulation in the reducer function. So it'll reduce all of our different functions that we have to manipulate the state. So in our case right now, it's just these two functions. But anyway, it'll reduce it into a single function. You get it, right? Cool. Okay, so now let's create this to-dos reducer function in here. So let's say const, and it's going to be called to-dos reducer, and set it equal to a function. Now, of course, you remember reducer takes in those two parameters, the state first and then the action. And inside this reducer, remember we need to check what the action type is, because whenever we dispatch an action, it just goes to this reducer, and we need to check the type of that action before we actually manipulate the state. So let's say switch. I want to use the switch statement, and then we want to look at the action.type. That could be either add to do or remove to do. But we'll do a case for each one. So case, and that is going to be add to do. And it's kind of a community convention to keep these in capitals. So inside this, we're going to return a new updated state, and this new value is going to be the new array of to-dos. So remember, our to-dos array is going to look like this, right? So when we want to take the current value of the to-dos, which is represented by state inside this reducer, this represents the to-dos array. So what we're going to do is we're going to spread out all the different objects that's currently inside the to-dos array. So we're going to grab all of those and put them inside this new array. And then we want to add a new one to this array. So I'm going to open up a set of curly braces in here, and this will be new to-do object. So we need two properties in here. We need a text, and that's going to be on the action object that we pass in, which will be the new to-do that we want to add. And then we also need an ID for this to-do. Okay, so I'm going to say text, and we're going to get it from action.text and ID. Now, before we use this math random function right here, we did that over here. So why don't we just copy this from here and paste it? All right, so now we have our first case done. Okay, so if we were to dispatch an action with this type add to do, this will add a new object that we want to add to the state in here. Then it will return this new data, and this state will be returned. And then we'll pass it down as a value over here, and then all the components consume in this context. So we'll see that updated state in a minute. Okay, so that's the first case. Now the second case is going to be remove to do. So let's just do that. I'm going to say case. And again, in capitals, I'm going to say remove to do. And inside here, we're going to return a new value again. And that new value is going to be a filtered array, just like we did over here. Now we said to do's dot filter, and actually I'll just grab everything from here. I'm going to copy this and paste it over here, like so. Now I want to shorten this a little bit. We can remove this return statement and this one, like so. Okay, so this time we're going to say state.filter, because remember, state represents the to-dos object. It represents this piece of state. So we're going to say state.filter, and for each item in that array, we reference the item as to do. If the to-do ID is not equal to the action.id, because when we send an action of this type, remove to do, we will send an ID property of the to-do that we want to remove as payload. So now we're going to return true if those two IDs are not the same. And if they are the same, then it's going to return false and remove that item from the array. So that is it. Now, we also need a default case. So I'm going to say default, and I'm just going to return state in here like so. And there you go. There's our reducer. So we've created the reducer function. Now we can remove all these functions over here because we no longer use them inside this component. We use the to-dos reducer instead. So what we need to do now is remove these functions from value props and instead just pass down dispatch like that. So now in this way, we're just passing the dispatch function in here. Okay, so if I save this, then nothing is going to work in the application because we're trying to consume a context and using the different functions from that context in the different components. If we look into the to-do list component, we're trying to get add to do and remove to do functions, but they don't exist in this context. Crazy, huh? No, I know you follow me. We don't have that anymore because we just have the dispatch method. So what I'd like to do here is instead get the dispatch from here. So I'll remove these functions and instead I'm going to say dispatch. Now this dispatch function is going to dispatch an action, and that action will be the object. Okay, so when we want to add a new to-do, instead of using this add to-do function, we're going to use dispatch. Let's remove it from here. Then in here, we just need to pass an action that we want to dispatch, and that action is going to have a type. And in this case, we want to add a to-do. So add to-do. And then we also need to pass a payload that is going to be the to-do that we want to add. So I'm going to say text, and the text will be this to-do state, and this is what we type into the input field. Okay, so this is going to be the payload. So we've got the dispatch method from the context, and we're using that to add a to-do. So why don't we now do the same for removing a to-do? So instead of the remove to-do function, now we want to dispatch an action. So let's delete this and instead say dispatch. Then this time an action type is going to be remove to-do. And then the payload is going to be an ID, which will be just the to-do ID, like so. And again, key and value are the same, so we can remove this one. So now we're dispatching this type of action. Okay, so we've pretty much done. I hope that's pretty clear to you. But let's save all this first and see how it works in the browser. Okay, so let me just refresh, and you can see that we have those initial to-dos to begin with. And if I say new to-do and press enter, it still works. It gets added to the to-dos, and I'll remove this, and that also works. So add something in here and press enter, remove it again. Okay, see, so that's great, don't you think? Okay, it's the basics of how to use the UseReducer's hook. And it'll reduce all of our different functions which interact with a state into one single function. It's efficient, it's clear, it's clean. I think you'll find that it's much easier as you expand your application because now all of your different state logic is in one place inside this to-dos reducer. And it makes this context file very clean as well because we're not having to do all of that manipulation right there. All right, so this is almost done now. I just want to show you one more tiny thing, and that's, well, I'm going to carry this reducer into its own file, and just to demonstrate the file structure of the reducer function. But I'm going to show you that in the next video, so stick around. I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, my friends, so far we've learned the function of UseReducer, how and where and what you might be able to do with it. So in this lesson, we're going to make a tiny change in our component structure. Okay, so in general, we would create this reducer function under the, under its own directory. Because if you look at this page, well, it doesn't seem so clean, right? Because we have both this reducer function and this functional component in here. Now, at first glance, it might be a little confusing. Which one is the actual context and which one is a reducer function? So to make it more clean, readable, I'm going to separate these two in here. And then at the end, we're going to keep our context under the context directory and keep our reducers under the reducer directory. Now, to do that, what I'm going to do is take this reducer function and move it under the reducers directory. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create a new folder called reducers under the src directory and put my reducer inside here. Of course, you don't have to do this. I'm just showing you another way to keep things a little bit more organized here. I'm not going to change any functionality. We're not going to be learning anything necessarily new. I'm just going to show you some basic best practices for creating component structure. And it's up to you. You can either apply it or not. But I hope you take my suggestions. Okay, then. Let's create a new file, and I'm going to call this to-dos reducer.js. Then inside this reducer file, just as you guessed, we're going to export to-dos reducer. So first of all, I'm going to cut this to-dos reducer and paste it in here. Then we need to export this to reach it out into our context. So I'm going to say export like so. Okay, so now our reducer is done. We've created this reducer page and just separated the logic to keep things organized here. Okay, so let's go in here and import this reducer function to reach it out in here. So inside the to-do list component, I'm going to say import and then open up a set of curly braces and say to-dos reducer. This is not a default export. So we're going to export it from, go up to directory by saying this. And under the reducer folder, we're going to get the to-dos reducer like so. Okay, again, we have the same to-dos reducer in here, just like as it was before. And we are using it in here. See, we didn't change anything. Okay, so let's save it and test it in our browser. Nothing will be changed. And I will delete these to-dos. Okay, now they're gone. Now I'm going to add some to-dos. I'll add something in here. Okay, see, so it works. We'll add another thing. Cool. Okay, it's working. All right, my friends, there you have it. We've now come to the end of this course. So I enjoyed preparing it and presenting it to you. I hope you're happy watching it and you learned everything that we covered. Now, sometimes it may take, a little practice to learn some new things. And I suggest that you watch what you don't necessarily understand again. But I would also suggest taking a short break, let it kind of trickle down. That'd be very helpful for you to understand and put it into practice a little bit better. Now, also on the other side of that, please feel free to share anything that you just don't understand in this course with us. You can share all your questions and opinions, and we'll try to help you out as much as we can. Look forward to that. Look forward to hearing from you. Give us some feedback. It's always helpful. So until next time, have fun, keep coding, and I look forward to seeing you in another course. Great. So here's the section that we're going to start to set up React Native on Windows. Now, if you are using a Mac, you should skip this section and just go on to the next one. If you've got Windows, then you are in the right place. So now you can see that I'm in my Windows computer. And in order to generate a React Native project in Windows, we just need to install a lot of different software. So this is going to be a relatively long section. So we're going to do our best to install just one thing at a time. But sometimes we might need to install two things simultaneously because, well, sometimes download can be quite a bit long. So let's get started. I'll go to my browser, and the first thing we're going to install is the Java SDK. So I'll just write here Java space SE and download to the browser and click on this link. Okay. Now, this is not necessarily a prerequisite for React Native and the project that we're going to be doing, but it is a prerequisite for running Android apps. Okay, so now on this page, there is a download button here, and I'm currently in version 12, Java Platform 12. Now, if there is a more recent version, it's no problem at all. Just go for it. Okay, so I'll click here, download it on the next page. And we need to select the operating system that we are downloading this JDK for. First, we will need to accept the license agreement. And then later on, I'm going to find the selection for Windows 64. Great. So as you can see, there's a zip and exe choices. So I'll just click on the exe one because, there is an installer wizard in it. So I can click on it and start the install process. Now, again, we could start another installation, but although I do want to do as much as possible, running one thing at a time is probably best because it can get confusing. Okay, well, here we go. So after the download's finished, we are going to install this. And a setup wizard comes up for us, and let's have a look at it. So I'll just wait for it. And here we go. Now, you know what we're going to do here, so I'll just click Next and Next. And after a moment, we're going to complete the installation. Now, we just click the next buttons, right, to complete it. And yes, indeed, we're done with the installation. So now I've got the Java JDK installed on my system, so we'll just go ahead and close that. All right, so hey, that's the first step done. So we're going to have a lot of these steps to go through. So just bear with me and let's continue going. And that way you'll have everything that I have. So the next thing I'm going to install is Node. And I'm going to first flip back over to Google and I'll just write in Node. And it's all about running JavaScript outside of the browser environment. And then I can click on the first link. So here I'll choose the left one because this is the recommended one for most users. We're installing Node for two purposes. First, because we need to use Node to generate our application bundles and that take all the JavaScript code that we write, and it'll compile down all into one file to serve up on our mobile device, right? Now, we also need to use Node for package management as well. And where we will find that, we'll find it in just a second. It's just a very quick download. And I'll just say open when done, and okay, yes. Here, our Node setup wizard, and I'll click on next. And after that, I'll accept the agreement, click next, 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 and install. Now, this might take a little while. And after it's done, I can click finish. So now we're going to move on to one last installation inside this video, and then we'll continue in the next one. So on my browser, I'll just write Python 2 and hit enter. Now here we're going to click this link, which says download Python. And quite promptly, we are prompted to download the latest version for Windows. Now we want version 2 of Python, not version 3, right? Version 2. So I'm going to look for version 2. And here I find the 2.7.15, and I'll click download. And here we'll need to select the operating system that we are downloading this Python for. So here I'll choose the Windows 64 installer. I'll just click on it, and this is going to take a bit of time as well. So after it finishes, the setup wizard comes up for us, and here, as you know, I will click next, next, and next. And this will take a little bit. So after that, I can click finish. Okay, so now I know that I said that this was going to be the last thing that we were going to install, but there is just one more last thing that I want to start up for installation because it's going to save us a lot of time in the next section. So again, let me go back to Google, and I'm going to search for Android Studio download. Again, you're going to see a lot of links, but we are going to go with this Android developers link, right? So download Android Studio and SDK tools. And here there is a download button. I'll just click download Android Studio, and we'll start the download process. But first I'll accept, and then I can click the download Android Studio for Windows, and the download process has started. Good. So, because this might take a little bit of time, I'm going to let it continue. So while it continues to download, we'll just pause right here and let you finish your download, and we'll set it up in the next section. Hi, so in that last section, we did finish the download of Android Studio. Yes? Yes. Now, if I open up my downloads folder, I should now see Android Studio right here. And this is indeed the installation file, so I'll click on it. And this installation takes a really long time to finish. So I'll just start it up right now, install a couple of things, and then probably take a 15-minute break, to be honest with you, and then just come on back, and we can work at the Android Studio. So yeah, this is our setup wizard. Now here I'll just click next, next, and here you see where we're going to install the program, and yeah, I can just leave it as it is. So next, and then I can click install. So this right here is the part that's probably going to take the longest amount of time. So trust me, this progress bar right here is, well, it's not very accurate. In fact, it's quite deceptive. So it'll probably take a bit longer than we think. So while this continues, we're just going to make an other installation. So right now I'm going to open the start menu, and then I can just type in this command, and it's going to open up the command prompt. Great. So now I'm going to right-click this and run it as administrator. So please just make sure that you launch this as an administrator. So right here, I am at my command prompt. Now, we've already installed both Node and Python. So just to test out the installation, I will type node-v, and I can see here version 10.16. So you want to make sure that you correctly see whatever number that hopefully you installed. You'll see it print up right here. Now, if you see something that says unrecognized command, well, something is definitely off with the Node installation and probably need to do a little bit of troubleshooting. Now, the next thing we're going to do is install the React Native command line tools. The React Native command line tools have exactly two purposes. First of all, it generates a new project, which is what we're really concerned about right now. And its second purpose is to test our projects inside of the Android simulator. So we can install the React Native command line tools by running npm install-g react native CLI and enter. So this will take just a second to install. It's a rather small package, and it's already done. We're now going to use the React Native CLI to generate our first project. So by default, your command line is opening you up in a Windows System 32. Now, it's not really a good place, obviously, to be placing a React Native project, so I'm going to change it to another drive for myself. Basically, you can take yourself to wherever you have your workspace, right? You know how to do that. So it might be anywhere that you want to place. It can be in your documents, wherever you want, however many drives you may have. I want to go to my D drive, so I'll write D:, and on my D drive, I want to create a new folder to place my project. So I will write mkdir React Native. And I'll go into that folder. So once I'm inside a place where I can store my React Native application, I'll be able to use the React Native CLI that we just installed by writing React-Native init and then cars. So the first part here is a reference to the command line tools that we just installed. First argument, which is React-Native init. What that does is it creates a new project. And the second argument is cars. So that's telling it that we want to initialize a new project called cars. So I just hit enter, and it'll go to work. So now the installation of a new React Native project can take a little bit of time anyway. So while it's running, I'm going to take a quick pause right here, and we'll continue in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we generated our first React Native project at the command line using the React Native CLI tools at the end of the installation process. Okay, are you with me? So here, as you can see, our Android Studio installation is done, and I'm going to assume that yours is done too. So in the setup wizard, first of all, I will uncheck the Start Android Studio and then click Finish. Okay, so now on the command line, you should have seen some instructions like this. In other words, how to run our app on iOS and how to run it on Android. So I want to be very clear here that the React Native team is a little optimistic here because there's still a lot more installations that we have to do before we just start writing this simple little command here. So in this section, we're going to make some additional setups to run our project. Okay, so let's start with that. First, I do want to close the download folder and go to the search bar, and I'll write Android Studio, and I'll click on that. So after a minute, a moment, of course, because they're fast processors. So we're going to see this little message here, which says no Android SDK found. Okay, that's expected. To solve this, I click Next here. And we're going to see this window. And here we see the SDK location. Just click on the folder image, and after that, I choose my D drive. And here on the D, I can right-click, and this little window opens. Okay, so here I write SDK. And I'll click on it, then Next, and Finish. So this is now going to install the SDK tools for us as well as unzip them, right? And I should say that when we write the location of SDK, remember on the D drive on the previous page, you have to use just English characters, otherwise you'll get an error. So, okay, so this is going to take a long time. And yes, and then after that, I'll click Finish. So, believe it or not, when we created our React Native project in the last section, that gave us a starting Android project. So I'm going to open up an existing project, and I'm going to navigate to the folder where I placed that object. So for me, I place it on my D drive inside of the folder called React Native that generated a project called Cars, and inside of there is a folder called Android. So I open it, and this is going to take a moment to pop open. All right, so there we go. Now I can close this window, and after this process is done, we're going to see a message. There's the message. And when I see the message, I can click on it. And here we see a nice blue link and click it. After that, I'll accept and then next. Okay, so what we have done here is install the missing SDK packages. And with that blue link, we can easily reach those files. Android Studio is going to automatically download and install a little bit of software for us. It'll unzip it for us, and it will also go through the installation. However, it might take a little while. And yeah, so now it's done, so I can click Finish. And now this process is going to take a certain amount of time as well. So when we get a warning about Android plugin, we can click Don't Remind Me Again for this project. And yeah, so then after that, the process is done. Great, so now we can open our simulator. So I'll go to Tools and click on AVD Manager. And here we're going to create a virtual device. And that virtual device is an Android emulator. It has a window that lets us run the Android operating system inside of Windows. So we will create a virtual device. Now, by default, I have Pixel 2 selected. If you see another default selection, that's totally fine. It doesn't matter at this point. Just make sure, though, that you do get a screen size right around 5 inches. Yeah, the Pixel 2 is 5. All right, so that's good enough for me. I'll click Next. Now, here I'm going to go with Nougat. However you like to pronounce it is fine. All these Android operating systems make me hungry. So I click Next, and here's some information about the device we're about to build. We don't have to configure anything else here, so I can just click Finish. Now, finally, I can find Pixel 2. And now this is my emulator. This is my virtual device that I can launch on my desktop. So on the far right-hand side here, there's a play button underneath Actions. So go and click on it. And this is going to start up our Android emulator. So I get a spinner, and yes. Yeah, it really does look like an actual phone, huh? Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of time to boot up initially, but we still have a little bit of setup left to do. And actually, this last part is a little bit painful. However, this is where you know that you definitely made the right decision by doing my course, because there are not a lot of solutions online for troubleshooting this last little bit, so I can share with you my institutional knowledge, my genius, or, all right, just get on with it. So I'm not going to tell you exactly what the problem is. We're just going to jump right into the solution, and then you'll understand. Now I'm going to open the Start menu and search for System Settings. And I'll click on the View Advanced System Settings. And here I've got tabs like Computer Name, Hardware, and Advanced Window. So I can click Advanced and go to Environment Variables. So we're going to add environment variables to Windows. So here I'll click New. And then I'm going to enter a name of Java Home. So by default, the React Native package or application expects to have access to this environment variable called Java Home. But by default, it doesn't actually exist on a brand new operating system. Now, the one thing I do want to mention here is that if you already have a variable of Java Home, you don't need to add this one in. All right, so now for a variable value, we will click on Browse Directory. And here I can click on this PC. And I'm going to click on to my C drive. Inside of it, Program Files. And inside there, I'm going to find the Java folder. And then finally, inside of it, I can select the JDK that we installed earlier. So, JDK 12.0.2. Because this is the last one that we installed. So I just click OK. And here I click OK. So now I have an environment variable of Java underscore home, and the value of that is Java JDK. All right. Now, there is another thing that we need to do. We also need to add another directory to our path variable. So on this list of different environment variables, you should already have one listed here called path. So definitely scroll up and down. I guarantee you will find it. And I'll just click on it because I want to edit my path. So I can click Edit. And here I'll click on this new button. And you can see right here that we can enter in a path. So if you recall, when we were going through the Android Studio setup, we created a new folder on the D drive called SDK. That is where that is going to be relevant. Okay, so this is where we're going to make use of that. So here I am going to write D:/ and then SDK. And here I'm going to write /platform tools to reach SDK tools. So to check, just make sure that I have the right link. And I'm going to copy this link. So I'll just select everything and I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to open up Windows Explorer, paste the link, and verify it. And yep, this directory exists here. So now that we checked if that link does exist, I'm just going to close this window. I can click OK, and OK, and OK. The last thing I'm going to do is restart my command prompt now. So I'm going to close the command prompt, and I'll open it back up by searching for command. Right-click on it, and I can run as an illustrator. And now we're finally ready to actually test our application inside of the emulator. So I'm going to change back to my project directory. And I'll write D:/, and here I can write CD React Native. And inside of that, I write CD cars. So now I'm inside of my project directory. Now I can test our emulator. So I'll write React-Native run-Android. And it might take a little bit. When I run that command, you'll see another window pop up. This is the React Native Packager. So this is what takes all of our JavaScript code, compresses it all down into a single JavaScript file, and then makes it available to the device, and then over here back to the original window. Our application is building for the Android device, and then it's going to automatically install and open it on the device. And there we go. Welcome to React. So by default, try to refresh any code. Now, I know that I'm going to give you a little bit of instruction right now that is particular to Android, and I know that they might not make a ton of sense until we start writing some code, but I do just want to mention them very quickly so that at least you will be familiar with them. First off, by default, to refresh our simulator or to get any changes to our code that we've made, we can follow the directions right on here. So you just double tap R to refresh, and as you can see, it refreshes. Now, the other thing I do want to mention is shake or press the menu button for the dev menu. So looking down here, okay, I don't really see any menu or menu button. Now, let me show you. This is a good opportunity to show you a little trick to open up the development menu. We can press Control M, and that opens the development menu. So as I work through the course, I will be using the iOS simulator, and many times I can say, okay, I'm going to open up my development menu right here. So in Android, to open the development menu, we have to press Control M, and to refresh our simulator, we will double tap R. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Oh, and the last thing that I do want to mention to you is what happens when I close everything? How do I get everything started back up? So I'll just show you. Once you close everything, you can get started again by opening up your Android Studio again. You can open up your React Native project again, and you'll go back up to the Tools menu, Android AVD Manager, and then click the play button on the right that will start up the emulator. And then on the inside of our command line, at the command prompt, we will change into our project directory. And then we can run the same command again, react-native run-android. Okay, so I think everything's ready now, don't you? So let's take a pause right here and we'll continue in the next section. Hello again. So in this section, we're going to walk through installation of React Native on OS X. So if you're on a Mac, you need to follow this video. Just make sure that you're in the right place. I think you can see the difference. So the setup that we're going to go through is inside this section for iOS on OS X. It's going to be identical, well, nearly identical to the installation directions that are provided in the official React Native documentation. So now in my search bar, I'm just going to write React Native and then click on Getting Started. And we're going to follow these instructions right here. So if you can't follow any point in time, you can always come back and see these directions on the React Native official site. But of course, I'm going to tell you the installation process in a more detailed way, so, well, you'll certainly know it better than the instructions will let you know. Anyway, before we install those dependencies, I am going to mention why we need all of those dependencies. So the first dependency that we're going to install is Xcode. So Xcode is an official Apple app for building software for nearly any official Apple device, like iPhones and iWatches or Mac laptops or anything else they're going to come up with. So guess what? We will be using Xcode to build our apps and install them on a mobile device. Xcode also comes bundled with the iOS Simulator, which is a tool used to run mobile apps directly on your desktop or laptop. So secondly, we will install Homebrew just for one purpose, and that is to install Node. And yeah, sometimes we need programs just to install other programs. Otherwise, we install Homebrew, we'll use it to install Node and NPM. Node and NPM are installed at the same time. We'll use Node to process some JavaScript files. And NPM is a kind of library for Node, if you will. Later on in this course, we're going to install some dependencies from NPM. And we're going to use that and learn more about it later. But the next dependency we will need for React Native project is Watchman. So Watchman has only one purpose, and that is, guess what? Watching our files. So when we make changes in our files, Watchman is going to notice those changes and then update the app accordingly. Actually, we don't need to do anything else besides install it, and then it's going to just do the job for us. So the last dependency that we'll need is React Native CLI. React Native CLI is the React Native command line interface. It has essentially two jobs. First, it generates React Native projects, and the second, it runs our app in Simulator. Perfectamundo, yeah? So now I've explained what each of these dependencies are and why we need them. So we're going to start to install these dependencies. Now, the first thing that we'll need to install is Xcode, like I said before. So I'll just go to the desktop, and now I can just press Command Space, write App Store if your keyboard is so configured. So when the App Store finally opens, we are going to search Xcode and wait for it. Now, I've already, of course, installed Xcode, but if you have not, then you should install it here. Oh, and by the way, if you have already installed Xcode, you do need to update it. Otherwise, you can encounter some problems that, well, I'm just not going to be here for. Then you'll have to, Google, go to the message boards, message me, but you could just update it right now and we'll all be very happy. So just make sure that your Xcode version is the latest. Okay, so it looks like we're done. We're going to take a break. So I'm going to see you in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we started with our Xcode installation. Now we're going to continue with the other dependencies that we were talking about. So what I mentioned in the last section about Homebrew is that it's used to install Node. Now, by the way, Homebrew is used to install much more than Node. In fact, a whole bunch of OSX programs. So we're just going to install it right now. So I'm going to open up my browser and we're going to go directly to brew.sh. Okay, so when we're there, we're going to see a nice link right here in a big text box. I'm going to copy everything inside this text box, and then we're going to execute this script at our command line. So that script right there will automatically install and configure Homebrew for us. And now I'm just going to open up my terminal. You can find your terminal by pressing Command Space and then write terminal. So once my terminal is open, I'm going to paste that link into here and make sure that I've got the entire link from user bin all the way through the ending quotes with install over here. Cool. And then I'll just hit enter to install it. Now, like I said, I've already got Homebrew installed. Well, I said earlier that I had Xcode installed. Well, I also have Homebrew installed, so everything's actually already ready. If you already have Homebrew installed, guess what? You can update it by running brew update. And this will update all of your dependencies and packages. Now, it may take some time while it continues, so we're just going to go and install Node. So all I'll do is open up another tab in my terminal just by hitting Command T. And here I can write brew install Node. And that's all I need to do to install Node. But it might take some time as well. Now, of course, I already have Node installed. And if you have an earlier version of Node already, it's not a problem. Just make sure that, guess what, you have at least version 4.5. Now, why is that? Because React Native needs at least 4.5 in order to run properly. Okay, so once the installation is complete, to confirm that Node is installed, I'll just write node -- version, and I see my Node version right here. All right, so everything's ready, and that means that we successfully installed Node, and I can now go and install the Watchman program as well. So I'll just write brew install Watchman, And as I may have mentioned in the last section, Watchman is a program developed by Facebook for just watching our file changes. So I will install Watchman. And in my case, I think I've already got it installed. Yeah, as you can see it right here. So the very last thing that we'll need to do and install will be the React Native CLI. So in the command line, I just run npm install-g react-native-cli. And make sure you put those dashes in between each of those, right? So again, I've already got this installed, so it's just going to make me an update. Not going to make me a latte. Okay, so it looks like it just went ahead and did an update. And yeah, hey, that's it. So that's all we need to do to get started with React Native CLI. We're now going to use React Native CLI to generate our first project. Once you generate a React Native project, it takes some time to get through the installation. It downloads a lot of dependencies and does a lot of the project setup for us. So the first project is going to take some time before we can start it up. So while it does that setup, we'll just take a quick break in the instruction and we'll continue in the next section. All right, so let's start our project. So first of all, we need to create a directory where we want to put our project. You can create this folder wherever you want in your computer, and then you need to go to this folder from your terminal. So here I am in that directory. So anyway, we're going to generate our first project by running React Native CLI. We'll type in React-Native init cars. So React Native is a reference to the React Native command line tool. Init means that we want to initialize a new project. And then the last term here, cars, is the name of the application that we're going to build. That's why you're going, cars, where'd that come from? So the name of this application is indeed going to be cars. So let's hit enter. And again, it's going to take some time to get through, but that's okay. Now, there actually is one last thing that I do want to do after generating our first project here. I want to make sure that we can just go ahead and learn how to launch our project with React Native and run it in the simulator. Now, the simulator processor, getting it set up for every platform is just a little bit different. So while we were working on our application, I'm not going to say that if you're on a Mac, then run this command. If you're on Windows, then run this command. I'm just going to say, start the app in simulator, okay? And then it'll be up to you to remember what you're doing. Know where you are, I guess. That's very good advice for everybody. Know where you are. In other words, if you're on a Mac, you're going to write React Native run-ios. So first I'm going to change into my project directory, so cars, and then going to run React Native run-ios. You follow? Cool. So this is going to build our project in the iOS simulator, and then it'll show it. And the build process is going to take a considerable amount of time the first time. Then after that build process, it will start our simulator automatically. But if it doesn't run the simulator automatically, you can just go to simulator, and then you're going to see that your app is there, and then you can just open up your app manually. Okay, cool. So after it runs successfully, we're done. So I'm going to see you in the next section. Hey there. So in the last section, we explained the folder structure, which is generated by the React Native CLI. And then we deleted our index.js file because that file is our entry point to the app. So we're going to write it from scratch and see our very first content on the emulator screen. So this is going to be our first step to create our app. Now, to create our app, we are always going to create components. Our apps are going to be composed by collections of these different components. So it's the components that produce some text or image that can be rendered onto the screen of our mobile device. All right, so now we're going to create our first component and then render that component onto the screen of our mobile device. So here is what we are going to do in our first component. I'm going to write some comments for you. First of all, we will need to import a library to help create a component. And we are then going to create that component. And then we're going to render this component onto the screen. So now I'm going to explain what this process is. So the first thing we're going to do is import some libraries because these libraries have a bunch of intelligent objects which are going to help us to create our components. Now, to be able to create components, we need these libraries because we don't want to write every single time all that code that's already contained in those libraries. So we don't want to implement all that code every time that we make a component either. So instead, we use a few functions provided by React Native to make the process of generating a new component that much easier for us. So then the next thing that we're going to do is use that library that we just imported to create a new component. Then finally, the act of just creating a component doesn't actually do anything, right? We have to specifically tell React Native that it needs to render this component onto a screen in all of the different apps that we are going to create. And of course, we'll have to deal with a dozen or so different components at just about every step along the way. So we always have to be very specific in telling our device exactly when to display each of these different components to our users, right? That all makes logical sense. So why don't we start with importing the libraries? To import libraries is pretty easy. We just need to say import React from React and import React Native from React-Native. Now, by the way, as you can see here, I do put single quotes here while I write, but after that, I can use the double quotes, and actually it's really not important. You can just use whichever one you want, right? That's all. Of course, you see that we've imported another library besides React Native. So we're going to take a break now, and then in the next section, I'm going to come back and tell you why we need both of these libraries. Woohoo! There's a teaser for you. So I'll see you in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we started to create our first component, index.js. Here we imported two libraries to be able to create this component. And as I said in that last section, we need these components because they have very useful logic in them to create components for us. Actually, the purpose of this course is about learning these libraries as well. So, what are these two very important libraries about? Of course, these both don't make the same things, but we do need them both. So because of that, in this section, I'm going to tell you the differences between these two libraries. So, by the way, last section, we wrote here import. This import statement is an ES6 context. And actually, in the next section, I'm going to explain it a little bit more and tell you exactly what ES6 context is. It is indeed a new version of JavaScript, ES6. But while we're here, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. So in this file, normally we do not have access to these libraries or any global variables for that matter. So in order to use these libraries or any codes that are inside of this file, we first need to import them into our file. Actually, whenever we want to create a component to be able to take the benefit of these libraries, we will need to import them. So for now, that's enough about ES6. We'll skip it and talk about the differences between these two very important libraries first. Okay, so first of all, I need to tell you that these two libraries were generated by the same team, the React team, but they still are two very different libraries. So here we'll see why and when we need these libraries. So in that last section, I had mentioned that to create an app, we need to create components. So this is exactly where we need React. React knows how to generate a component, describes how a component should behave, and also React knows how to compose those different components and make them work together. Now, because we're going to generate a dozen or so different components, this is why we need React. Now, on the other hand, React Native can be thought of as a portal to the mobile device, like the thing that we can use to get a handle on the mobile device that we're running on. It knows how to take the output from a component and make it appear on whichever mobile device you want it to appear on. And what I mean by that is React Native knows how to render components onto each of those screens. React Native also provides us a couple of primitive components that we can use to show simple text or simple images. So throughout this course, I'm going to tell you which library we will use at that moment and why. And then while we proceed in the course, you are going to learn pretty doggone well which one we need and why we need to use it. So that's pretty much it for this section. Let's see you in the next one. Okay, so now before we start to create our first component, I do want to talk a little bit more about ES6 context. Like I said before, I told you about import statements, right? So in this section, we're going to look at the main differences between var, let, and const. So basically, let and const are ES6 JavaScript variables, just like var, but there are differences among them. So now I'm going to show you a good panel to work with. So now do you see in my browser, I just go to the codepen.io. CodePen is a nice platform here. You can try out your code and you can see your output. So it's fun to play with, and you can see what's what. Now, if you want, you can sign up, but you really don't have to. So here, it's just a nice interface for us. For now, we don't need HTML or CSS. I just need the JavaScript window. So I can minimize the HTML editor and the CSS editor. Okay, so now we can work on JavaScript editor. So to see our outputs, now I'm going to open my console from here. All right, so everything's ready now to write some JavaScript code. Okay, so first of all, let's create an outside block, which is going to be a function. So I'm just going to call that Oak Academy for now. And inside this block, I'm going to create another block, which is going to be a simple if statement. Now inside here, let's declare a new variable in the old way, and we're going to call it var pi. And it's going to be a number 3.14, okay? And call that function as well, Oak Academy, down here. And then outside of the if block, let's print this out. So we can see now that we've got 3.14, right? So the variable is being declared inside this block, but it's still being read and printed out from outside of that block here, okay? So now let's clear our console. So we change this to be let instead of var, and if we try to do the same thing, then we get a reference error because the variable's pi isn't actually accessible from outside of this block. So by the time that we're running this line here, the variable doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so let's clear the console again. So what this means is that if we had an other variable up here, also called pi, and then this one to be 2, and also let's print this one out. So if we run this now, we're getting pi declared up here, and then we're declaring a new version of pi, which is 2. Okay, so that's being printed out, as you can see here, and then outside of this block, we're again printing out what we can see is 2. clear the console. So what I'm trying to say is what you just saw. If you use let or const, then they are block scopes. So they only exist within the closest block that surrounds them. And that's the same with const as well. Now, just to demonstrate this here, let's write const instead of let. Okay, works the same way. And the main difference between let and const is const variables are immutable. And that means that you can't change them. So if you're using let, you can change and redefine the value within that let variable. But if it's const, then you can't do that. Okay? So for example, let's go back to this, and let's say that down here, we're going to declare the value of pi to be 1. Then if we run this, then as you can see, that's fine. That's being redeployed. But if we change this to be a const and then try to rerun, look at that. You see that we've got an error because you can't change the value of the const. Okay, I think that's pretty clear. Hopefully it's helped to clear it up. If not, go back, play around with it, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, so in that last section, I mentioned about the ES6 context, let, const, and their difference between them and var, right? So now in this section, we're going to continue to create our first component, and I'm just going to talk you through something new in this project called JSX. So remember, a component is something that produces some content, text, or image. Now, you remember I said previously, I want you to understand every line of code that we write. So with this component structure, we can produce very complex applications. Now, my most favorite thing about React is that it has a tiny API. Now, there's not a lot of ways to work with it. So once you learn those ways, you can make some pretty awesome apps without worrying a whole bunch about complexity. So as you remember, I did put in here some comments about what we're going to do in creating our first component. And now we're in the second step, which is creating the component. So we've already imported 2 libraries to help us. So to define a component, we write out a JavaScript fat arrow function. We're going to call this function app because we called it app right here. So this function must return an object that describes what it should look like on our device. And we will refer to it as the app component for our device. And then next we're going to add a little bit of code in here. And that is going to look a little strange, but we'll discuss its purpose immediately following. Okay, so now here is the function that is going to return something which is going to render to our device. I'll put parentheses. Okay, and inside the parentheses, we will write something that looks like HTML, and we use tag text. And inside this tag text, I write, "Hi there," here. So this piece of code tells React Native that we want to render some text to the screen of our device. Well, what did I do, right? I mean, it looks like I wrote some HTML inside of our JavaScript code, but that is definitely not an HTML code. So as I said in the very beginning of the section, in this section, we are indeed going to talk about something new called JSX. And here it is. You're looking at it. So what is JSX? JSX is simply an extension to the JavaScript language that's used to write React components. In practice, JSX follows the same semantics of HTML. And here you see that we have opening and closing tags. And I write here text. And inside these tags, I put some text. And when we place one tag inside of another, we refer to that as nesting, as well as when we put some text within a tag. So in this course, we're going to be using JSX a lot because this is our one and only way to work with React Native. when we want to control what our app looks like on the screen of a particular mobile device. Okay, so as I said, JSX is an extension to the JavaScript language that's used to write React components. Looks a lot like HTML, but it's not. It is still JavaScript. JSX exists just to make our lives easier. As a developer, it's really just a syntactic sugar to make our code a little bit more legible. Okay, so now then, our device is going to understand that this is going to be JavaScript code. So here for this, we use a library called Babel. Now you can see here that it is included in our project. And we're looking for our node modules folder. And okay, so here you see that Babel is in our project. So what is this Babel doing here? Well, Babel is basically a tool that takes JSX and turns it into normal JavaScript. Now, to demonstrate that, we're going to go to babeljs.io. And here we see Try It Out button. So now on this interface, we can write any amount of code in here on the left-hand side. And we can write in here ES6 or even code that contains JSX as well. Babel will then automatically convert that code into normal JavaScript, ES5 JavaScript, and show it on the right-hand side. So really quickly, let me tell you to take a look at the left-hand panel over here and find the preset section and just make sure that React is checked. All right, so then once we are sure that it is checked, I'm going to go back over to my index.js file, and I'm going to copy the entire app component that we just put together. And I'm just going to paste it back over here on the left-hand side. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. All right, so as you can see, that div right there, that kind of JSX looking thing, actually gets turned into a JavaScript function call. So I said earlier that we use JSX just to make our lives easier. And you can see perhaps why or how. So even though you might think to yourself, well, why don't we just write a series of React create element calls? And I'd say that's a really good question. And the answer to that is, as we start to get more tags on the screen, as we add more tags to our comment, it starts to turn into a big mess of function calls. For instance, let's say that I write a UL tag here, and inside that LI tags, the first time I am writing some text, second, some other text, and the third one, bye-bye. And on the right-hand side, you see that this is a lot of code to write only for a list. So the authors of the React library realized, well, nobody really wants to write a whole bunch of function calls to React create element. It's a whole lot easier to read a whole bunch of nested HTML. Okay, so you can see what it looks like over here on the left-hand side. And that's the sole purpose of JSX. It's just to make the code that we're working with appear a little bit more legible on the screen. All right, so let's wrap it up. So in this section, we wrote our first component. And of course, a component is a JavaScript function that returns JSX. And JSX is a dialect of JavaScript that tells React Native what content we want to show on the screen. So in this case, we created a text tag, and inside that text tag, we placed just the string of some text, which presumably is going to tell React Native to render just this text on the screen. So why don't we then continue in the next section and figure out how to render this component on our device, or how to make it appear on the screen of our device. Either way, you're a winner. See you on the other side. All right, so you ready for this? Because in the last section, we created our first component. And I also explained what JSX is. So as I said before, and I will go over it again and again and again, because this is something that you really do need to know. A component is a JavaScript function that returns a certain amount of JSX. And then after we create our component, React Native is going to take that and render it on the mobile device screen. And when I say render, I mean, it is going to show our component on the screen. So it'll take the JSX that was returned from the component, and it will decide, based on the JSX, what content should appear on the screen. So if I run this component in React Native, I would expect that this content, some text, to render on the screen. But actually, creating a component doesn't do anything for rendering to the device, right? So here we come to our step 3, which is render component on the screen. Now, if we don't make this step, React Native won't be able to render this component on the screen. That makes sense. So React doesn't make anything by itself. We need to tell it what it should make. And then later on in the course, we're going to see that we have to tell it when it is going to do something as well. We have to be perfectly clear in everything we do for React Native. What, you thought I was going to say in relationships? Well, almost the same thing. So we have to tell it how these different parts of our app fit together, first of all. So this component is a nice example for this. We have to specifically tell React Native that we want to take this component right here and render it on the screen of our device. So for step number 3, we're going to write a little bit of code here just to tell React Native to take this component and show it on the screen of our device. Okay? So now we're going to write a certain amount of code here, and then I'm going to explain what is going on. So, all right, React Native.app registry.register component. And I'm going to pass in a string of cars. And now as a second argument to this function, I'm just going to pass a fat arrow function, which is going to return app from it. If we write fat arrow function and then don't use curly braces, then there is a return here. So if we ran this function, it would automatically return app, even though I don't have the actual return key word in there. Okay, so let's talk about exactly what's going on in here. In any React Native application that we create, we have to at least register one component to the application. And that's exactly what we're doing. So we tell React Native that it is about to render an application called cars. So the name of the string right here must match up with our project name when we created our project as using the React Native command tool. You remember that. So we named it just cars. And you were all like, what's cars? And then I'm like, don't worry, it's a project that we're going to create. Yeah, you remember. Okay. So therefore, as the first argument of this function, we passed the string cars. So the second, we passed a function that returns the first component to render for our application. We only have one component right now, so we're just going to return the app component again for every React Native component or for every React Native application that we create. We must register at least one component. Okay, that's it. Now, that's all we need to do, at least for just this small amount of content to render to the screen. But before we run this in the simulator, let's do one last thing that I want to show you. I want to do just a little bit of refactor here. Now, you'll notice that I am importing React Native here, and I'm using the React Native app registry, which is okay. And I've also got, it looks like an error about this text tag that we're using right here. So if we look a little closer to the error, it says that text is not defined. So that means that the last thing that we've got to make sure of that we have solved is how to handle the declaration of the variable text. So as I mentioned back in the import section, the important thing here is to remember about every single JavaScript file that we're going to create throughout our course and throughout your coding career is that there are no global variables that we can reference. So this text right here is an undefined variable because we did not define it yet anywhere in this file. And if we execute this code, it would throw an error. Now, we have to always make sure that every variable we reference is automatically defined for us. So this text tag right here is a primitive element that is provided to us by the React Native library. So in order to get access and be able to use this text tag, we must import it from the React Native library. And to do that, we're going to use a technique called import destructuring. All right, so that's the name of this technique here. So we're going to run it again. And first, we're going to write our code, and then we're going to discuss it. Now, I'm going to delete React Native right here and replace it with curly braces. All right, and inside curly braces, I'm going to put text, just text. So text is now defined. Now, this line, we said, don't import the whole React Native library. I do not want to access the whole library. I just want access to that text property out of that library. So as you can see, this really depends on detailed knowledge of what different properties or objects that React Native library contains. You're going to learn about all the different objects that it contains over time. Please don't overwhelm yourself. You will get it. But this is the one that we use right now. This is a text tag. Now, another property in the library is one that we've already used down here. It's the app registry. So notice that when I replaced the React Native of reference up here, all of a sudden now it's giving us an error message because now React Native is not defined because we deleted it from here. So now to solve this, we will also import the app registry function from React Native as well. So after text, we'll place a comma and then reference app registry. And finally at the bottom, because we're not making reference to React Native anymore, I'm going to delete the React Native dot like so. So see what we're doing? We're now just importing the text tag and app registry from the React Native library, not the whole React Native library. See, that's why I want you to understand each little itty-bitty bit of these components. So we are now using the text tag inside our component. And we are using the app registry component at the very bottom of our file here to render our component on the screen of the device. Okay? Okay. So now we've got a full React Native program ready to run. So if you recall, what we spoke about much earlier is how to run a React Native app in an earlier section. And the methodology is a little different depending upon what platform you're on, either OS X or Windows. Now, if you don't recall how to run the simulator and you're running Windows, then you'll want to go back a couple of videos and review that process. Otherwise, if you're using OS X at the command line, inside of our project directory, we will run React Native run iOS like so. This will, of course, start up our iOS simulator and launch the app. Now, of course, it's going to take some time. Okay, so this is our app, and you see, hi there. You'll notice it up on the very top left. I've got the hi there, so it looks like it's up there. So now our first component is being rendered to the screen, but definitely we have got a long way to go still. So we will continue in the next section. All right, so you've made it this far. In the last section, we got our first component to show up on the screen of our device. So yeah, I'm using iOS on Mac right here, so I'm going to be using the iPhone simulator. If you're on Windows, you'll see this in the Android simulator, and you can see that we got hi there, right there. But of course, it just looks pretty bad for now. You can't even see the whole text. At least that we got some content to show up on the screen of our device. Okay, we can play around with it. But we got a better idea of what the import tags are for and what a component is and how we actually render a component to the screen of our device. Our intended. So in a minute, we're going to give this app a better look. But for now, before we do that, and before we do that little bit of styling, we definitely need to know about the first application that we're going to build, right? But then afterwards, we can look at it again and then figure out the styling of our app. So now we're going to see the design of our first application. So first off is the purpose of our app. It's going to be to display some car pictures of different brands and models. And normally, when our app is first rendered to the screen, we're going to see a whole bunch of car pictures. But then we can type in a car brand and see just that brand's car picture. Got me? So in order to be able to search at the top of our app, there's going to be a header. And in this header is an input in which we can search the car brands, right? And then below the header, there will be our list of cars right here. So I'm only showing a single one, but we should probably be able to support to show many cars that the user can scroll through and do whatever with. So each car will have information, and it's going to be in this big rectangle here. And we're going to call this card. And on the header of the card, there's going to be a brand name and the model name of every car. So brand name and model name will be displayed inside the header. And then below the card header, which is this area here, that'll write the image inside that shows the car image. So like a real car catalog, it should show very large images right here in the center of the car. And then the last thing inside our design is our button. So this button is going to go to a site, and whenever the user clicks on this button, it should send the user directly to the official website of that car brand, let's say. So again, for every car model, which we're going to fetch some remote API, we're going to show one card. Okay? Okay. So in this application, we're going to focus a lot on just the basics of React and how we use React Native to build an application like this. We're also going to spend a little time to plan out exactly how we're going to build that project in particular. Okay, so now we need to decide what different types of components we want to make. Now, let me remind you that a component is a function that returns a certain amount of JSX, and JSX is what tells React Native what content we want to show on the screen whenever we build a React application. Have you memorized that? So we try to make components that are generally as reusable as possible, so we can write one component and then use it in a bunch of different locations throughout our app. So it's all about reusing code for this application. It is another sign of efficiency and cleanliness. So we're going to make several different components to build this application. So now I'm going to show you a diagram of all the different components and what they may indeed be called. So we might make one component called header. And this component will be at the very top of our application, and it's going to be an input. So here we will be able to make a search for different car brands, right? And we can also make a card component. And this card component is going to have many card sections inside of it. And each card section will have a little bit of content, whatever that might be. So at the top of the card section will be the brand name and the model name of the car, which is shown below that section. And then let's have another card section, and that'll show the car image. And the last card section is for this button, which sends us to the official site of the car brand. And now beside all of that, we can make another component for this button. And later on, we'll talk more about all the different considerations of when we want to make a reusable component. But for now, it's planning the component structure, which is at the very beginning of the course, is going to make it easier later on so that you have a very solid idea of the different parts of the application that we need to focus on when we're building it. Okay. So in this section, we saw how to design the overall shape of our app And we talked a little bit about the component structure of the app. So that means you're ready to move on to the next section. I'll see you there. Great. So now that we've seen the design of the application and have a, well, better idea anyway about what it's going to look like, I want to get started on working on it. So I think that we need to start from this header component. So that's what we'll do. Actually, this header is going to be a valuable input finally, but for now, we're just going to make it a title, okay? And it's going to say cars, because an input in React world is a little bit different than the inputs that you may have seen so far. So, like I said, for now, let's just keep this header, and it's just going to be a title. Later on in the course, we'll change it into the input where you can type in and search and all that. But for now, let's just leave it. This component is going to be at the top of our application. So actually, by now, we saw how we are going to show text in the mobile device screen. Remember? And here we just need to give this header a better looking style so that we can see our whole text and make this nice area around it. And this is going to be our big challenge for this particular section. Again, as I said, later on, we'll make this an input, but right now we'll just get started and do it up. So in any React Native application, I want to tell you that we need to create one file for every component, all right? So one component per file inside of my index.js file. Now, I've already got a single component for this file. So to create a new component, I will make a new JavaScript file in which to house it, if you will. So that means for larger applications, we will indeed need more components, and then therefore we will need to make more files. That's something that you're just going to have to get used to, I guess. Now to create my new component and the new file that goes along with it, I am going to my project folder, and inside of that, I'm going to create a new folder called SRC. Now, normally, all developers create this folder called SRC and put their own code into this folder. So that's what we're going to do. We're now going to write our codes into this folder. What it'll do, it'll separate the code, which React Native pre-generated, and the codes that we will write. So to create our new component, now, as I said, we will need a JavaScript file. But before that, inside of the source folder, I am going to create a new folder called components. And I'm going to create my components inside of this folder. Because when our application gets larger, we can need different folders for different jobs. And so that's why I like to make the second one just to say, hey, specifically right here, pick me. This is where all my components go. All right, that's pretty much it. Okay. So now, inside this components folder, we're going to make a new file to house our header component. So let's make a new file called header.js. And sure enough, this is it. And this is where we're going to make our header component. And as I said, for now, the purpose of this component will be to show a nice little title inside of a nice rectangle that says cars. That's it. That's all we're trying to accomplish with this right here, right now. So to get us started, as I made inside the index.js file, I am going to put some comment to tell us the steps that we're going to follow in this component. First, we will import libraries for making a component. Second, we will make the component. And finally, we will make the components available to the other parts of the app. So notice here that I changed the final comment a little bit, right? So whereas in the index.js file, I said render component on the screen of the device, this time around, I say, I don't really want to immediately render this component to the screen of the device. So just chill, okay? So I just want other parts of the application to be able to use this component and reference it. So now we'll figure out exactly what I mean by that. So when we get to step number 3 here, let's start with step number 1 at the very top. We will import some libraries for making a component. And we're going to import the same 2 libraries that we did last time. So we're going to import React and React Native. So import React from React and import React Native from React Native. So then that means for step number 2, we need to create our component. As a rule or a convention, when we create that component, we will always name it a function that is the same as the file that it's placed into. Make sense? So we're inside of header.js. Therefore, we are going to create a component called header, and we'll make our component, which is a fat arrow function. And then from here, we're going to return whatever the amount is of JSX to render. And then inside of this, we're going to write return and then put in our parentheses. And inside of those parentheses, as we did before in the index.js file, we're going to put our text tags, and inside of it, I'm going to write cars as our title. Oh, and by the way, if you return just one single line of code from a function, if you want to, you can remove the parentheses, but it's entirely up to you. I prefer to put parentheses every time, but again, like I said, if you want to, you can remove it if it returns just one single line of JSX. So that's why I just do it. So now that I have the text tag and cars inside of it, so because I use text tag immediately, I'm going to import it from React Native as I did before in the index.js file. So I'm going to delete React Native at the top, and we're going to put curly braces, and then inside the curly braces, we're going to write which object we want to use from React Native. So then finally, on step 3, here we'll need to make sure that this component is available to other areas of the application. So here's where things start to, well, differ a little bit from the index.js file. Inside the index.js file, we used app registry. But this time, inside the header.js file, we are going to make, well, let me just show you, and then you'll see how it's different. So let's figure out why we need to make things different. First, to understand what's going on, I'm going to show a diagram because I love diagrams, and I hope you do too. Okay? Okay. So this is a diagram of our component hierarchy, or all of the different components that we have in our application. As I mentioned a few times before, certainly not because I like repeating myself, normally a React application will have many different components which are created for it. And each component has its own particular purpose, and it's reusable as much as possible so that we can use them, well, in several different locations without having to write specific code every time. So when we join all of these components together, they form a tree of sorts, where the very first component to be rendered to the screen is what we refer to as, guess what? The root component. Hey, you follow my metaphor. So right now, because the first component that gets rendered to the screen is the app component, we're going to refer to it as the root component. So the app is the root component. Then every other component inside of the app is referred to as, well, the child component, okay? I mean, hey, I didn't make this stuff up, right? I'm just trying to link it all together for you. So pretty soon, we're going to be able to tell the app component to show the header. So we'll refer to the header as a child component. We're on track now. So app is our root component, and only that root component uses the app registry. That's clear. So basically, we have the text on here. Only the root component uses the app registry. And that's the only time that we use the app registry string is for that most top level, most, parental component, okay? It's a component that we want to show first on the device, and it's pretty much up to that app component to decide everything that needs to be displayed to the user for every other component that we create. Yeah? So paramount importance, but it is the root. So for every child component we create in our application, instead of registering it with that app registry, we export it using ES6 syntax. Aha! Now you remember. So just as we have used import statements at the very top of our file, we can also use export statements at the bottom. So with this export statement, we make our components reachable for other files in our application. And see, that's the whole idea behind this export statement. So at the bottom, we can write export default header. And again, this means that the component that I want other files to be within our project to be able to, make use of it. So now let's continue in the next section, and then we can figure out how to make use of an exported component. See, now it's getting interesting. So in the last section, we mentioned about the hierarchy in the React world, and we talked about root and child components. And you probably went and Googled hierarchy. But in any event, we created our first component, which is called header. So for now, this header component is just showing text, but later on in the course, we're going to turn it into an input. Like we said before, I keep my promises. Now, besides this, we also talked about this export statement as well. So you're going to get used to this statement by the time that this course takes, because we're going to use imports and exports all the time. So this is the section that we're going to see how we import a component that we created into another component. So again, the export statement means that we can now use this component inside of other files inside of our application. Now, because to make complex applications, we will need to make different components work together in harmony. To do this, we are going to import one component into another, and this is what we call component nesting. So this is the process of component nesting. These topics are really basic topics, so you're going to get used to it in time. You may have already encountered nesting in other programs that you might be versatile in. But right now, we're going to import the header component into the app component, and you'll see what I mean. Afterwards, we're going to get to use it. So it's a two-step process, basically. First, import, and then we use it, right? So let's do step one first. Underneath the two existing import statements, we'll add a third import to import the header. So we'll say import header from .src/components/header. And yeah, I know it's a little bit different from our other import statements, but bear with me. So now I'm going to explain why we wrote this import statement like this. So previously, we wrote just import React from React and import React Native from React Native. Because we install these libraries with NPM, we just use the library name when we import the libraries. But if we import a file, which we have written, we need to specifically say that file's path to the import statement. So in other words, by the file's path, I mean that we need to imagine where we are in the folder structure and where the file is that we want to import from. So now we are in the index.js file, and this is in the cars folder. And inside the cars folder, we need to go to src and then components, and here is our header component. So we write dot, and this means in the current folder, which is cars. So in the cars, into src, into component, into header. Right? Now it makes sense. And if the file which we want to import is a JavaScript file, then we don't need to write .js. On the end there, we just write the file name. In our case, it's header. Cool. So this is the way that we write the file path. But of course, in this course, We are going to make much more example about this, so don't worry, we are going to get used to this time in no time. But of course. Okay, too much caffeine. I've recovered. Have you? All right, so the import step is done. Now I want to explain the difference between these two import statements. So if we want to import a library, which we installed with npm, then we just write the library name when we import it, right? But if we want to import a file which we created, then we need to write the file path. That's about as clear as mud, as clear as I can make it anyway. And I think you get it. That's it. But you might be curious as to why the heck we got to do it this way. And that's what I'll answer. Because the library names will always be unique. So in other words, when we write just the name to the import statement, React assumes that this is a library. But when we create a file, this name could not be unique, right? So here, for example, we have one header component inside of here and another header component in another folder. So we need to tell React specifically which file that we want to import. So now I want to show you another tip if you're using Visual Studio Code as your code editor here when you write your file path, if you want to know whether you will be writing the right path. So here you can come over to the path, and when you click Command, if this path is correct, then you see this underline here. Just a small tip. Might have been obvious, might have not been, but now you know something more than you did before. And I got to stop talking in rhymes this time. Anyway, by the way, if you want to go to that file again, you can just press Command, click on the path, and there you go. You're in the header component. Okay, so that's step one here. We have imported the header component, and now we're on step two, if you're keeping track. We have to nest the header component inside of the app. And by nest, I mean use the header component. So to do that, we are going to treat the component like a JSX tag. So header and opening and closing tags. But if we're not going to write something inside this tag like ACD, then this closing tag is unnecessary, don't you think? Yeah, so we can use self-closing tags like this. So now we get just the header by itself, and that's all we have to do. So now, did you notice that when I do this, we are no longer using that text tag up top? That's right, we're not using the text tag inside this component, so that means that we can delete the text import now, and we're left with just the header by itself. So this right here, again, is referred to as component nesting, and you see why it's useful. We can take one component and place it inside of another. It's our chief tool for making really complex applications full of a lot of different components actually be neat, tidy, and complete. Plus, what I do want to do is test this out inside of the simulator. So that means that I'm going to bring the simulator up and I'll refresh it by hitting Command R, Control R for Windows, and that refreshes it. So now here you see that the text of the header component is right there. It's, shockingly ugly, but at least we got the text to work. And that's really what we were looking for to do here. So that means that the header component is correctly being displayed within the app, right? So it's a good and complete step. So what we'll do is we'll continue in the next section to fix up the header with some styling so that it doesn't scare you away and it looks a little better and at least it's centered at the very top of our application. So I'll see you on the other side.